Preface Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Be thrifty, but not covetous. Therefore give thy need thine honor, and thy friend his due. Never was scraper brave man. Get to live, then live, and use it, else it is not true that thou hast gotten. Surely use alone make money not a contemptible stone. George Herbert. To catch Dame Fortune's golden smile, assiduous wait upon her, and gather gear by every wile that's justified by honor, not for to hide it in a hedge, not for a train attendant, but for the glorious privilege of being independent. Robert Burns. Preface. This book is intended as a sequel to Self-Help and Character. It might indeed have appeared as an introduction to these volumes, for thrift is the basis of self-help and the foundation of much that is excellent in character. The author has already referred to the use and abuse of money, but the lesson is worthy of being repeated and enforced. As he has already observed, some of the finest qualities of human nature are intimately related to the right use of money, such as generosity, honesty, justice, and self-denial, as well as the practical virtues of economy and providence. On the other hand, there are their counterparts of avarice, fraud, injustice, and selfishness, as displayed by the inordinate lovers of gain, and the vices of thoughtlessness, extravagance, and improvidence on the part of those who misuse and abuse the means entrusted to them. Sir Henry Taylor has observed that industry must take an interest in its own fruits, and God has appointed that the mass of mankind shall be moved by this interest, and have their daily labor sweetened by it. The earnings and savings of industry should be intelligent for a purpose beyond mere earnings and savings. We do not work and strive for ourselves alone, but for the benefit of those who dependent upon us. Industry must know how to earn, how to spend, and how to save. The man who knows, like St. Paul, how to spare and how to abound, has a great knowledge. Every man is bound to do what he can to elevate his social state, and to secure his independence. For this purpose he must spare from his means in order to be independent in his condition. Industry enables men to earn their living. It should also enable them to learn to live. Independence can only be established by the exercise of forethought, prudence, frugality, and self-denial. To be just as well as generous, men must deny themselves. The essence of generosity is self-sacrifice. The object of this book is to induce men to employ their means for worthy purposes, and not to waste them upon selfish indulgences. Many enemies have to be encountered in accomplishing this object. There are idleness, thoughtlessness, vanity, vice, intemperance. The last is the worst enemy of all. Numerous cases are cited in the course of the following book, which show that one of the best methods of abating the curse of drink is to induce old and young to practice the virtue of thrift. Much of this book was written, and some of it published, years ago, but an attack of paralysis which compelled the author to give up writing for some time has delayed its appearance until now. For much of the information recently received, he is indebted to Edward Crosley, Esquire, Mayor of Halifax, Edward Ackroyd, Esquire, Halifax, George Chetwynd, Esquire, General Post Office, S.A. Nichols, Esquire, Over Darwin, Jeremiah Head, Esquire, Middlesbrough, Charles W. Sykes, Esquire, Huddersfield, and numerous other correspondents in Durham, Renfrewshire, Yorkshire, Lancashire, Staffordshire, and South Wales. The author trusts that the book will prove useful and helpful towards the purpose for which it is intended. London, November, 1875. A Fable. A grasshopper, half starved with cold and hunger, came to a well-stored beehive at the approach of winter, and humbly begged the bees to relieve his wants with a few drops of honey. One of the bees asked him how he had spent his time all the summer, and why he had not laid up a store of food like them. "Truly," said he, "I spent my time very merrily in drinking, dancing, and singing, and never once thought of winter." "Our plan is very different," said the bee. "We work hard in the summer to lay by a store of food against the season when we foresee we shall want it. But those who do nothing but drink and dance and sing in the summer must expect to starve in the winter." End of Preface and Fable.
Section 1 of Thrift. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Industry. Not what I have, but what I do is my kingdom. Carlyle. Productive industry is the only capital which enriches a people and spreads national prosperity and well-being. In all labor there is profit, says Solomon. What is the science of political economy but a dull sermon on this text? Samuel Lang. God provides the good things of the world to serve the needs of nature by the labors of the plowman, the skill and pains of the artisan, and the dangers and traffics of the merchant. The idle person is like one that is dead, unconcerned in the changes and necessities of the world, and he only lives to spend his time and eat the fruits of the earth, like a vermin or a wolf. When their time comes, they die and perish, and in the meantime they do no good. Jeremy Taylor. For the structure that we raise, time is with materials filled. Our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Longfellow. Thrift began with civilization. It began when men found it necessary to provide for tomorrow as well as for today. It began long before money was invented. Thrift means private economy. It includes domestic economy as well as the order and management of a family. While it is the object of private economy to create and promote the well-being of individuals, it is the object of political economy to create and increase the wealth of nations. Private and public wealth have the same origin. Wealth is obtained by labor. It is preserved by savings and accumulations. It is increased by diligence and perseverance. It is the savings of individuals which compose the wealth, in other words, the well-being of every nation. On the other hand, it is the wastefulness of individuals which occasions the impoverishments of states, so that every thrifty person may be regarded as a public benefactor, and every thriftless person as a public enemy. There is no dispute as to the necessity for private economy. Everybody admits it and recommends it. But with respect to political economy, there are numerous discussions, for instance, as to the distribution of capital, the accumulations of property, the incidence of taxation, the poor laws, and other subjects into which we do not propose to enter. The subject of private economy, of thrift, is quite sufficient by itself to occupy the pages of this book. Economy is not a natural instinct, but the growth of experience, example, and forethought. It is also the result of education and intelligence. It is only when men become wise and thoughtful that they become frugal. Hence, the best means of making men and women provident is to make them wise. Prodigality is much more natural to man than thrift. The savage is the greatest of spendthrifts, for he has no forethought, no tomorrow. The prehistoric man saved nothing. He lived in caves or in hollows of the ground covered with branches. He subsisted on shellfish, which he picked up on the seashore, or upon hips and haws, which he gathered in the woods. He killed animals with stones. He lay in wait for them, or ran them down on foot. Then he learnt to use stones as tools, making stone arrowheads and spear points, thereby utilizing his labor and killing birds and animals more quickly. The original savage knew nothing of agriculture. It was only in comparatively recent times that men gathered seeds for food and saved a portion of them for next year's crop. When minerals were discovered, and fire was applied to them, and the minerals were smelted into metal, man made an immense stride. He could then fabricate hard tools, chisel stone, build houses, and proceed by unwearying industry to devise the manifold means and agencies of civilization. The dweller by the ocean burnt a hollow in a felled tree, launched it, went to sea in it, and fished for food. The hollowed tree became a boat held together with iron nails. The boat became a galley, a ship, a paddle boat, a screw steamer, and the world was opened up for colonization and civilization. Man would have continued uncivilized but for the results of the useful labors of those who preceded him. The soil was reclaimed by his predecessors and made to grow food for human uses. They invented tools and fabrics, and we reap the useful results. They discovered art and science, and we succeed to the useful effects of their labors. All nature teaches that no good thing which has once been done passes utterly away. The living are ever reminded of the buried millions who have worked and won before them. The handicraft and skill displayed in the buildings and sculptures of the long-lost cities of Nineveh, Babylon, and Troy have descended to the present time. In nature's economy, no human labor is altogether lost. Some remnant of useful effect continues to reward the race, if not the individual. The mere material wealth bequeathed to us by our forefathers forms but an insignificant item in the sum of our inheritance. Our birthright is made up of something far more imperishable. It consists of the sum of the useful effects of human skill and labor. These effects were not transmitted by learning, but by teaching and example. One generation taught another, and thus art and handicraft, the knowledge of mechanical appliances and materials, continued to be preserved. The labors and efforts of former generations were thus transmitted by father to son, and they continue to form the natural heritage of the human race, one of the most important instruments of civilization. Our birthright, therefore, consists in the useful effects of the labors of our forefathers, but we cannot enjoy them unless we ourselves take part in the work. All must labor, either with hand or head. Without work, life is worthless. It becomes a mere state of moral coma. We do not mean merely physical work. There is a great deal of higher work, the work of action and endurance, of trial and patience, of enterprise and philanthropy, of spreading truth and civilization, of diminishing suffering and relieving the poor, of helping the weak and enabling them to help themselves. A noble heart, says Borrow, will disdain to subsist like a drone upon others' labors, like a vermin to filch its food out of the public granary, or like a shark to prey upon the lesser fry, but it will rather outdo his private obligations to other men's care and toil by considerable service and beneficence to the public. For there is no calling of any sort from the scepter to the spade, the management whereof, with any good success, any credit, any satisfaction, doth not demand much work of the head, or of the hands, or of both. Labor is not only a necessity, but it is also a pleasure. What would otherwise be a curse, by the constitution of our physical system, becomes a blessing. Our life is a conflict with nature in some respects, but it is also a cooperation with nature in others. The sun, the air, and the earth are constantly abstracting from us our vital forces. Hence we eat and drink for nourishment, and clothe ourselves for warmth. Nature works with us. She provides the earth which we furrow. She grows and ripens the seeds that we sow and gather. She furnishes, with the help of human labor, the wool that we spin and the food that we eat. And it ought never to be forgotten that however rich or poor we may be, all that we eat, all that we are clothed with, all that shelters us, from the palace to the cottage, is the result of labor. Men cooperate with each other for the mutual subsistence of all. The husbandman tills the ground and provides food. The manufacturer weaves tissues, which the tailor and seamstress make into clothes. The mason and the bricklayer build the houses in which we enjoy household life. Numbers of workmen thus contribute and help to create the general result. Labor and skill applied to the vulgarest things invest them at once with precious value. Labor is indeed the life of humanity. Take it away, banish it, and the race of Adam were at once stricken with death. He that will not work, said St. Paul, neither shall he eat. And the apostle glorified himself in that he had labored with his own hands and had not been chargeable to any man. There is a well-known story of an old farmer calling his 3 idle sons around him when on his deathbed to impart to them an important secret. "My sons," said he, "a great treasure lies hid in the estate which I am about to leave to you," the old man gasped. "Where is it hid?" exclaimed the sons in a breath. "I am about to tell you," said the old man. "You will have to dig for it." But his breath failed him before he could impart the weighty secret, and he died. Forthwith the sons set to work with spade and mattock upon the long neglected fields, and they turned up every sod and clod upon the estate. They discovered no treasure, but they learnt to work. And when fields were sown, and the harvests came, lo, the yield was prodigious, in consequence of the thorough tillage which they had undergone. Then it was that they discovered the treasure concealed in the estate, of which their wise old father had advised them. Labor is at once a burden, a chastisement, an honor, and a pleasure. It may be identified with poverty, but there is also glory in it. It bears witness at the same time to our natural wants and our manifold needs. What were man? What were life? What were civilization without labor? All that is great in man comes of labor. Greatness in art, in literature, in science. Knowledge, the wing wherewith we fly to heaven, is only acquired through labor. Genius is but a capability of laboring intensely. It is the power of making great and sustained efforts. Labor may be a chastisement, but it is indeed a glorious one. It is worship, duty, praise, and immortality, for those who labor with the highest aims and for the purest purposes. There are many who murmur and complain at the law of labor under which we live, without reflecting that obedience to it is not only in conformity with the divine will, but also necessary for the development of intelligence and for the thorough enjoyment of our common nature. Of all wretched men, surely the idle are the most so, those whose life is barren of utility, who have nothing to do except gratify their senses. Are not such men the most querulous, miserable, and dissatisfied of all, constantly in a state of ennui, alike useless to themselves and to others, mere cucumbers of the earth, who then removed are missed by none, and whom none regret? Most wretched and ignoble lot indeed is the lot of the idlers. Who have helped the world onward so much as the workers, men who have had to work for necessity or from choice? All that we call progress, civilization, well-being, and prosperity depends upon industry, diligently applied, from the culture of a barley stalk to the construction of a steamship, from the stitching of a collar to the sculpturing of the statue that enchants the world. All useful and beautiful thoughts, in like manner, are the issue of labor, of study, of observation, of research, of diligent elaboration. The noblest poem cannot be elaborated and send down its underlying strains into the future without steady and painstaking labor. No great work has ever been done at a heat. It is the result of repeated efforts and often many failures. One generation begins and another continues, the present cooperating with the past. Thus, the Parthenon began with a mud-hut, the Last Judgment with a few scratches on the sand. It is the same with individuals of the race. They begin with abortive efforts, which, by means of perseverance, lead to successful issues. The history of industry is uniform in the character of its illustrations. Industry enables the poorest man to achieve honor, if not distinction. The greatest names in history of art, literature, and science are those of laboring men. A working instrument maker gave us the steam engine, a barber the spinning machine, a weaver the mule. A pit man perfected the locomotive, and working men of all grades have, one after another, added to the triumphs of mechanical skill. By the working man we do not mean merely the man who labors with his muscles and sinews. A horse can do this, but he is preeminently the working man who works with his brain also, and whose physical system is under the influence of his higher faculties. The man who paints a picture, who writes a book, who makes a law, who creates a poem, is a working man of the highest order, not so necessary to the physical sustainment of the community as the plowman or the shepherd, but not less important as providing for society its highest intellectual nourishment. Having said so much of the importance and the necessity of industry, let us see what uses are made of the advantages derivable from it. It is clear that man would have continued uncivilized but for the accumulations of savings made by his forefathers, the savings of skill, of art, of invention, and of intellectual culture. It is the savings of the world that have made the civilization of the world. Savings are the result of labor, and it is only when laborers begin to save that the results of civilization accumulate. We have said that thrift began with civilization. We might have almost said that thrift produced civilization. Thrift produces capital, and capital is the conserved result of labor. The capitalist is merely a man who does not spend all that is earned by work. But thrift is not a natural instinct. It is an acquired principle of conduct. It involves self-denial, the denial of present enjoyment for future good, the subordination of animal appetite to reason, forethought, and prudence. It works for today, but also provides for tomorrow. It invests the capital it has saved, and makes provision for the future. Man's right of seeing the future, says Mr. Edward Denison, which is conferred on him by reason, has attached to it the duty of providing for that future, and our language bears witness to this truth by using, as expressive of active precaution against future want, a word which in its radical meaning implies only a passive foreknowledge of the same. Whenever we speak of the virtue of providence, we assume that forewarned is forearmed. To know the future is no virtue, but it is the greatest of virtues to prepare for it. But a large proportion of men do not provide for the future. They do not remember the past. They think only of the present. They preserve nothing. They spend all that they earn. They do not provide for themselves. They do not provide for their families. They may make high wages, but eat and drink the whole of what they earn. Such people are constantly poor and hanging on the verge of destitution. It is the same with nations. The nations which consume all that they produce without leaving a store for future production have no capital. Like thriftless individuals, they live from hand to mouth and are always poor and miserable. Nations that have no capital have no commerce. They have no accumulations to dispose of, hence they have no ships, no sailors, no docks, no harbors, no canals, and no railways. Thrifty industry lies at the root of the civilization of the world. Look at Spain. There, the richest soil is the least productive. Along the banks of the Guadalquivir, where once 12,000 villages existed, there are now not 800, and they are full of beggars. A Spanish proverb says, El cielo y suelo es bueno, el entresuelo malo. The sky is good, the earth is good. That only is bad which lies between the sky and the earth. Continuous effort, or patient labor, is for the Spaniard an insupportable thing. Half through indolence, half through pride, he cannot bend to work. A Spaniard will blush to work, he will not blush to beg. It is in this way that society mainly consists of two classes, the savers and the wasters, the provident and the improvident, the thrifty and the thriftless, the haves and the have-nots. The men who economize by means of labor become the owners of capital, which sets other labor in motion. Capital accumulates in their hands, and they employ other laborers to work for them. Thus trade and commerce begin. The thrifty build houses, warehouses, and mills. They fit manufactories with tools and machines. They build ships and send them to various parts of the world. They put capital together and build railroads, harbors, and docks. They open up mines of coal, iron, and copper, and erect pumping engines to keep them clear of water. They employ laborers to work the mines, and thus give rise to an immense amount of employment. All this is the result of thrift. It is the result of economizing money and employing it for beneficial purposes. The thriftless man has no share in the progress of the world. He spends all that he gets and can give no help to anybody. No matter how much money he makes, his position is not in any respect raised. He husbands none of his resources. He is always calling for help. He is, in fact, the born thrall and slave of the thrifty. End of section 1.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 2, Habits of Thrift. We begin with 4 quotations. Die Hauptsache ist, dass man lerne sich selbst zu beherrschen. The great matter is to learn to rule oneself. Goethe. Most men work for the present, a few for the future. The wise work for both, for the future in the present and for the present in the future. Guesses at Truth. The secret of all success is to know how to deny yourself. If you once learn to get the whip hand of yourself, that is the best educator. Prove to me that you can control yourself, and I'll say you're an educated man. And without this, all other education is good for next to nothing. Mrs. Oliphant. All the world cries, "Where is the man who will save us? We want a man." Don't look so far for this man. You have him at hand. This man, it is you, it is I, it is each of us. How to constitute oneself a man? Nothing harder if one knows not how to will it, nothing easier if one wills it. Alexander Dumas. Competence and comfort lie within the reach of most people, were they to take the adequate means to secure and enjoy them. Men who are paid good wages might also become capitalists and take their fair share in the improvement and well-being of the world. But it is only by the exercise of labor, energy, honesty, and thrift that they can advance their own position or that of their class. Society at present suffers far more from waste of money than from want of money. It is easier to make money than to know how to spend it. It is not what a man gets that constitutes his wealth, but his manner of spending and economizing. And when a man obtains by his labor more than enough for his personal and family wants, and can lay by a little store of savings besides, he unquestionably possesses the elements of social well-being. The savings may amount to little, but they may be sufficient to make him independent. There is no reason why the highly paid workman of today may not save a store of capital. It is merely a matter of self-denial and private economy. Indeed, the principal industrial leaders of today consist for the most part of men who have sprung directly from the ranks. It is the accumulation of experience and skill that makes the difference between the workman and the no-workman, and it depends upon the workman himself whether he will save his capital or waste it. If he save it, he will always find that he has sufficient opportunities for employing it profitably and usefully. "When I was down in Lancashire the other day," said Mr. Cobden to his fellow townsmen at Midhurst, "I visited a mill in company with some other gentlemen, and that mill belonged to a person whose real name I will not mention, but whom for the present purpose I will call Mr. Smith. There could not have been less than 3,000 or 4,000 persons engaged in this mill when it was at work, and there were 700 power looms under one roof. As we were coming away, one of the friends who accompanied me patted the owner of the mill on the shoulder, and with that frank and manly familiarity which rather distinguishes the Lancashire race, he said, 'Mr. Smith was a working man himself 25 years ago, and he owes all this entirely to his own industry and frugality.' To which Mr. Smith immediately replied, in the same frank and good-humored manner, 'Nay, I do not owe it all to myself. I married a wife with a fortune, for she was earning 9 shillings 6 a week as a weaver at the power loom when she married me.' Thrift of time is equal to thrift of money. Franklin said, 'Time is gold.' If one wishes to earn money, it may be done by the proper use of time. But time may also be spent in doing many good and noble actions. It may be spent in learning, in study, in art, in science, in literature. Time can be economized by system. System is an arrangement to secure certain ends so that no time may be lost in accomplishing them. Every businessman must be systematic and orderly, so must every housewife. There must be a place for everything, and everything in its place. There must also be a time for everything, and everything must be done in time. It is not necessary to show that economy is useful. Nobody denies that thrift may be practiced. We see numerous examples of it. What many men have already done, all other men may do. Nor is thrift a painful virtue. On the contrary, it enables us to avoid much contempt and many indignities. It requires us to deny ourselves, but not to abstain from any proper enjoyment. It provides many honest pleasures, of which thriftlessness and extravagance deprive us. Let no man say that he cannot economize. There are few persons who could not contrive to save a few shillings weekly. In 20 years, 3 shillings saved weekly would amount to £240, and in 10 years more, by addition of interest, to £420. Some may say that they cannot save nearly so much. Well, begin with 2 shillings, 1 shilling, or even 6pence. Begin somewhere, but at all events make a beginning. 6pence a week, deposited in the savings bank, will amount to £40 in 20 years, and £70 in 30 years. It is the habit of economizing and denying oneself that needs to be formed. Thrift does not require superior courage, nor superior intellect, nor any superhuman virtue. It merely requires common sense and the power of resisting selfish enjoyments. In fact, thrift is merely common sense in everyday working action. It needs no fervent resolution, but only a little patient self-denial. Begin is its device. The more the habit of thrift is practiced, the easier it becomes, and the sooner it compensates the self-denier from the sacrifices which it has imposed. The question may be asked, is it possible for a man working for small wages to save anything and lay it by in a savings bank when he requires every penny for the maintenance of his family? But the fact remains that it is done by many industrious and sober men, that they do deny themselves and put their spare earnings into savings banks and the other receptacles provided for poor men's savings. And if some can do this, all may do it under similar circumstances, without depriving themselves of any genuine pleasure or any real enjoyment. How intensely selfish it is for a person in the receipt of good pay to spend everything upon himself, or if he has a family, to spend the whole earnings from week to week and lay nothing by. When we hear that a man who has been in the receipt of a good salary has died and left nothing behind himself, that he has left his wife and family destitute, left them to chance, to live or perish anywhere, we cannot but regard it as the most selfish thriftlessness. And yet comparatively little is thought of such cases. Perhaps the hat goes round, subscriptions may produce something, perhaps nothing, and the ruined remnants of the unhappy family sink into poverty and destitution. Yet the merest prudence would to a great extent have obviated this result. The curtailment of any sensual or selfish enjoyment, of a glass of beer or a screw of tobacco, would enable a man in the course of years to save at least something for others instead of wasting it on himself. It is, in fact, the absolute duty of the poorest man to provide in however slight a degree for the support of himself and his family in the season of sickness and helplessness which often comes upon men when they least expect such a visitation. Comparatively few people can be rich, but most have it in their power to acquire, by industry and economy, sufficient to meet their personal wants. They may even become the possessor of savings sufficient to secure them against penury and poverty in their old age. It is not, however, the want of opportunity, but the want of will that stands in the way of economy. Men may labor unceasingly with hand or head, but they cannot abstain from spending too freely and living too highly. The majority prefer the enjoyment of pleasure to the practice of self-denial. With the mass of men, the animal is paramount. They often spend all that they earn. But it is not merely the working people who are spendthrifts. We hear of men who for years have been earning and spending hundreds a year, who suddenly die, leaving their children penniless. Everybody knows of such cases. At their death, the very furniture of the house they have lived in belongs to others. It is sold to pay their funeral expenses and debts which they have incurred during their thriftless lifetime. Money represents a multitude of objects without value or without real utility, but it also represents something much more precious, and that is independence. In this light, it is of great moral importance. As a guarantee of independence, the modest and plebeian quality of economy is at once ennobled and raised to the rank of one of the most meritorious of virtues. "Never treat money affairs with levity," said Bulwer. "Money is character." Some of man's best qualities depend upon the right use of money, such as his generosity, benevolence, justice, honesty, and forethought. Many of his worst qualities also originate in the bad use of money, such as greed, miserliness, injustice, extravagance, and improvidence. No class ever accomplished anything that lived from hand to mouth. People who spend all that they earn are ever hanging on the brink of destitution. They must necessarily be weak and impotent, the slaves of time and circumstance. They keep themselves poor. They lose self-respect as well as the respect of others. It is impossible that they can be free and independent. To be thriftless is enough to deprive one of all manly spirit and virtue. But a man with something saved, no matter how little, is in a different position. The little capital he has stored up is always a source of power. He is no longer the sport of time and fate. He can boldly look the world in the face. He is, in a manner, his own master. He can dictate his own terms. He can neither be bought nor sold. He can look forward with cheerfulness to an old age of comfort and happiness. As men become wise and thoughtful, they generally become provident and frugal. A thoughtless man, like a savage, spends as he gets, thinking nothing of tomorrow, of the time of adversity, or of the claims of those whom he has made dependent on him. But a wise man thinks of the future. He prepares in good time for the evil day that may come upon him and his family, and he provides carefully for those who are near and dear to him. What a serious responsibility does the man incur who marries! Not many seriously think of this responsibility. Perhaps this is wisely ordered, for much serious thinking might end in the avoidance of married life and its responsibilities. But once married, a man ought forthwith to determine that so far as his own efforts are concerned, want shall never enter his household, and that his children shall not, in the event of his being removed from the scene of life and labor, be left a burthen upon society. Economy with this object is an important duty. Without economy, no man can be just, no man can be honest. Improvidence is cruelty to women and children, though the cruelty is born of ignorance. A father spends his surplus means in drink, providing little and saving nothing, and then he dies, leaving his destitute family his lifelong victims. Can any form of cruelty surpass this? Yet this reckless course is pursued to a large extent among every class. The middle and upper classes are equally guilty with the lower classes. They live beyond their means. They live extravagantly. They are ambitious of glare and glitter, frivolity and pleasure. They struggle to be rich, that they may have the means of spending, of drinking rich wines, and giving good dinners. When Mr. Hume said in the House of Commons some years ago that the tone of living in England was altogether too high, his observation was followed with loud laughter. Yet his remark was perfectly true. It is far more true now than it was then. Thinking people believe that life is now too fast, and that we are living at high pressure. In short, we live extravagantly. We live beyond our means. We throw away our earnings, and often throw our lives after them. Many persons are diligent enough in making money, but do not know how to economize it, or how to spend it. They have sufficient skill and industry to do the one, but they want the necessary wisdom to do the other. The temporary passion for enjoyment seizes us, and we give way to it without regard to consequences. And yet it may be merely the result of forgetfulness, and might be easily controlled by firmness of will and by energetic resolution to avoid the occasional causes of expenditure for the future. The habit of saving arises, for the most part, in the desire to ameliorate our social condition, as well as to ameliorate the condition of those who are dependent upon us. It dispenses with everything which is not essential, and avoids all methods of living that are wasteful and extravagant. A purchase made at the lowest price will be dear if it be a superfluity. Little expenses lead to great. Buying things that are not wanted soon accustoms us to prodigality in other respects. Cicero said, "Not to have a mania for buying is to possess a revenue." Many are carried away by the habit of bargain buying. Here is something wonderfully cheap. Let us buy it. Have you any use for it? No, not at present, but it is sure to come in useful sometime. Fashion runs in this habit of buying. Some buy old china, as much as will furnish a china shop. Others buy old pictures, old furniture, old wines, all great bargains. There would be little harm in buying these old things if they were not so often bought at the expense of the connoisseur's creditors. Horace Walpole once said, "I hope that there will not be another sale, for I have not an inch of room nor a farthing left." Men must prepare in youth and in middle age the means of enjoying old age pleasantly and happily. There can be nothing more distressing than to see an old man, who has spent the greater part of his life in well-paid-for labor, reduced to the necessity of begging for bread, and relying entirely on the commiseration of his neighbors or upon the bounty of strangers. Such a consideration as this should inspire men in early life with a determination to work and to save for the benefit of themselves and their families in later years. It is, in fact, in youth that economy should be practiced, and in old age that men should dispense liberally, provided they do not exceed their income. The young man has a long future before him, during which he may exercise the principles of economy, whilst the other is reaching the end of his career and can carry nothing out of the world with him. This, however, is not the usual practice. The young man now spends, or desires to spend, quite as liberally, and often much more liberally than his father, who is about to end his career. He begins life where his father left off. He spends more than his father did at his age, and soon finds himself up to his ears in debt. To satisfy his incessant wants, he resorts to unscrupulous means and to illicit gains. He tries to make money rapidly. He speculates, overtrades, and is speedily wound up. Thus he obtains experience, but it is the result not of well-doing, but of ill-doing. Socrates recommends fathers of families to observe the practice of their thrifty neighbors, of those who spend their means to the best advantage, and to profit by their example. Thrift is essentially practical, and can best be taught by facts. Two men earn, say, 5 shillings a day. They are in precisely the same condition as respects family living and expenditure. Yet the one says he cannot save, and does not, while the other says he can save, and regularly deposits part of his savings in the savings bank, and eventually becomes a capitalist. Samuel Johnson fully knew the straits of poverty. He once signed his name Imprunus, or dinnerless. He had walked the streets with Savage, not knowing where to lay his head at night. Johnson never forgot the poverty through which he passed in his early life, and he was always counseling his friends and readers to avoid it. Like Cicero, he averred that the best source of wealth or well-being was economy. He called it the daughter of prudence, the sister of temperance, and the mother of liberty. His mind, his character, self-respect originating in self-love, instigates the first step of improvement. It stimulates a man to rise, to look upward, to develop his intelligence, to improve his condition. Self-respect is the root of most of the virtues, of cleanliness, chastity, reverence, honesty, sobriety. To think meanly of oneself is to sink, sometimes to descend a precipice at the bottom of which is infamy. Every man can help himself to some extent. We are not mere straws thrown upon a current to mark its course, but possessed of freedom of action, endowed with power to stem the waves and rise above them, each marking out a course for himself. We can each elevate ourselves in the scale of moral being. We can cherish pure thoughts. We can perform good actions. We can live soberly and frugally. We can provide against the evil day. We can read good books, listen to wise teachers, and place ourselves under the divinest influences on earth. We can live for the highest purposes and with the highest aims in life. Self-love and social are the same, says one of our poets. The man who improves himself improves the world. He adds one more true man to the mass. And the mass being made up of individuals, it is clear that were each to improve himself, the result would be the improvement of the whole. Social advancement is the consequence of individual advancement. The whole cannot be pure unless the individuals composing it are pure. Society at large is but a reflection of individual conditions. All this is but the repetition of a truism, but truisms have often to be repeated to make their full impression. Then again, a man, when he has improved himself, is better able to improve those who are brought into contact with him. He has more power. His sphere of vision is enlarged. He sees more clearly the defects in the condition of others that might be remedied. He can lend a more active helping hand to raise them. He has done his duty by himself, and can with more authority urge upon others the necessity of doing the like duty to themselves. How can a man be a social elevator who is himself walking in the mire of self-indulgence? How can he teach sobriety or cleanliness if he be himself drunken or foul? Physician, heal thyself, is the answer of his neighbors. The sum and substance of our remarks is this. In all the individual reforms or improvements that we desire, we must begin with ourselves. We must exhibit our gospel in our own life. We must teach by our own example. If we would have others elevated, we must elevate ourselves. Each man can exhibit the results in his own person. He can begin with self-respect. The uncertainty of life is a strong inducement to provide against the evil day. To do this is a moral and social as well as a religious duty. Quote, "He that provideth not for his own, and especially for those of his own household, hath denied the faith, and is worse than an infidel." End quote. The uncertainty of life is proverbially true. The strongest and healthiest man may be stricken down in a moment by accident or disease. If we take human life in the mass, we cannot fail to recognize the uncertainty of life as much as we do the certainty of death. There is a striking passage in Addison's Vision of Mirza in which life is pictured as a passage over a bridge of about 100 arches. A black cloud hangs over each end of the bridge. At the entrance to it there are hidden pitfalls very thickly set, through which the throngs disappear so soon as they have placed their feet upon the bridge. They grow thinner towards the center, they gradually disappear, until at length only a few persons reach the further side. And these also, having dropped through the pitfalls, the bridge at its further extremity becomes entirely clear. The description of Addison corresponds with the results of the observations made as to the duration of human life. Thus, of 100,000 persons born in this country, it has been ascertained that a fourth of them die before they have reached their 5th year, and 1/2 before they have reached their 50th year. 1,100 will reach their 90th year. 16 will live to 100. And only 2 persons out of the 100,000, like the last barks of an innumerable convoy, will reach the advanced and helpless age of 105 years. 2 things are very obvious: the uncertainty as to the hour of death in individuals, but the regularity and constancy of the circumstances which influence the duration of human life in the aggregate. It is a matter of certainty that the average life of all persons born in this country extends to about 45 years. This has been proved by a very large number of observations of human life and its duration. Equally extensive observations have been made as to the average number of persons of various ages who die yearly. It is always the number of the experiments which gives the law of probability. It is on such observations that the actuary founds his estimates of the mortality that exists at any given period of life. The actuary tells you that he has been guided by the laws of mortality. Now, the results must be very regular to justify the actuary in speaking of mortality as governed by laws, and yet it is so. Indeed, there would seem to be no such thing as chance in the world. Man lives and dies in conformity to a law. A sparrow falls to the ground in obedience to a law. Nay, there are matters in the ordinary transactions of life, such as one might suppose were the mere result of chance, which are ascertained to be of remarkable accuracy when taken in the mass. For instance, the number of letters put in the post office without an address, the number of letters wrongly directed, the number containing money, the number unstamped, continue nearly the same in relation to the number of letters posted from one year to another. Now, it is the business of man to understand the laws of health and to provide against their consequences, as, for instance, in the matter of sickness, accident, and premature death. We cannot escape the consequences of transgression of natural laws, though we may have meant well. We must have done well. The Creator does not alter his laws to accommodate them to our ignorance. He has furnished us with intelligence, so that we may understand them and act upon them, otherwise we must suffer the consequences in inevitable pain and sorrow. We often hear the cry raised, "Will nobody help us?" It is a spiritless, hopeless cry. It is sometimes a cry of revolting meanness, especially when it issues from those who, with a little self-denial, sobriety, and thrift, might easily help themselves. Many people have yet to learn that virtue, knowledge, freedom, and prosperity must spring from themselves. Legislation can do very little for them. It cannot make them sober, intelligent, and well-doing. The prime miseries of most men have their origin in causes far removed from acts of Parliament. The spendthrift laughs at legislation, the drunkard defies it, and arrogates the right of dispensing with forethought and self-denial, throwing upon others the blame for his ultimate wretchedness. The mob orators who gather the millions about them are very wide of the mark, when instead of seeking to train their crowd of hearers to habits of frugality, temperance, and self-culture, they encourage them to keep up the cry, "Will nobody help us?" The cry sickens the soul. It shows gross ignorance of the first elements of personal welfare. Help is in men themselves. They were born to help and to elevate themselves. They must work out their own salvation. The poorest men have done it. Why should not every man do it? The brave upward spirit ever conquers. The number of well-paid workmen in this country has become very large, who might easily save and economize to the improvement of their moral well-being, of their respectability and independence, and of their status in society as men and citizens. They are improvident and thriftless to an extent which proves not less hurtful to their personal happiness and domestic comfort than it is injurious to the society of which they form so important a part. In prosperous times they spend their gains recklessly, and when adverse times come, they are at once plunged in misery. Money is not used but abused, and when wage-earning people should be providing against old age or for the wants of a growing family, they are in too many cases feeding folly, dissipation, and vice. Let no one say that this is an exaggerated picture. It is enough to look around any neighborhood and see how much is spent and how little is saved, what a large proportion of earnings go to the beer shop, and how little to the savings bank or the benefit society. Prosperous times are very often the least prosperous of all times. In prosperous times, mills are working full-time, men, women, and children are paid high wages, warehouses are emptied and filled, goods are manufactured and exported, Wherries full of produce pass along the streets, immense luggage trains run along the railways, and heavily laden ships leave our shores daily for foreign ports full of the products of our industry. Everybody seems to be becoming richer and more prosperous. But we do not think of whether men and women are becoming wiser, better trained, less self-indulgent, more religiously disposed, or living for any higher purpose than the satisfaction of the animal appetite. If this apparent prosperity be closely examined, it will be found that expenditure is increasing in all directions. There are demands for higher wages, and the higher wages, when obtained, are spent as soon as earned. Intemperate habits are formed, and once formed, the habit of intemperance continues. Increased wages, instead of being saved, are for the most part spent in drink. Thus, when a population is thoughtless and improvident, no kind of material prosperity will benefit them. Unless they exercise forethought and economy, they will alternately be in a state of hunger and burst. When trade falls off, as it usually does after exceptional prosperity, they will not be comforted by the thought of what they might have saved had it ever occurred to them that the prosperous times might not have proved permanent. During prosperous times, Saint Monday is regularly observed. The bank holiday is repeated weekly. "Where are all the workmen?" said a master to his foreman on going the rounds among his builders. "This work must be pushed on and covered in while the fine weather lasts." "Why, sir," said the foreman, "this is Monday, and they have not spent all their money yet." Dean Boyd, preaching at Exeter on behalf of the Devonshire hospitals, expressed his belief that the annual loss to the workpeople engaged in the woolen manufacture, the cotton trade, the bricklaying and building trade, by idle Monday, amounted to over 7 millions sterling. If man's chief end were to manufacture cloth, silk, cotton, hardware, toys, and china, to buy in the cheapest market and to sell in the dearest, to cultivate land, grow corn, and graze cattle, to live for mere money profit, and hoard or spend as the case might be, we might then congratulate ourselves upon our national prosperity. But is this the chief end of man? Has he not faculties, affections, and sympathies besides muscular organs? Has not his mind and heart certain claims, as well as his mouth and his back? Has he not a soul as well as a stomach? And ought not prosperity to include the improvement and well-being of his morals and intellect, as well as of his bones and muscles? Mere money is no indication of prosperity. A man's nature may remain the same. It may even grow more stunted and deformed while he is doubling his expenditure or adding cent per cent to his hoards yearly. It is the same with the mass. The increase of their gains may merely furnish them with increased means for gratifying animal indulgences, unless their moral character keeps pace with their physical advancement. Double the gains of an uneducated, overworked man in time of prosperity, and what is the result? Simply that you have furnished him with the means of eating and drinking more. Thus, not even the material well-being of the population is secured by that condition of things which is defined by political economists as national prosperity. And so long as the moral elements of the question are ignored, this kind of prosperity is, we believe, calculated to produce far more mischievous results than good. It is knowledge and virtue alone that can confer dignity on a man's life, and the growth of such qualities in a nation are the only true marks of its real prosperity, not the infinite manufacture and sale of cotton prints, toys, hardware, and crockery. The Bishop of Manchester, when preaching at a harvest thanksgiving near Preston, referred to a letter which he had received from a clergyman in the south of England, who, after expressing his pleasure at the fact that the agricultural laborers were receiving higher wages, lamented, quote, that at present the only result he could discover from their higher wages was that a great deal more beer was consumed. If this was the use we are making of this prosperity, we could hardly call it a blessing for which we had a right or ground to thank God. The true prosperity of the nation consisted not so much in the fact that the nation was growing in wealth, though wealth was a necessary attribute of prosperity, but that it was growing in virtue, and that there was a more equable distribution of comfort, contentment, and the things of this lower world. End quote. In making the preceding observations, we do not in the least advocate the formation of miserly, penurious habits, for we hate the scrub, the screw, the miser. All that we contend for is that man should provide for the future, that they should provide during good times for the bad times which almost invariably follow them, that they should lay by a store of savings as a breakwater against want, and make sure of a little fund which may maintain them in their old age, secure their self-respect, and add to their personal comfort and social well-being. Thrift is not in any way connected with avarice, usury, greed, or selfishness. It is, in fact, the very reverse of these disgusting dispositions. It means economy for the purpose of securing independence. Thrift requires that money should be used and not abused, that it should be honestly earned and economically employed. Quote, not for to put it in a hedge, not for a train attendant, but for the glorious privilege of being independent. End quote. End of Section 2. Habits of Thrift.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Improvidence. The man who has a wife and children has given hostages to fortune. Lord Bacon. In all conditions and circumstances, well-being is in the power of those who have power over themselves. J. Gurney. Where is their common sense? Alas, what imprudence! Early marriages, many children, poor rates, and the workhouse. They are born, they are wretched, they die. In no foreign country of far less civilization than England is there the same improvidence. Lord Lytton. No man oppresses thee, O free and independent franchiser, but does not this stupid pewter pot oppress thee? No son of Adam can bid thee come or go, but this absurd pot of heavy wet can and does. Thou art the thrall, not of Cedric the Saxon, but of thy own brutal appetites, and this accursed dish of liquor. And thou pratest of thy liberty, thou entire blockhead. Carlyle. Never did any pub-like misery rise of itself. God's plagues still grounded are on common stains of our humanity, and to the flame which ruineth mankind, man gives the matter, or at least gives wind. Daniel. England is one of the richest countries in the world. Our merchants are enterprising, our manufacturers are industrious, our laborers are hard-working. There is an accumulation of wealth in the country to which past times can offer no parallel. The bank is gorged with gold. There never was more food in the empire. There never was more money. There is no end to our manufacturing productions, for the steam engine never tires. And yet, notwithstanding all this wealth, there is an enormous mass of poverty. Close alongside the wealth of nations, there gloomily stalks the misery of nations. Luxurious ease resting upon a dark background of wretchedness. Parliamentary reports have again and again revealed to us the miseries endured by certain portions of our working population. They have described the people employed in factories, workshops, mines, and brick fields, as well as in the pursuits of country life. We have tried to grapple with the evils of their condition by legislation, but it seems to mock us. Those who sink into poverty are fed, but they remain paupers. Those who feed them feel no compassion, and those who are fed return no gratitude. There is no bond of sympathy between the givers and the receivers. Thus the haves and the have-nots, the opulent and the indigent, stand at the two extremes of the social scale, and a wide gulf is fixed between them. Among rude and savage people, the condition of poverty is uniform. Provided the bare appetites are satisfied, suffering is scarcely felt. Where slavery exists, indigence is little known, for it is the master's interest to keep the slave in a condition fit for labor, and the employer generally takes care to supply the animal wants of the employed. It is only when society becomes civilized and free, and man enters into competition with his fellows, that he becomes exposed to indigence and experiences social misery. Where civilization, as in this country, has reached its highest point, and where large accumulations of wealth have been made, the misery of the indigent classes is only rendered more acute by the comfort and luxury with which it is placed in immediate contrast. Much of the existing misery is caused by selfishness, by the greed to accumulate wealth on the one hand, and by improvidence on the other. Accumulation of money has become the great desire and passion of the age. The wealth of nations and not the happiness of nations is the principal aim. We study political economy and let social economy shift for itself. Regard for number one is the prevailing maxim. High profits are regarded as the summum bonum, no matter how obtained or at what sacrifice. Money is our God. Devil take the hindmost, our motto. The spirits of darkness rule supreme. Mammon has led them on, Mammon the least erect of all the spirits that fell from heaven. With respect to the poorer classes, what has become of them in the midst of our so-called civilization? An immense proportion of them remain entirely uncivilized. Though living in a Christian country, Christianity has never reached them. They are as uncivilized and unchristianized as the Trinobantes were at the landing of Julius Caesar about 1900 years ago. Yet these uncivilized people live in our midst. St. James's and St. Giles's lie close together. In the parks of London, you may see how gold is worshipped. In the East End of London, you may see to what depths human misery may fall. They work, eat, drink, and sleep. That constitutes their life. They think nothing of providing for tomorrow or for next week or for next year. They abandon themselves to their sensual appetites and make no provision whatever for the future. The thought of adversity or of coming sorrow or of the helplessness that comes with years and sickness never crosses their minds. In these respects, they resemble the savage tribes who know no better and do no worse. Like the North American Indians, they debase themselves by the vices which accompany civilization but make no use whatever of its benefits and advantages. Captain Perry found the Eskimo near the North Pole as uncivilized as the miserable creatures who inhabit the dens of our great cities. They were, of course, improvident, for, like savages generally, they never save. They are always either feasting or famished. When they found a quantity of whale's blubber, they would eat as much of it as they could and hide the rest. Yet their improvidence gave them no concern. Even when they had been without food or fuel for days together, they would be as gay and good-humored as usual. They never thought of how they should be provided for tomorrow. Saving for the future forms no part of the savage economy. Amongst civilized peoples, cold is said to be the parent of frugality. Thus the northern nations of Europe owe a portion of their prosperity to the rigor of their climate. Cold makes them save during summer to provide food, coal, and clothing during winter. It encourages house building and housekeeping. Hence, Germany is more industrious than Sicily, Holland and Belgium than Andalusia, North America and Canada than Mexico. When the late Edward Denison, MP for Newark, with unexampled self-denial, gave up a large portion of his time and labor to reclaim the comparatively uncivilized population of the East End of London, the first thing he did was to erect an iron church of 2 stories, the lower part of which was used as a school and lecture room, and also as a club where men and boys might read, play games, and do anything else that might keep them out of the drinking houses. What is so bad in this quarter, said Mr. Denison, is the habitual condition of this mass of humanity, its uniform mean level, the absence of anything more civilizing than a grinding organ to raise the ideas beyond the daily bread and beer, the utter want of education, the complete indifference to religion, with the fruits of all this, improvidence, dirt, and their secondaries, crime and disease. There is no one to give a push to struggling energy, to guide aspiring intelligence, or to break the fall of unavoidable misfortune. The mission clergyman, he goes on to say, is a sensible, energetic man in whose hands the work of civilizing the people is making as much progress as can be expected. But most of his energy is taken up in serving tables, nor can any great advance be made while every nerve has to be strained to keep the people from absolute starvation. And this is what happens every winter. What a monstrous thing it is that in the richest country in the world, large masses of the population should be condemned annually by a natural operation of nature to starvation and death. It is all very well to say, how can it be helped? Why, it was not so in our grandfathers' time. Behind us they were in many ways, but they were not met every winter with the spectacle of starving thousands. The fact is, we have accepted the marvelous prosperity which has in the last 20 years been granted us, without reflecting on the conditions attached to it, and without nerving ourselves to the exertion and the sacrifices which their fulfillment demands. And yet Mr. Denison clearly saw that if the people were sufficiently educated and taught to practice the virtue of thrift, much of this misery might be prevented. The people, he elsewhere says, create their destitution and their disease. Probably there are hardly any of the most needy who, if they had been only moderately frugal and provident, could not have placed themselves in a position to tide over the occasional months of want of work or of sickness, which there always must be. I do not underrate the difficulty of laying by out of weekly earnings, but I say it can be done. A dock laborer, while a young, strong, unmarried man could lay by half his weekly wages, and such men are almost sure of constant employment. After showing how married men might also save, Mr. Denison goes on to say, saving is within the reach of nearly every man, even if quite at the bottom of the tree. But if it were of anything like common occurrence, the destitution and disease of this city would be kept within quite manageable limits, and this will take place. I may not live to see it, but it will be within 2 generations. For unfortunately, this amount of change may be effected without the least improvement in the spiritual condition of the people. Good laws, energetically enforced with compulsory education, supplemented by gratuitous individual exertion, which will then have a much reduced field and much fairer prospects, will certainly succeed in giving the mass of the people so much light as will generally guide them into so much industry and morality as is clearly conducive to their bodily ease and advancement in life. The difference in thriftiness between the English workpeople and the inhabitants of Guernsey is thus referred to by Mr. Denison. The difference between poverty and pauperism is brought home to us very strongly by what I see here. In England, we have people faring sumptuously while they are getting good wages, and coming on the parish paupers the moment those wages are suspended. Here, people are never dependent upon any support but their own, but they live of their own free will in a style of frugality which a landlord would be hooted at for suggesting to his cottagers. We pity Hodge, reduced to bacon and greens, and to meat only once a week. The principal meal of a Guernsey farmer consists of soup à la graisse, which is, being interpreted, cabbage and peas stewed with a little dripping. This is the daily dinner of men who own perhaps 3 or 4 cows, a pig or 2, and poultry. But the produce and the flesh of these creatures they sell in the market, investing their gains in extension of land or stock, or in quarters, that is, rent charges on land, certificates of which are readily bought and sold in the market. Footnote: Letters and other writings of the late Edward Denison, M.P., pages 141-142. End of footnote. Mr. Denison died before he could accomplish much. He was only able to make a beginning. The misery arising from improvidence, which he so deeply deplored, still exists, and is even more widely spread. It is not merely the artisan who spends all that he earns, but the classes above him, who cannot plead the same excuse of ignorance. Many of what are called the upper classes are no more excusable than the lower. They waste their means on keeping up appearances and in feeding folly, dissipation, and vice. No one can reproach the English workman with want of industry. He works harder and more skillfully than the workmen of any other country, and he might be more comfortable and independent in his circumstances were he as prudent as he is laborious. But improvidence is unhappily the defect of the class. Even the best-paid English workmen, though earning more money than the average of professional men, still, for the most part, belong to the poorer classes because of their thoughtlessness. In prosperous times, they were not accustomed to make provision for adverse times, and when a period of social pressure occurs, they are rarely found more than a few weeks ahead of positive want. Hence, the skilled workman, unless trained in good habits, may exhibit no higher a life than that of the mere animal, and the earning of increased wages will only furnish him with increased means for indulging in the gratification of his grosser appetites. Mr. Chadwick says that during the cotton famine, families trooped into the relief rooms in the most abject condition, whose previous aggregate wages exceeded the income of many curates, as had the wages of many of the individual workmen. Footnote: Address on Economy and Trade by Edwin Chadwick, C.B., page 22. End of footnote. In a time of prosperity, working people feast, and in a time of adversity they clem. Their earnings, to use their own phrase, come in at the spigot and go out at the bunghole. When prosperity comes to an end and they are paid off, they rely upon chance and providence, the providence of the improvident. Though trade has invariably its cycles of good and bad years, like the lean and fat kine in Pharaoh's dream, its bursts of prosperity, followed by glut, panic, and distress, the thoughtless and spendthrift take no heed of experience and make no better provision for the future. Improvidence seems to be one of the most incorrigible of faults. There are whole neighborhoods in the manufacturing districts, says Mr. Baker in a recent report, where not only are there no savings worth mentioning, but where, within a fortnight of being out of work, the workers themselves are starving for want of the merest necessaries. Not a strike takes place, but immediately the workmen are plunged in destitution. Their furniture and watches are sent to the pawn shop, whilst deplorable appeals are made to the charitable, and numerous families are cast upon the poor rates. This habitual improvidence, though of course there are many admirable exceptions, is the real cause of the social degradation of the artisan. This too is the prolific source of social misery. But the misery is entirely the result of human ignorance and self-indulgence. For though the Creator has ordained poverty, the poor are not necessarily, nor as a matter of fact, the miserable. Misery is the result of moral causes, most commonly of individual vice and improvidence. The Reverend Mr. Norris, in speaking of the habits of the highly paid miners and iron workers of South Staffordshire, says, "Improvidence is too tame a word for it. It is recklessness. Here young and old, married and unmarried, are uniformly and almost avowedly self-indulgent spendthrifts. One sees this reckless character marring and vitiating the nobler traits of their nature. Their gallantry in the face of danger is akin to foolhardiness. Their power of intense labor is seldom exerted except to compensate for time lost in idleness and revelry. Their readiness to make gatherings for their sick and married comrades seems only to obviate the necessity of previous saving. Their very creed, and after their sort they are a curiously devotional people holding frequent prayer meetings in the pits, often degenerates into fanatical fatalism. But it is seen far more painfully and unmistakably in the alternate plethora and destitution between which, from year's end to year's end, the whole population seems to oscillate. The prodigal revelry of the reckoning night, the drunkenness of Sunday, the refusal to work on Monday and perhaps Tuesday, and then the untidiness of their home towards the latter part of the 2 or 3 weeks which intervene before the next pay-day, their children kept from school, their wives and daughters on the pit-bank, their furniture in the pawn-shop, the crowded and miry lanes in which they live, their houses often cracked from top to bottom by the crowning in of the ground, without drainage or ventilation or due supply of water. Such a state of things as this, coexisting with earnings which might ensure comfort and even prosperity, seems to prove that no legislation can cure the evil. We have certainly had numerous reforms. We have had household suffrage and vote by ballot. We have relieved the working classes of the taxes on corn, cattle, coffee, sugar, and provisions generally, and imposed a considerable proportion of the taxes from which they have been relieved on the middle and upper ranks. Yet these measures have produced but little improvement in the condition of the working people. They have not applied the principle of reform to themselves. They have not begun at home. Yet the end of all reform is the improvement of the individual. Everything that is wrong in society results from that which is wrong in the individual. When men are bad, society is bad. Franklin, with his shrewd common sense, observed, the taxes are indeed very heavy, and if those laid on by the government were the only ones we had to pay, we might more easily discharge them. But we have many others, and much more grievous to some of us. We are taxed quite as much by our idleness, 3 times as much by our pride, and 4 times as much by our folly. And from these taxes the commissioners cannot ease or deliver us by allowing an abatement. Lord John Russell once made a similar statement to a body of working men who waited upon him for the purpose of asking relief from taxation. You complain of the taxes, he said, but think of how you tax yourselves. You consume about 50 millions yearly in drink. Is there any government that would dare to tax you to that extent? You have it in your own power greatly to reduce the taxes, and that without in any way appealing to us. Complaining that the laws are bad and that the taxes are heavy will not mend matters. Aristocratic government and the tyranny of masters are nothing like so injurious as the tyranny of vicious appetites. Men are easily led away by the parade of their miseries, which are for the most part voluntary and self-imposed, the results of idleness, thriftlessness, intemperance, and misconduct. To blame others for what we suffer is always more agreeable to our self-pride than to blame ourselves. But it is perfectly clear that people who live from day to day without plan, without rule, without forethought, who spend all their earnings without saving anything for the future, are preparing beforehand for inevitable distress. To provide only for the present is the sure means to sacrificing the future. What hope can there be for a people whose only maxim seems to be, let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die? All this may seem very hopeless, yet it is not entirely so. The large earnings of the working classes is an important point to start with. The gradual diffusion of education will help them to use and not abuse their means of comfortable living. The more extended knowledge of the uses of economy, frugality, and thrift will help them to spend their lives more soberly, virtuously, and religiously. Mr. Denison was of opinion that much of this might be accomplished within 2 generations. Social improvement is always very slow. How extremely tardy has been the progress of civilization. How gradually have its humanizing influences operated in elevating the mass of the people. It requires the lapse of generations before its effects can be so much as discerned, for a generation is but a day in the history of civilization. It has cost most nations ages of wars before they could conquer their right of existence as nations. It took 4 centuries of persecutions and martyrdoms to establish Christianity, and 2 centuries of civil wars to establish the Reformation. The emancipation of the bondsman from feudal slavery was only reached through long ages of misery. From the days in which our British progenitors rushed to battle in their war paint, or those more recent times when the whole of the laboring people were villains and serfs, bought and sold with the soil which they tilled, to the times in which we now live, how wide the difference, how gratifying the contrast. Surely it ought not to be so difficult to put an end to the satanic influences of thriftlessness, drunkenness, and improvidence. End of section 3.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Means of Saving. Part 1. Quote, Self-reliance and self-denial will teach a man to drink out of his own cistern, and eat his own sweetbread, and to learn and labor truly to get his own living, and carefully to save and expend the good things committed to his trust. End quote. Lord Bacon. Quote, Love, therefore labor. If thou shouldst not want it for food, thou mayest for physic. It is wholesome for the body, and good for the mind. It prevents the fruit of idleness. End quote. William Penn. Quote, The parent who does not teach his child a trade teaches him to be a thief. End quote. Brahmanical Scriptures. Those who say that it can't be done are probably not aware that many of the working classes are in the receipt of incomes considerably larger than those of professional men. That this is the case is not by any means a secret. It is published in blue books, it is given in evidence before parliamentary committees, it is reported in newspapers. Any coal owner or iron master or cotton spinner will tell you of the high wages that he pays to his workpeople. Families employed in the cotton manufacture are able to earn over £3 a week, according to the number of the children employed. Footnote. A return of 7 families employed by Henry Ashworth, New Cayley Mills, Lancashire, is given in the Blue Book, entitled Report of the Paris Universal Exhibition 1867, containing the returns relative to the new order of reward, page 163. Of the 7 families, the lowest earnings per family amounted to £2 14 shillings 6pence, and the highest to £3 19 shillings a week. End of footnote. Their annual incomes will thus amount to about £150 a year, which is considerably larger than the incomes of many professional men, higher than the average of country surgeons, larger than the average of the clergy and ministers of all denominations, higher than the average of the teachers of common schools, and probably higher than the average income of the middle classes of the United Kingdom generally. An employer at Blackburn informs us that many persons earn upwards of £5 a week, or equal to an average income of £260 a year. Such families, he says, quote, ought not to expend more than £3 weekly. The rest should be saved. But most of them, after feeding and clothing themselves, spend the rest in drink and dissipation. End quote. The wages are similar in the Burnley district, where food, drink, and dress absorb the greater part of the work-people's earnings. In this, as in other factory districts, the practice of young persons, mill workers, boarding with their parents is prevalent, and is very detrimental to parental authority. Another reporter says, wages are increasing as there is more money and more time to spend it in. Sobriety is not on the increase, especially amongst females. The operatives employed in the woolen manufacture receive about 40 shillings a week, and some as much as 60. See the above Blue Book, page 57, certifying the wages paid by Bliss and Son of Chipping, Norton Woolen Factory. Besides the amount earned by their children. A good mechanic in an engine shop makes from 35 to 45 shillings a week, and some mechanics make much larger wages. Multiply these figures, and it will be found that they amount to an annual income of from 100 to 120 pounds a year. But the colliers and iron workers are paid much higher wages. One of the largest ironmasters recently published in the newspapers the names of certain colliers in his employment who were receiving from 4 to 5 pounds a week, or equal to an annual income of from 200 to 250 pounds a year. Richard Fothergill, Esquire, M.P. He published a subsequent letter from which we extract the following, No doubt such earnings seem large to clerks and educated men who, after receiving a costly education, have often to struggle hard for bread, but they are nevertheless the rightful earnings of steady manual labor, and I have the pleasure of adding that while all steady, well-disposed colliers in good health could make equally good wages, many hundreds in South Wales are quietly doing as much or more. Witness a steady collier in my employment, with his 2 sons living at home, whose monthly pay ticket has averaged £30 for the last 12-month. Another steady collier within my information, aided by his son, has earned during the past 5 months upwards of £20 a month on the average, and from his manual labor as an ordinary collier, for it is of the working colliers and firemen I'm speaking all along, he has built 15 good houses, and disregarding all menaces, he continues his habits of steady industry, whereby he hopes to accumulate an independence for his family in all events. Iron workers are paid a still higher rate of wages. A plate roller easily makes 300 a year. See Messrs. Fox, Head and Company's return in the Blue Book above referred to. This was the rate of wages at Middlesbrough in Yorkshire. In South Wales, the wages of the principal operatives engaged in the iron manufacture recently were puddlers, 9 shillings a day; first heaters on the rail mills, 8 shillings 9 a day; second heaters, 11 shillings 7, roughers, 10 shillings 9, rollers, 13 shillings 2 or equal to that amount. The rollers in rail mills often make much more. In busy times they have made as much as from 7 to 10 guineas a week, or equal to from 3 to 500 a year. Even at the present time, when business is so much depressed, the mill rollers make an average wage of £5 10 shillings a week. But like the workers in cotton mills, the iron workers are often helped by their sons, who are also paid high wages. Thus the underhands are usually boys from 14 years of age and upwards, who earn about 19 shillings a week, and the helpers are boys of under 14, who earn about 9 shillings a week. These earnings are far above the average incomes of the professional classes. The rail rollers are able to earn a rate of pay equal to that of lieutenant colonels in Her Majesty's Foot Guards, plate rollers equal to that of majors of foot, and roughers equal to that of lieutenants and adjutants. Goldsmith spoke of the country curate as passing rich with £40 a year. The incomes of curates have certainly increased since the time when Goldsmith wrote, but nothing like the incomes of skilled and unskilled workmen. If curates merely worked for money, they would certainly change their vocation and become colliers and iron workers. When the author visited Renfrewshire a few years ago, the colliers were earning from 10 to 14 shillings a day. According to the common saying, they were, making money like a minting machine, To take an instance, a father and 3 sons were earning £60 a month, or equal to a united income of more than £700 a year. The father was a sober, steady, ident man. While the high wages lasted, he was the first to enter the pit in the morning, and the last to leave it at night. He only lost 5 days in one year, 1873 to 4, the loss being occasioned by fast days and holidays. Believing that the period of high wages could not last long, he and his sons worked as hard as they could. They saved a good deal of money and bought several houses, besides educating themselves to occupy higher positions. In the same neighborhood, another collier with 4 sons was earning money at about the same rate per man, that is about £75 a month, or £500 a year. This family bought 5 houses within a year, and saved a considerable sum besides. The last information we had respecting them was that the father had become a contractor, that he employed about 60 colliers and redsmen. Redsmen are the men who clear the way for the colliers. They red up the debris and build up the roof in the long wall system as the colliery advances. And was allowed so much for every ton of coals brought to bank. The sons were looking after their father's interests. They were all sober, diligent, sensible men, and took a great deal of interest in the education and improvement of the people in their neighborhood. At the same time that these 2 families of colliers were doing so well, it was very different with the majority of their fellow workmen. These only worked about 3 days in every week. Some spent their earnings at the public house, others took a whiskey ploy at the seaside. For that purpose they hired all the gigs, droskies, cabs, or machines about a fortnight beforehand. The results were seen as the successive Monday mornings came round. The magistrate sat at the neighboring town, where a number of men and women with black eyes and broken heads were brought before him for judgment. Before the time of high wages, the courthouse business was got through in an hour. Sometimes there was no business at all. But when the wages were doubled, the magistrate could scarcely get through the business in a day. It seemed as if high wages meant more idleness, more whiskey, and more broken heads and faces. These were doubtless roaring times for the colliers, who, had they possessed the requisite self-denial, might have made little fortunes. Many of the men who worked out the coal remained idle 3 or 4 days in the week, while those who burnt the coal were famished and frozen for want of it. The working people who were not colliers will long remember that period as the time of the coal famine. While it lasted, Lord Elcho went over to Tranent, a village in East Lothian, to address the colliers upon their thriftlessness, their idleness, and their attempted combinations to keep up the price of coal. He had the moral courage, a quality much wanted in these days, to tell his constituents some hard but honest truths. He argued with them about the coal famine and their desire to prolong it. They were working 3 days a week and idling the other days. Some of them did not do a stroke of work during a week or a fortnight. Others were taking about 100 bank holidays yearly. But what were they doing with the money they earned? Were they saving it for a rainy day, or when the roaring times no longer existed? Were they preparing to fall back upon the poor rates? He found that in one case a man with his 2 sons was earning £7 in a fortnight. I should like, he said, to see those Scotchmen who are in the mining business taking advantage of these happy times and endeavouring by their industry to rise from their present position, to exercise self-help, to acquire property, and possibly to become coal masters themselves." It had been said in the newspaper that a miner was earning wages equal to that of a captain, and that a mining boy was earning wages equal to that of a lieutenant in Her Majesty's service. "I only know," said Lord Elcho, "that I have a boy who, when he first joined Her Majesty's service, was an ensign, and that his wage, to earn which, remember, he had under the purchase system to pay £500, was not the wage you are now receiving, but the wage which you were receiving in bad times, and that was only 5 shillings a day." It might be said that the collier risks his life in earning his wages, but so does the soldier, and the gallant boy to whom Lord Elcho referred afterwards lost his life in the Ashanti campaign. The times of high wages did not leave a very good impression on the public mind. Prices became higher, morals became lower, and the work done was badly done. There was a considerable deterioration in the character of British workmanship. We began to rely too much upon the foreigner. Trade was to a large extent destroyed, and an enormous loss of capital was sustained both by the workmen and by the masters. Lord Aberdare was of opinion that 3 millions sterling were lost by the workmen alone during the recent strike in South Wales. 120,000 workmen were in enforced idleness at once, and £150,000 were lost every week in wages during the time that they remained idle. What the employers think of the recent flash of prosperity can easily be imagined. But it may not be unnecessary to quote some of the statements of correspondents. A large employer of labour in South Lancashire says, "Drunkenness increases and personal violence is not sufficiently discouraged. High wages and household suffrage came upon the people before education had prepared them for the change." In a large ironwork near Newcastle, where the men were paid the highest wages for rolling plates and rails, and where they were earning between £300 and £400 a year, the proprietors observe, "Except in a few instances, we are afraid that workmen and their families spend most of their earnings." Another employer in South Staffordshire says, "In the majority of cases the men employed in the ironwork spend the whole of their wages before the end of the following week. There are, of course, some exceptions, but they are, unhappily, very few." Another in South Wales says, "As to the thrifty habits of the men, a small minority are careful in saving. They generally invest their money in cottage property, but the great majority of the men spend their money often before they earn it, and that in the most reckless way. Large sums are spent in drink. This leads to idleness, and owing to drink and idling, the works are kept short of men until about Wednesday in each week, when the greater part of the most idly disposed have become sobered down. Of course, when wages are low, the men work more regularly, there is less drinking, and altogether the condition of the place is healthier in every respect, both in a moral and physical sense." Another observer remarks that the miners of Bilston are about 6,000 in number, and they spend more than £50,000 annually in the purchase of ale and liquors. Their improvidence may be studied with advantage in the Bilston market. No other market is supplied with finer poultry or comparatively to the population in greater abundance, and this is chiefly, if not entirely, for the consumption of the labouring classes, for the resident inhabitants not directly associated with those classes are few in number. Sordid and ill-favoured men may there be seen buying on Saturday chickens, ducks, and geese which they eat for supper, and in some instances bottled porter and wine. Yet so little have they beforehand in the world, that if the works were to stop they would begin within a fortnight to pawn the little furniture of their cottages and their clothes for subsistence and for drink. Mr. Chambers of Edinburgh, in his description of the working classes of Sunderland, makes these remarks, "With deep sorrow I mention that everywhere one tale was told. Intemperance prevails to a large extent, good wages are squandered on mean indulgences, there is little care for the morrow, and the workhouse is the ultimate refuge. One man, a skilled worker in an iron foundry, was pointed out as having for years received a wage of 1 guinea a day, or 6 guineas a week. He had spent all, mostly in drink, and was now reduced to a lower department at £1 a week." Another illustration occurs. A clerk at Blackburn took a house for £20 a year, and sublet the cellars underneath to a factory operative at a rental of £5 a year. The clerk had a wife, 4 children, and a servant. The operative had a wife and 5 children. The clerk and his family were well dressed. Their children went to school, and all went to church on Sundays. The operative's family went, some to the factory, others to the gutter, but none to school. They were ill dressed, excepting on Sundays, when they obtained their clothes from the pawn shop. As the Saturdays came round, the frying pan in the cellar was almost constantly at work until Monday night, and as regularly as Thursday arrived the bundle of clothes was sent to the pawn shop. Yet the income of the upper class family in the higher part of the house was £100 a year, and the income of the lower class family in the cellar was £50 more, that is £150 a year. An employer in the same neighbourhood used to say, "I cannot afford lamb, salmon, young ducks and green peas, new potatoes, strawberries, and such like, until after my hands have been consuming these delicacies of the season for some 3 or 4 weeks." The intense selfishness, thriftlessness, and folly of these highly paid operatives is scarcely credible. Exceptions are frequently taken to calling the working classes the lower orders, but the lower orders they will always be, so long as they indicate such sensual indulgence and improvidence. In cases such as these, improvidence is not only a great sin and a feeder of sin, but it is a great cruelty. In the case of the father of a family who has been instrumental in bringing a number of helpless beings into the world, it is heartless and selfish in the highest degree to spend money on personal indulgences such as drink, which do the parent no good, and the mother and the children, through the hereditary bad example, an irreparable amount of mischief. The father takes sick, is thrown out of work, and his children are at once deprived of the means of subsistence. The reckless parent has not even taken the precaution to enter a provident or a benefit society, and while he is sick his wife and children are suffering the pangs of hunger. or he dies, and the poor creatures are thrown upon the charity of strangers, or on the miserable pittance wrung from the poor rates. It would seem to be of little use preaching up an extension of rights to a people who are so supinely indifferent to their own well-being, who are really unconcerned about their own elevation. The friends of the industrious should faithfully tell them that they must exercise prudence, economy, and self-denial if they would really be raised from selfish debasement and become elevated to the dignity of thinking beings. It is only by practicing the principles of self-dependence that they can achieve a dignity, stability, and consideration in society, or that they can acquire such influence and power as to raise them in the scale of social well-being. Brown, the Oxford shoemaker, was of opinion that, quote, "a good mechanic is the most independent man in the world," end quote. At least he ought to be such. He has always a market for his skill, and if he be ordinarily diligent, sober, and intelligent, he may be useful, healthy, and happy. With a thrifty use of his means, he may, if he earns from 30 to 40 shillings a week, dress well, live well, and educate his children creditably. Hugh Miller never had more than 24 shillings a week while working as a journeyman stonemason, and here is the result of his 15 years' experience. Quote, "Let me state, for it seems to be very much the fashion to draw dolorous pictures of the condition of the labouring classes, that from the close of the first year in which I worked as a journeyman until I took final leave of the mallet and chisel, I never knew what it was to want a shilling, that my 2 uncles, my grandfather, and the mason with whom I served my apprenticeship, all working men, had had a similar experience, and that it was the experience of my father also. I cannot doubt that deserving mechanics may, in exceptional cases, be exposed to want. But I can as little doubt that the cases are exceptional, and that much of the suffering of the class is a consequence either of improvidence on the part of the competently skilled, or of a course of trifling during the term of apprenticeship, quite as common as trifling at school, that always lands those who indulge in it in the hapless position of the inferior workman." End quote. It is most disheartening to find that so many of the highest paid workmen in the kingdom should spend so large a portion of their earnings in their own personal and sensual gratification. Many spend a third, and others half their entire earnings in drink. It would be considered monstrous on the part of any man whose lot has been cast among the educated classes to exhibit such a degree of self-indulgence, and to spend even 1/4 of his income upon objects in which his wife and children have no share. Mr. Rumk recently asked at a public meeting meeting of the Mechanics' Institutes at Dewsbury, Yorkshire, quote, "Why should the male who makes £200 or £300 a year by his mechanical labour be a rude, coarse, brutal fellow? There is no reason why he should be so. Why should he not be like a gentleman? Why should not his house be like my house? When I go home from my labour, what do I find? I find a cheerful wife. I find an elegant, educated woman. I have a daughter, she's the same. Why should you not find the same happy influences at home? I want to know, when the working man comes from his daily labour to his home, why he should not find his table spread as mine is spread, why he should not find his wife well dressed, cleanly, loving, kind, and his daughter the same. We all know that many working men, earning good wages, spend their money in the beer-house and in drunkenness instead of in clothing their wives and families. Why should not these men spend their wages as I spend my small stipend, in intellectual pleasures, in joining with my family in intellectual pursuits? Why should not working men, after enjoying their dinners and thanking God for what they've got, turn their attention to intellectual enjoyments, instead of going out to get drunk in the nearest pot-house? Depend on it, these things ought to go to the heart of a working man, and he is not a friend to the working man who talks to him and makes him believe that he is a great man in the state, and who doesn't tell him what are the duties of his position." End quote. End of section 4. Read by Sandra, Montreal, 2021.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Means of Saving, Part 2. It is difficult to account for the waste and extravagance of working people. It must be the hereditary remnant of the original savage. It must be a survival. The savage feasts and drinks until everything is gone, and then he hunts or goes to war. Or it may be the survival of slavery in the state. Slavery was one of the first human institutions. The strong man made the weak man work for him. The warlike race subdued the less warlike race, and made them their slaves. Thus slavery existed from the earliest times. In Greece and Rome the writing was done by freemen, the labor by helots and bondsmen. But slavery also existed in the family. The wife was the slave of her husband, as much as the slave whom he bought in the public market. Slavery long existed among ourselves. It existed when Caesar lauded. It existed in Saxon times, when the household work was done by slaves. The Saxons were notorious slave dealers, and the Irish were their best customers. The principal mart was at Bristol, from whence the Saxons exported large numbers of slaves into Ireland, so that, according to Irish historians, there was scarcely a house in Ireland without a British slave in it. When the Normans took possession of England, they continued slavery. They made slaves of the Saxons themselves, whom they decreed villains and bondsmen. Domesday Book shows that the toll of the market at Lewes in Sussex was a penny for a cow and 4 pence for a slave, not a serf, adscriptus globae, but an unconditional bondsman. From that time slavery continued in various forms. It is recorded of the good old times that it was not till the reign of Henry IV, 1320 to 1413, that villeins, farmers, and mechanics were permitted by law to put their children to school, and long after that they dared not educate a son for the church without a license from the Lord. The kings of England, in their contests with the feudal aristocracy, gradually relaxed the slave laws. They granted charters, founding royal burghs, and when the slaves fled into them and were able to conceal themselves for a year and a day, they then became freemen of the burgh, and were declared by law to be free. Footnote 1. Henry's History of England, Book 5, Chapter 4. The last serfs in England were emancipated in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, but the last serfs in Scotland were not emancipated until the reign of George III, at the end of the last century. Before then, the colliers and salters belonged to the soil. They were bought and sold with it. They had no power to determine what their wages should be. Like the slaves in the southern states of America, they merely accepted such sustenance as was sufficient to maintain their muscles and sinews in working order. They were never required to save for any purpose, for they had no right to their own savings. They did not need to provide for tomorrow. Their masters provided for them. The habit of improvidence was thus formed, and it still continues. The Scotch colliers, who were recently earning from 10 to 14 shillings a day, are the grandsons of men who were slaves down to the end of the last century. The preamble of an act passed in 1799, 39th George III, runs as follows: whereas before the passing of an act of the 15th of his present majesty, many declared to be free, notwithstanding which many colliers and coal-bearers and salters still continue in a state of bondage, from not having complied with the provisions, or from having been subject to the penalties of that act, etc. The new act then proceeds to declare them free from servitude. The slaves formerly earned only enough to keep them, and laid by nothing whatever for the future. Hence we say that the improvidence of the colliers, as of the iron workers, is but a survival of the system of slavery in our political constitution. Matters have now become entirely different. The workman, no matter what his trade, is comparatively free. The only slavery from which he suffers is his passion for drink. In this respect he still resembles the Esquimaux and the North American Indians. Would he be really free? Then he must exercise the powers of a free, responsible man. He must exercise self-control and self-constraint, and sacrifice present personal gratifications for prospective enjoyments of a much higher kind. It is only by self-respect and self-control that the position of the workman can be really elevated. The working man is now more of a citizen than he ever was before. He is a recognized power, and has been admitted within the pale of the Constitution. For him, mechanics institutes, newspapers, benefit societies, and all the modern agencies of civilization exist in abundance. He is admitted to the domain of intellect, and from time to time great thinkers, artists, engineers, philosophers, and poets rise up from his order to proclaim that intellect is of no rank, and nobility of no exclusive order. The influences of civilization are rousing society to its depths, and daily evidences are furnished of the rise of the industrious classes to a position of social power. Discontent may and does exhibit itself, but discontent is only the necessary condition of improvement, for a man will not be stimulated to rise up into a higher condition unless he be first made dissatisfied with the lower condition out of which he has to rise. To be satisfied is to repose, while to be rationally dissatisfied is to contrive, to work, and to act with an eye to future advancement. The working classes very much underestimate themselves. Though they receive salaries or wages beyond the average earnings of professional men, yet many of them have no other thought than that of living in mean houses, and spending their surplus time and money in drink. They seem wanting in respect for themselves as well as for their class. They encourage the notion that there is something degrading in labor, than which nothing can be more false. Labor of all kinds is dignifying and honorable. It is the idler, above all others, who is undignified and dishonorable. Let the working man, says Mr. Sterling, try to connect his daily task, however mean, with the highest thoughts he can apprehend, and he thereby secures the rightfulness of his lot, and is raising his existence to his utmost good. It is because the working man has failed to do this, and because others have failed to help him as they ought, that the lot of labor has hitherto been associated with what is mean and degrading. With respect to remuneration, the average of skilled mechanics and artisans, as we have already said, are better paid than the average of working curates. The working engineer is better paid than the ensign in a marching regiment. The foreman in any of our large engineering establishments is better paid than an army surgeon. The rail roller receives over a guinea a day, while an assistant navy surgeon receives 14 shillings, and after 3 years' service, 21 shillings with rations. The majority of dissenting ministers are much worse paid than the better classes of skilled mechanics and artisans, and the average of clerks employed in counting houses and warehouses receive wages very much lower. Skilled workmen might, and if they had the will they would, occupy a social position as high as the educated classes we refer to. What prevents them rising? Merely because they will not use their leisure to cultivate their minds. They have sufficient money. It is culture that they want. They ought to know that the position of men in society does not depend so much upon their earnings as upon their character and intelligence, and it is because they neglect their abundant opportunities, because they are thriftless and spend their earnings in animal enjoyments, because they refuse to cultivate the highest parts of their nature, that they are excluded, or rather self-excluded, from those social and other privileges in which they are entitled to take part. Notwithstanding their high wages, they for the most part cling to the dress, the language, and the manners of their class. They appear during their leisure hours in filthy dresses and unwashed hands. No matter how skilled the workman may be, he is ready to sink his mind and character to the lowest level of his co-workers. Even the extra money which he earns by his greater skill often contributes to demoralize and degrade him. And yet he might dress as well, live as well, and be surrounded by the physical comforts and intellectual luxuries of professional men. But no, from week to week his earnings are wasted. He does not save a farthing. he is a public-house victim, and when work becomes slack and his body becomes diseased, his only refuge is the workhouse. How are these enormous evils to be cured? Some say by better education, others by moral and religious instruction, others by better homes and better wives and mothers. All these influences will doubtless contribute much towards the improvement of the people. One thing is perfectly clear, that an immense amount of ignorance prevails, and that such ignorance must be dissipated before the lower classes can be elevated. Their whole character must be changed, and they must be taught in early life habits of forecast and self-control. We often hear that knowledge is power, but we never hear that ignorance is power. And yet ignorance has always had more power in the world than knowledge. Ignorance dominates. It is because of the evil propensities of men that the costly repressive institutions of modern governments exist. Ignorance arms men against each other, provides goals and penitentiaries, police and constabulary. All the physical force of the state is provided by ignorance, is required by ignorance, is very often wielded by ignorance. We may well avow, then, that ignorance is power. Ignorance is powerful because knowledge as yet has obtained access only to the minds of the few. Let knowledge become more generally diffused. Let the multitude become educated, thoughtful, and wise, and then knowledge may obtain the ascendancy over ignorance. But that time has not yet arrived. Look into the records of crime, and you will find that for one man possessed of wisdom and knowledge who commits a crime, there are 100 ignorant. Or into the statistics of drunkenness and improvidence of all sorts, still ignorance is predominant. Or into the annals of pauperism, there again ignorance is power. The principal causes of anxiety in this country are the social suffering and disease which proceed from ignorance. To mitigate these, we form associations, organize societies, spend money and labor in committees. But the power of ignorance is too great for us. We almost despair while we work. We feel that much of our effort is wasted. We are often ready to give up in dismay and recoil from our encounter with the powers of evil. "How forcible are right words!" exclaimed Job. Yes, but with equal justice he might have said, "How forcible are wrong words!" The wrong words have more power with ignorant minds than the right words. They fit themselves into wrong heads and prejudiced heads and empty heads and have power over them. The right words have often no meaning for them, any more than if they were the words of some dead language. The wise man's thoughts do not reach the multitude, but fly over their heads. Only the few as yet apprehend them. The physiologist may discuss the laws of health, and the Board of Health may write tracts for circulation among the people, but half the people cannot so much as read, and of the remaining half, but a very small portion are in the habit of thinking. Thus the laws of health are disregarded, and when fever comes, it finds a wide field to work upon, in undrained and filthy streets and backyards, noisome, pestilential districts, foul, uncleansed dwellings, large populations ill supplied with clean water and with pure air. Their death makes fell havoc. Many destitute widows and children have to be maintained out of the poor's rates, and then we reluctantly confess to ourselves that ignorance is power. The only method of abating this power of ignorance is by increasing that of knowledge. As the sun goes up the sky, the darkness disappears, and the owl, the bat, and the beasts of prey slink out of sight. Give the people knowledge, give them better education, and thus crime will be abated. Drunkenness, improvidence, lawlessness, and all the powers of evil will, to a certain extent, disappear. Footnote 1. The recent reports of Mr. Tremenhere to the Secretary of State for the Home Department with respect to the condition of the population in the iron and coal districts show that he places considerable reliance upon the effect of education. The evidence which he brought together from all parts of the country shows that increase of immorality with the increase of wages was attributed to the low tastes and desires of the people, that the obstinate refusal of the men to exert more than 2/3 of their fair powers of work, by which the cost of production is largely enhanced, capital crippled, and the public mulcted, was due to the same cause, that their readiness to become the prey of unionists and agitators is traceable to their want of the most elementary principles of thought, that most of the accidents, which are of weekly occurrence, are occasioned by their stupidity and ignorance, that wherever they have advanced in intelligence, they have become more skillful, more subordinate, and more industrious. These facts have convinced the more thoughtful and far-sighted masters that the only sure means of maintaining their ground under increasing foreign competition and averting a social crisis is to reform the character of the rising generation of operatives by education. End of footnote 1. It must, however, be admitted that education is not enough. The clever man may be a clever rogue, and the cleverer he is, the cleverer rogue he will be. Education, therefore, must be based upon religion and morality, for education by itself will not eradicate vicious propensities. Culture of intellect has but little effect upon moral conduct. You may see clever, educated, literary men with no conduct whatever, wasteful, improvident, drunken, and vicious. It follows, therefore, that education must be based upon the principles of religion and morality. Nor has the poverty of the people so much to do with their social degradation as is commonly supposed. The question is essentially a moral one. If the income of the laboring community could be suddenly doubled, their happiness will not necessarily be increased, for happiness does not consist in money. In fact, the increased wages might probably prove a curse instead of a blessing. In the case of many, there would be an increased consumption of drink, with the usual results, an increase in drunken violence, and probably an increase in crime. The late Mr. Clay, chaplain of the Preston House of Correction, after characterizing drunkenness as the great sin, proceeds, "It still rises in savage hostility against everything allied to order and religion. It still barricades every avenue by which truth and peace seek to enter the poor man's home and heart. Whatever may be the predominant cause of crime, it is very clear that ignorance, religious ignorance, is the chief ingredient in the character of the criminal. This combines with the passion for liquor, and offenses numberless are engendered by the union." The late Sir Arthur Helps, when speaking of high and low wages, and of the means of getting and spending money, thus expresses himself on the subject in his Friends in Council. "My own conviction is that throughout England every year there is sufficient wages given, even at the present low rate, to make the condition of the laboring poor quite different from what it is. But then these wages must be well spent. I do not mean that the poor could of themselves alone effect this change, but were they seconded by the advice, the instruction, and the aid, not given in money, or only in money lent to produce the current interest of the day, of the classes above them, the rest the poor might accomplish for themselves. And indeed all that the rich could do to elevate the poor could hardly equal the advantage that would be gained by the poor themselves, if they could thoroughly subdue that one vice of drunkenness, the most wasteful of all the vices. In the living of the poor, as indeed of all of us, there are two things to be considered: how to get money and how to spend it. Now I believe the experience of employers will bear me out in saying that it is frequently found that the man with 20 shillings a week does not live more comfortably or save more than the man with 14 shillings, the families of the two men being the same in number and general circumstances. It is probable that unless he have a good deal of prudence and thought, the man who gets at all more than the average of his class does not know what to do with it, or only finds in a means superior to that which his fellows possess of satisfying his appetite for drinking. Notwithstanding, however, the discouraging circumstances to which we have referred, we must believe that in course of time, as men's nature becomes improved by education, secular, moral, and religious, they may be induced to make a better use of their means, by considerations of prudence, forethought, and parental responsibility. A German writer speaks of the education given to a child as a capital, equivalent to a store of money, placed at its disposal by the parent. The child, when grown to manhood, may employ the education, as he might employ the money, badly, but that is no argument against the possession of either. Of course, the value of education, as of money, chiefly consists in its proper use. And one of the advantages of knowledge is that the very acquisition of it tends to increase the capability of using it aright, which is certainly not the case with the accumulation of money. Education, however obtained, is always an advantage to a man. Even as a means of material advancement, it is worthy of being sought after, not to speak of its moral uses as an elevator of character and intelligence. And if, as Dr. Lyon Playfair insists, the composition between industrial nations must before long become a competition mainly of intelligence. It is obvious that England must make better provision for the education of its industrial classes, or be prepared to fall behind in the industrial progress of nations. It would be of little avail, said Dr. Brewster of Edinburgh, to the peace and happiness of society if the great truths of the material world were confined to the educated and the wise. The organization of science thus limited would cease to be a blessing. Knowledge secular and knowledge divine, the double current of the intellectual lifeblood of a man, must not merely descend through the great arteries of the social frame. It must be taken up by the minutest capillaries before it can nourish and purify society. Knowledge is at once the manna and medicine of our moral being. Where crime is the bane, knowledge is the antidote. Society may escape from the pestilence and may survive the famine, but the demon of ignorance, with his grim adjutants of vice and riot, will pursue her into her most peaceful haunts, destroying our institutions and converting into a wilderness the paradise of social and domestic life. The state has, therefore, a great duty to perform. As it punishes crime, it is bound to prevent it. As it subjects us to laws, it must teach us to read them, and while it thus teaches, it must teach also the ennobling truths which display the power and wisdom of the great lawgiver, thus diffusing knowledge while it is extending education, and thus making men contented and happy and humble, while it makes them quiet and obedient subjects. A beginning has already been made with public school education. Much still remains to be done to establish the system throughout the empire. At present we are unable to judge of the effects of what has been done. But if general education accomplish as much for England as it has already accomplished for Germany, the character of this country will be immensely improved during the next 20 years. Education has almost banished drunkenness from Germany, and had England no drunkenness, no thriftlessness, no reckless multiplication, our societal miseries would be comparatively trivial. We must therefore believe that as intelligence extends amongst the working class, and as a better moral tone pervades them, there will be a rapid improvement in their sober, thrifty, and provident habits, for these form the firmest and surest foundations for social advancement. There is a growing desire on the part of the more advanced minds in society to see the working men take up their right position. They who do society's work, who produce, under the direction of the most intelligent of their number, the wealth of the nation, are entitled to a much higher place than they have yet assumed. We believe in this good time coming for working men and women, when an atmosphere of intelligence shall pervade them, when they will prove themselves as enlightened, polite, and independent as the other classes of society. And as the first and surest step towards this consummation, we counsel them to provide for the future as well as for the present, to provide in times of youth and plenty, against the times of adversity, misfortune, and old age. If anyone intends to improve his condition, said the late William Felkin, mayor of Nottingham, himself originally a working man, he must earn all he can, spend as little as he can, and make what he does spend bring him and his family all the real enjoyment he can. The first saving which a working man makes out of his earnings is the first step, and because it is the most important step towards the true independence. Now, independence is as practicable in the case of an industrious and economic, though originally poor, workman, as in that of the tradesman or merchant, and is as great and estimable a blessing. The same process must be attended to, that is, the entire expenditure being kept below the clear income, all contingent claims being carefully considered and provided for, and the surplus held sacred, to be employed for those purposes, and those only, which duty or conscience may point out as important or desirable. This requires a course of laborious exertion and strict economy, a little foresight, and possibly some privation. But this is only what is common to all desirable objects. And inasmuch as I know what is to labor with the hands long hours and for small wages, as well as any workman to whom I address myself, and to practice self-denial withal, I am emboldened to declare from experience that the gain of independence, or rather self-dependence, for which I plead, is worth infinitely more than all the cost of its attainment, and moreover, that to attain it in a greater or less degree, according to circumstances, is within the power of by far the greater number of skilled workmen engaged in our manufactories. End of section 5. Read by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 5. Examples of Thrift. Part 1. Examples demonstrate the possibility of success. Cotton. The force of his own merit makes his way. Shakespeare. Reader, attend whether thy soul soars fancy's flight beyond the pole, or darkling grubs this earthly hole in low pursuit. No prudent, cautious self-control is wisdom's root. Burns. In the family, as in the state, the best source of wealth is economy. Cicero. Right action is the result of right faith, but a true and right faith cannot be sustained, deepened, extended, save in a course of right action. Maccombie. Thrift is the spirit of order applied to domestic management and organization. Its object is to manage frugally the resources of the family, to prevent waste and to avoid useless expenditure. Thrift is under the influence of reason and forethought, and never works by chance or by fits. It endeavors to make the most and the best of everything. It does not save money for saving's sake. It makes cheerful sacrifices for the present benefit of others, or it submits to voluntary privation for some future good. Mrs. Inchbald, author of The Simple Story, was, by dint of thrift, able to set apart the half of her small income for the benefit of her infirm sister. There was thus about £2 a week for the maintenance of each. Many times, she says, during the winter, when I was crying with cold, have I said to myself, "Thank God, my dear sister need not leave her chamber. She will find her fire ready for her each morning, for she is now far less able than I am to endure privation." Mrs. Inchbald's family were, for the most part, very poor, and she felt it right to support them during their numerous afflictions. There is one thing that may be said of benevolence, that it has never ruined anyone, though selfishness and dissipation have ruined thousands. The words "waste not, want not," carved in stone over Sir Walter Scott's kitchen fireplace at Abbotsford, expresses in a few words the secret of order in the midst of abundance. Order is most useful in the management of everything, of a household, of a business, of a manufactory, of an army. Its maxim is a place for everything and everything in its place. Order is wealth, for whoever properly regulates the use of his income almost doubles his resources. Disorderly persons are rarely rich, and orderly persons are rarely poor. Order is the best manager of time, for unless work is properly arranged, time is lost, and once lost, it is gone forever. Order illustrates many important subjects. Thus, obedience to the moral and natural law is order. Respect for ourselves and our neighbors is order. Regard for the rights and obligations of all is order. Virtue is order. The world began with order. Chaos prevailed before the establishment of order. Thrift is the spirit of order in human life. It is the prime agent in private economy. It preserves the happiness of many a household, and as it is usually woman who regulates the order of the household, it is mainly upon her that the well-doing of society depends. It is therefore all the more necessary that she should early be educated in the habit and the virtue of orderliness. The peer, the merchant, the clerk, the artisan, and the laborer are all of the same nature, born with the same propensities and subject to similar influences. They are, it is true, born in different positions, but it rests with themselves whether they shall live their lives nobly or vilely. They may not have their choice of riches or poverty, but they have their choice of being good or evil, of being worthy or worthless. People of the highest position, in point of culture and education, have often as great privations to endure as the average of working people. They have often to make their incomes go much further. They have to keep up a social standing. They have to dress better and live sufficiently well for the purpose of health. Though their income may be less than that of colliers and ironworkers, they are under the moral necessity of educating their sons and bringing them up as gentlemen, so that they may take their fair share of the world's work. Thus the 10th Earl of Buchan brought up a numerous family of children, one of whom afterwards rose to be Lord Chancellor of England, upon an income not exceeding 200 a year. It is not the amount of income, so much as the good use of it, that marks the true man, and viewed in this light, good sense, good taste, and sound mental culture are among the best of all economists. The late Dr. Eiton said that his father brought up a still larger family on only half the income of the Earl of Buchan. The following dedication, prefixed to his work on clerical economics, is worthy of being remembered. This work is respectfully dedicated to a father, now in the 83rd year of his age, who, on an income which never exceeded £100 yearly, educated, out of a family of 12 children, 4 sons to liberal professions, and who has often sent his last shilling to each of them in their turn when they were at college. The author might even cite his own case as an illustration of the advantages of thrift. His mother was left a widow when her youngest child, the youngest of 11, was only 3 weeks old. Notwithstanding a considerable debt on account of suretyship, which was paid, she bravely met the difficulties of her position, and perseveringly overcame them. Though her income was less than that of many highly paid working men, she educated her children well, and brought them up religiously and virtuously. She put her sons in the way of doing well, and if they have not done so, it was through no fault of hers. Hume, the historian, was a man of good family, but being a younger brother, his means were very small. His father died while he was an infant. He was brought up by his mother, who devoted herself entirely to the rearing and educating of her children. At 23, young Hume went to France to prosecute his studies. There, says he in his autobiography, I laid down that plan of life which I have steadily and successfully pursued. I resolved to make a very rigid frugality supply my deficiency of fortune, to maintain unimpaired my independency, and to regard every object as contemptible, except the improvement of my talents in literature. The first book he published was a complete failure, but he went on again, composed and published another book, which was a success, but he made no money by it. He became secretary to the military embassy at Vienna and Turin, and at 36 he thought himself rich. These are his own words. My appointments with my frugality had made me reach a fortune which I called independent, though most of my friends were inclined to smile when I said so. In short, I was now master of near £1,000. Everyone knows that £1,000 at 5% means £50 a year, and Hume considered himself independent with that income. His friend Adam Smith said of him, even in the lowest state of his fortune, his great and necessary frugality never hindered him from exercising, upon proper occasion, acts both of charity and generosity. It was a frugality founded not on avarice, but upon the love of independency. But one of the most remarkable illustrations of thrift is to be found in the history of the Reverend Robert Walker, the wonderful Robert Walker, as he is still called in the district of Cumberland, where he resided. He was curate of Leithwaite during the greater part of the last century. The income of the curacy, at the time of his appointment, 1735, was only £5 a year. His wife brought him a fortune of £40. Is it possible that he could contrive to live upon his £5 a year, the interest of his wife's fortune, and the result of his labors as a clergyman? Yes, he contrived to do all this, and he not only lived well, though plainly, but he saved money, which he left for the benefit of his family. He accomplished all this by means of industry, frugality, and temperance. First, about his industry. He thoroughly did the work connected with his curacy. The Sabbath was in all respects regarded by him as a holy day. After morning and evening service, he devoted the evening to reading the Scriptures and family prayer. On weekdays he taught the children of the parish, charging nothing for the education, but only taking so much as the people chose to give him. The parish church was his school, and while the children were repeating their lessons by his side, he was, like Shenstone's schoolmistress, engaged in spinning wool. He had the right of pasturage upon the mountains for a few sheep and a couple of cows, which required his attendance. With this pastoral occupation he joined the labors of husbandry, for he rented 2 or 3 acres of land in addition to his own acre of glebe, and he also possessed a garden, the whole of which was tilled by his own hand. The fuel of the house consisted of peat, procured by his labor from the neighboring mosses. He also assisted his parishioners in haymaking and shearing their flocks, in which latter art he was eminently dexterous. In return, the neighbors would present him with a haycock or a fleece, as a general acknowledgment of his services. After officiating as curate of Leithwaite for about 20 years, the annual value of the living was increased to £17 10s. His character being already well known and highly appreciated, the Bishop of Carlisle offered Mr. Walker the appointment of the adjoining curacy of Ulpha, but he conscientiously refused it, on the ground that the annexation would be apt to cause a general discontent among the inhabitants of both places, by either thinking themselves slighted, being only served alternately, or neglected in the duty, or attributing it to covetousness in me, all which occasions of murmuring I would willingly avoid. Yet at this time Mr. Walker had a family of 8 children. He afterwards maintained one of his sons at Trinity College, Dublin, until he was ready for taking holy orders. The parish pastor was, of course, a most economical man, yet no act of his life savored in the least degree of meanness or avarice. On the other hand, his conduct throughout life displayed the greatest disinterestedness and generosity. He knew very little of luxuries, and he cared less. Tea was only in his house for visitors. The family used milk, which was indeed far better. Excepting milk, the only other drink used in the house was water, clear water drawn from the mountain spring. The clothing of the family was comely and decent, but it was all homemade. It was simple, like their diet. Occasionally one of the mountain sheep was killed for purposes of food, and towards the end of the year a cow was killed and salted down for provision during winter. The hide was tanned, and the leather furnished shoes for the family. By these and other means this venerable clergyman reared his numerous family, not only preserving them, as he so affectingly says, from wanting the necessaries of life, but affording them an unstinted education and the means of raising themselves in society. Footnote 1. The best account of Mr. Walker is to be found in the appendix to the poems of Wordsworth. The poet greatly appreciated the clergyman's character, and noticed him in his Excursion, as well as in the notes to the sonnets entitled The River Duddon. End of footnote 1. Many men, in order to advance themselves in the world and to raise themselves in society, have scorned delights and lived laborious days. They have lived humbly and frugally in order to accomplish greater things. They have supported themselves by their hand labor until they could support themselves by their head labor. Some may allege that this is not justifiable, that it is a sin against the proletariat to attempt to rise in the world, that once a cobbler, always a cobbler. But until a better system has been established, the self-application of individuals is the only method by which science and knowledge can be conquered, and the world permanently advanced. Goethe says it is perfectly indifferent within what circle an honest man acts, provided he do but know how to understand and completely fill out that circle. And again, an honest and vigorous will could make itself a path and employ its activity to advantage under every form of society. What is the best government, he asks? That which teaches us to govern ourselves. All that we need, in his opinion, is individual liberty and self-culture. Let every one, he says, only do right in his place, without troubling himself about the turmoil of the world. At all events, it is not by socialism but by individualism that anything has been done towards the achievement of knowledge and the advancement of society. It is the will and determination of individual men that impels the world forward in art, in science, and in all the means and methods of civilization. Individual men are willing to deny themselves, but associated communities will not. The masses are too selfish and fear that advantage will be taken of any sacrifices which they may be called upon to make. Hence it is amongst the noble band of resolute spirits that we look for those who raise and elevate the world as well as themselves. The recollection of what they have done acts as a stimulus to others. It braces the mind of man, reanimates his will, and encourages him to further exertions. When Lord Elcho addressed the East Lothian colliers, he named several men who had raised themselves from the coal pit, and first of all he referred to Mr. MacDonald, member for Stafford. The beginning of my acquaintance with Mr. MacDonald, he says, was when I was told that a miner wanted to see me in the lobby of the House of Commons. I went out and saw Mr. MacDonald, who gave me a petition from this district, which he asked me to present. I entered into conversation with him and was much struck by his intelligence. He told me that he had begun life as a boy in the pit in Lanarkshire, and that the money he saved as a youth in the summer he spent at Glasgow University in the winter, and that is where he got whatever book learning or power of writing he possesses. I say that is an instance that does honor to the miners of Scotland. Another instance was that of Dr. Hogg, who began as a pitman in this country, worked in the morning, attended school in the afternoon, then went to the university for 4 years, and to the Theological Hall for 5 years, and afterwards, in the consequence of his health failing, he went abroad, and is now engaged as a missionary in Upper Egypt. Or take the case of Mr., now Sir George, Eliot, member for North Durham, who has spoken up for the miners all the better for having had practical knowledge of their work. He began as a miner in the pit, and he worked his way up till he has in his employment many thousand men. He has risen to his great wealth and station from the humblest position, as every man who now hears me is capable of doing, to a greater or less degree, if he will only be thrifty and industrious. Lord Elcho might also have mentioned Dr. Hutton, the geologist, a man of much higher order of genius, who was the son of a coal viewer. Buick, the wood engraver, is also said to have been the son of a coal miner. Dr. Campbell was the son of a Loanhead collier. He was the forerunner of Moffat and Livingston in their missionary journeys among the Bechuanas in South Africa. Allan Ramsay, the poet, was also the son of a miner. George Stephenson worked his way from the pithead to the highest position as an engineer. George began his life with industry, and when he had saved a little money, he spent it in getting a little learning. What a happy man he was when his wages were increased to 12 shillings a week. He declared upon that occasion that he was made a man for life. He was not only enabled to maintain himself upon his earnings, but to help his poor parents and to pay for his own education. When his skill had increased and his wages were advanced to £1 a week, he immediately began, like a thoughtful, intelligent workman, to lay by his surplus money, and when he had saved his first guinea, he proudly declared to one of his colleagues that he was now a rich man. And he was right, for the man who, after satisfying his wants, has something to spare, is no longer poor. It is certain that from that day Stephenson never looked back. His advance as a self-improving man was as steady as the light of sunrise. A person of large experience has indeed stated that he never knew amongst working people a single instance of a man having out of his small earnings laid by £1, who had in the end become a pauper. When Stephenson proposed to erect his first locomotive, he had not sufficient means to defray its cost, but in the course of his life as a workman he had established a character. He was trusted. He was faithful. He was a man who could be depended on. Accordingly, when the Earl of Havensworth was informed of Stephenson's desire to erect a locomotive, he at once furnished him with the means for enabling him to carry his wishes into effect. Watt also, in inventing the condensing steam engine, maintained himself by making and selling mathematical instruments. He made flutes, organs, compasses, anything that would maintain him, until he had completed his invention. At the same time he was perfecting his own education, learning French, German, mathematics, and the principles of natural philosophy. This lasted for many years, and by the time that Watt had developed his steam engine and discovered Matthew Boulton, he had, by his own efforts, become an accomplished and scientific man. These great workers did not feel ashamed of laboring with their hands for a living, but they also felt within themselves the power of doing headwork as well as handwork. And while thus laboring with their hands, they went on with their inventions, the perfecting of which has proved of so much advantage to the world. Hugh Miller furnished in his own life an excellent instance of that practical common sense in the business of life which he so strongly recommended to others. When he began to write poetry, and felt within him the growing powers of a literary man, he diligently continued his labor as a stone-cutter. Horace Walpole has said that Queen Caroline's patronage of Stephen Duck, the thresher poet, ruined 20 men who all turned poets. It was not so with the early success of Hugh Miller. There is no more fatal error, he says, into which a working man of a literary turn can fall, than the mistake of deeming himself too good for his humble employments. And yet it is a mistake as common as it is fatal. I had already seen several poor wrecked mechanics, who, believing themselves to be poets, and regarding the manual occupation by which they could alone live in independence as beneath them, and become, in consequence, little better than mendicants, too good to work for their bread, but not too good virtually to beg it, and looking upon them as beacons of warning, I determined that, with God's help, I should give their error a wide offing, and never associate the idea of meanness with an honest calling, or deem myself too good to be independent. At the same time, a man who feels that he has some good work in him which study and labor might yet bring out, is fully justified in denying himself and in applying his energies to the culture of his intellect. And it is astonishing how much carefulness, thrift, the reading of books, and diligent application will help such men onward. The author in his boyhood knew 3 men who worked in an agricultural implement-maker's shop. They worked in wood and iron and made carts, plows, harrows, drilling machines, and such like articles. Somehow or other the idea got into their heads that they might be able to do something better than making carts and harrows. They did not despise the lot of hand labor, but they desired to use it as a step towards something better. Their wages at that time could not have exceeded from 18 to 20 shillings a week. 2 of the young men, who worked at the same bench, contrived to save enough money to enable them to attend college during the winter. At the end of each session they went back to their hand labor, and earned enough wages during the summer to enable them to return to their classes during the winter. The third did not adopt this course. He joined a mechanics' institute, which had just been started in the town in which he lived. By attending the lectures and reading the books in the library, he acquired some knowledge of chemistry, of the principles of mechanics, and of natural philosophy. He applied himself closely, and studied hard in his evening hours, and became an accomplished man. It is not necessary to trace their history, but what they eventually arrived at may be mentioned. Of the first 2, one became the teacher and proprietor of a large public school. The other became a well-known dissenting minister, while the third, working his way strenuously and bravely, became the principal engineer and manager of the largest steamship company in the world. Although mechanics' institutes are old institutions, they have scarcely been supported by working men. The public house is more attractive and more frequented, and yet mechanics' institutes, even though they are scarcely known south of Yorkshire and Lancashire, have been the means of doing a great deal of good. By placing sound mechanical knowledge within the reach of even the few persons who have been disposed to take advantage of them, they have elevated many persons into positions of great social influence. We have heard a distinguished man say publicly that a mechanics' institution had made him, that but for the access which it had afforded him to knowledge of all kinds, he would have occupied a very different position. In short, the mechanics' institution had elevated him from the position of a licensed victualler to that of an engineer. End of section 6. Read by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Examples of Thrift, Part 2. We have referred to the wise practice of men in humble position maintaining themselves by their trade until they saw a way towards maintaining themselves by a higher calling. Thus Herschel maintained himself by music, while pursuing his discoveries in astronomy. When playing the oboe in the pump room at Bath, he would retire while the dancers were lounging round the room, go out and take a peep at the heavens through his telescope, and quietly return to his instrument. It was while he was thus maintaining himself by music that he discovered the Georgium Sidus. When the Royal Society recognized his discovery, the oboe player suddenly found himself famous. Franklin long maintained himself by his trade of printing. He was a hard-working man, thrifty, frugal, and a great saver of time. He worked for character as much as for wages, and when it was found that he could be relied on, he prospered. At length he was publicly recognized as a great statesman and as one of the most scientific men of his time. Ferguson, the astronomer, lived by portrait painting until his merits as a scientific man were recognized. John Doland maintained himself as a silk weaver in Spitalfields. In the course of his studies he made great improvements in the refracting telescope, and the achromatic telescope, which he invented, gave him a high rank among the philosophers of his age. But during the greater part of his life, while he was carrying on his investigations, he continued until the age of 46 to carry on his original trade. At length he confined himself entirely to making telescopes, and then he gave up his trade of a silk weaver. Winckelmann, the distinguished writer on classic antiquities and the fine arts, was the son of a shoemaker. His father endeavored as long as he could to give his boy a learned education, but becoming ill and worn out, he had eventually to retire to the hospital. Winckelmann and his father were once accustomed to sing at night in the streets to raise fees, to enable the boy to attend the grammar school. The younger Winckelmann then undertook by hard labor to support his father, and afterwards by means of teaching to keep himself at college. Everyone knows how distinguished he eventually became. Samuel Richardson, while writing his novels, stuck to his trade of a bookseller. He sold his books in the front shop while he wrote them in the back. He would not give himself up to authorship because he loved his independence. "You know," he said to his friend de Freville, "how my business engages me. You know by what snatches of time I write, that I may not neglect that, and that I may preserve that independency which is the comfort of my life. I never sought out of myself for patrons. My own industry and God's providence have been my whole reliance. The great are not great to me unless they are good, and it is a glorious privilege that a middling man enjoys, who has preserved his independency, and can occasionally, though not stoically, tell the world what he thinks of that world, in hopes to contribute, though by his might, to mend it." The late Dr. Olynthus Gregory, in addressing the Deptford Mechanics' Institution at their first anniversary, took the opportunity of mentioning various men in humble circumstances, some of whom he had been able to assist, who, by means of energy, application, and self-denial, had been able to accomplish great things in the acquisition of knowledge. Thus he described the case of a laborer on the turnpike road, who had become an able Greek scholar, of a fifer, and a private soldier in a regiment of militia, both self-taught mathematicians, one of whom became a successful schoolmaster, the other a lecturer on natural philosophy, of a journeyman tin-plate worker, who invented rules for the solution of cubic equations, of a country sexton, who became a teacher of music, and who, by his love of the study of musical science, was transformed from a drunken sot to an exemplary husband and father, of a coal miner, a correspondent of Dr. Gregory's, who was an able writer on topics of the higher mathematics, of another correspondent, a laboring whitesmith, who was also well acquainted with the course of pure mathematics, as taught at Cambridge, Dublin, and the military colleges, of a tailor, who was an excellent geometrician, and had discovered curves which escaped the notice of Newton, and who labored industriously and contentedly at his trade until 60 years of age, when, by the recommendation of his scientific friends, he was appointed nautical examiner at the Trinity House; of a ploughman in Lincolnshire, who, without the aid of men or books, discovered the rotation of the earth, the principles of spherical astronomy, and invented a planetary system akin to the Tychonic; of a country shoemaker, who became distinguished as one of the ablest metaphysical writers in Britain, and who, at more than 50 years of age, was removed by the influence of his talents and their worth from his native country to London, where he was employed to edit some useful publications devoted to the diffusion of knowledge and the best interests of mankind. Students of art have had to practice self-denial in many ways. Quentin Matsys, having fallen in love with a painter's daughter and determined to win her. Though but a blacksmith and a farrier, he studied art so diligently and acquired so much distinction that his mistress afterwards accepted the painter whom she had before rejected as the blacksmith. Flaxman, however, married his wife before he had acquired any distinction whatever as an artist. He was merely a skillful and promising pupil. When Sir Joshua Reynolds heard of his marriage, he exclaimed, "Flaxman is ruined for an artist." But it was not so. When Flaxman's wife heard of the remark, she said, "Let us work and economize. I will never have it said that Anne Denbam ruined John Flaxman as an artist." They economized accordingly. To earn money, Flaxman undertook to collect the local rates, and what with art and industry, the patient, hard-working, thrifty couple, after 5 years of careful saving, set out for Rome together. There Flaxman studied and worked. There he improved his knowledge of art, and there he acquired the reputation of being the first of English sculptors. The greater number of artists have sprung from humble life. If they had been born rich, they probably never would have been artists. They have had to work their way from one position to another, and to strengthen their nature by conquering difficulty. Hogarth began his career by engraving shop bills. William Sharp began by engraving door plates. Tassie, the sculptor and medalist, began life as a stone cutter. Having accidentally seen a collection of pictures, he aspired to become an artist and entered an academy to learn the elements of drawing. He continued to work at his old trade until he was able to maintain himself by his new one. He used his labor as a means of cultivating his skill in his more refined and elevated profession. Chantrey of Sheffield was an economist both of time and money. He saved £50 out of his earnings as a carver and gilder, paid the money to his master, and cancelled his indentures. Then he came up to London and found employment as a journeyman carver. He proceeded to paint portraits and model busts, and at length worked his way to the first position as a sculptor. Canova was a stone-cutter, like his father and his grandfather, and through stone-cutting he worked his way to sculpture. After leaving the quarry, he went to Venice and gave his services to an artist, from whom he received but little recompense for his work. "I labored," said he, "for a mere pittance, but it was sufficient. It was the fruit of my own resolution, and, as I then flattered myself, the foretaste of more honorable rewards, for I never thought of wealth." He pursued his studies in drawing and modeling, in languages, poetry, history, antiquity, and the Greek and Roman classics. A long time elapsed before his talents were recognized, and then he suddenly became famous. Loth, the English sculptor, is another instance of self-denial and hard work. When a boy he was fond of drawing. At school he made drawings of horses, dogs, cows, and men for pins. That was his first pay, and he used to go home with his jacket sleeves stuck full of them. He and his brothers made figures in clay. Pope's Homer lay on his father's window. The boys were so delighted with it that they made thousands of models, one taking the Greeks and the other the Trojans. An odd volume of Gibbon gave an account of the Colosseum. After the family were in bed, the brothers made a model of the Colosseum and filled it with fighting gladiators. As the boys grew up, they were sent to their usual outdoor work, following the plow and doing the usual agricultural labor, but still adhering to their modeling at leisure hours. At Christmas time, Loff was very much in demand. Everybody wanted him to make models and pastry for Christmas pies, the neighboring farmers especially. It was a capital practice, he afterwards said. At length, Loff went from Newcastle to London to push his way in the world of art. He obtained passage in a collier, the skipper of which he knew. When he reached London, he slept on board the collier as long as it remained in the Thames. He was so great a favorite with the men that they all urged him to go back. He had no friends, no patronage, no money. What could he do with everything against him? But having already gone so far, he determined to proceed. He would not go back, at least not yet. The men all wept when he took farewell of them. He was alone in London, under the shadow of St. Paul's. His next step was to take a lodging in an obscure first floor in Burleigh Street, over a greengrocer's shop, and there he began to model his grand statue of Milo. He had to take the roof off to let Milo's head out. There Haydn found him, and was delighted with his genius. "I went," he said, "to young Loff, the sculptor, who has just burst out, and has produced a great effect. His Milo is really the most extraordinary thing, considering all the circumstances, in modern sculpture. It is another proof of the efficacy of inherent genius. One, that Loff must have been poor enough at this time is evident from the fact that during the execution of his Milo he did not eat meat for 3 months, and when Peter Cox found out, he was tearing up his shirt to make wet rags for his figure to keep the clay moist. He had 1.5 bushels of coals during the whole winter, and he used to lie down by the side of his clay model of the immortal figure, damp as it was, and shiver for hours till he fell asleep." Chantrey once said to Haydn, "When I have made money enough, I will devote myself to high art." But busts engrossed Chantrey's time. He was munificently paid for them, and never raised himself above the money-making part of his profession. When Haydn next saw Chantrey at Brighton, he said to him, "Here is a young man from the country who has come to London, and he is doing precisely what you have so long been dreaming of doing." The exhibition of Milo was a great success. The Duke of Wellington went to see it, and ordered a statue. Sir Matthew White Idley was much struck by the genius of young Loff, and became one of his greatest patrons. The sculptor determined to strike out a new path for himself. He thought the Greeks had exhausted the pantheistic, and that heathen gods had been overdone. Loff began and pursued the study of lyric sculpture. He would illustrate the great English poets. But there was the obvious difficulty of telling the story of a figure by a single attitude. It was like a flash of thought. The true artist, he said, must plant his feet firmly on the earth and sweep the heavens with his pencil. "I mean," he added, "that the soul must be combined with the body, the ideal with the real, the heavens with the earth." It is not necessary to describe the success of Mr. Loff as a sculptor. His statue of the Mourners is known all over the world. He has illustrated Shakespeare and Milton. His Puck, Titania, and other great works are extensively known, and their genius universally admired. But it may be mentioned that his noble statue of Milo was not cast in bronze until 1862. When it was exhibited at the International Exhibition of that year. The Earl of Derby, in recently distributing the prizes to the successful pupils of the Liverpool College, made the following observations. The vast majority of men, in all ages and countries, must work before they can eat. Even those who are not under the necessity are, in England, generally impelled by example, by custom, perhaps by a sense of what is fitted for them, to adopt what is called an active pursuit of some sort. If there is one thing more certain than another, it is this, that every member of a community is bound to do something for that community, in return for what he gets from it, and neither intellectual cultivation, nor the possession of material wealth, nor any other plea whatever except that of physical or mental incapacity, can excuse any of us from that plain and personal duty. And though it may be, in a community like this, considered by some to be a heterodox view, I will say that it often appears to me in the present day that we are a little too apt in all classes to look upon ourselves as mere machines for what is called getting on, and to forget that there are in every human being many faculties which cannot be employed, and many wants which cannot be satisfied by that occupation. I have not a word to utter against strenuous devotion to business while you are at it, but one of the wisest and most thoroughly cultivated men whom I ever knew retired before the age of 50 from a profession in which he was making an enormous income, because he said he had got as much as he or anyone belonging to him could want, and he did not see why he should sacrifice the rest of his life to money-getting. Some people thought him very foolish. I did not, and I believe that the gentleman of whom I speak never once repented of his decision. Footnote 1. A collection ought to be made and published of Lord Derby's admirable addresses to young men. The gentleman to whom Lord Derby referred was Mr. Naismith, the inventor of the steam hammer, and as he himself permitted the story of his life to be published, there is no necessity for concealing his name. His life is, besides, calculated to furnish one of the best illustrations of our subject. When a boy, he was of a bright, active, cheerful disposition. To a certain extent he inherited his mechanical powers from his father, who, besides being an excellent painter, was a thorough mechanic. It was in his workshop that the boy made his first acquaintance with tools. He also had for his companion the son of an iron founder, and he often went to the founder's shop to watch the molding, iron-melting, casting, forging, pattern-making, and smith's work that was going on. I look back, Mr. Naismith says, to the hours of Saturday afternoons spent in having the run of the workshops of this small foundry as the true and only apprenticeship of my life. I did not trust to reading about such things. I saw, handled, and helped when I could, and all the ideas in connection with them became all the details ever after permanent in my mind, to say nothing of the no small acquaintance obtained at the same time of the nature of workmen. In the course of time, young Naismith, with the aid of his father's tools, could do little jobs for himself. He made steels for tinder boxes, which he sold to his schoolfellows. He made model steam engines and sectional models for use at popular lectures and in schools, and by selling such models he raised sufficient money to enable him to attend the lectures on natural philosophy and chemistry at the Edinburgh University. Among his works at that time was a working model of a steam carriage for use on common roads. It worked so well that he was induced to make another on a larger scale. After having been successfully used, he sold the engine for the purpose of driving a small factory. Naismith was now 20 years old, and wished to turn his practical faculties to account. His object was to find employment in one of the great engineering establishments of the day. The first, in his opinion, was that of Henry Maudslay of London. To attain his object, he made a small steam engine, every part of which was his own handiwork, including the casting and forging. He proceeded to London, introduced himself to the great engineer, submitted his drawings, showed his models, and was finally engaged as Mr. Maudslay's private workman. Then came the question of wages. When Naismith finally left home to begin the world on his own account, he determined not to cost his father another farthing. Being the youngest of 11 children, he thought he could maintain himself without trenching farther upon the family means, and he nobly fulfilled his determination. He felt that the wages sufficient to maintain other workmen would surely be sufficient to maintain him. He might have to exercise self-control and self-denial, but of course he could do that. Though but a youth, he had wisdom enough and self-respect enough to deny himself everything that was unnecessary in order to preserve the valuable situation which he had obtained. Well, about the wages, when Mr. Maudsley referred his young workman to the chief cashier as to his weekly wages, it was arranged that Naismith was to receive 10 shillings a week. He knew that by strict economy he could live within this amount. He contrived a small cooking apparatus, of which we possess the drawings. It is not necessary to describe his method of cooking, nor his method of living. It is sufficient to say that his little cooking apparatus, in which he still takes great pride, enabled him to fully accomplish his purpose. He lived within his means, and did not cost his father another farthing. Next year his wages were increased to 15 shillings. He then began to save money. He did not put it in a bank, but used his savings for the purpose of making the tools, with which he afterwards commenced business. In the 3rd year of his service his wages were again increased, on account doubtless of the value of his services. I don't know, he has since said, that any future period of my life abounded in such high enjoyment of existence as the 3 years I spent at Maudsley's. It was a glorious situation for one like myself, so earnest as I was in all that related to mechanism, in the study of men as well as of machinery. I wish many a young man would do as I then did. I am sure they would find their reward in that feeling of constant improvement, of daily advancement, and true independence, which will ever have a charm for those who are earnest in their endeavors to make right progress in life and in the regard of all good men. After 3 years spent at Maudsley's, Mr. Naismith returned to Edinburgh to construct a small stock of engineering tools suitable for starting him in business on his own account. He hired a workshop and did various engineering jobs in order to increase his little store of money and to execute his little stock of tools. This occupied him for 2 years, and in 1834 he removed the whole of his tools and machinery to Manchester. He began business there in a very humble way, but it increased so rapidly that he was induced to remove a choice piece of land on the banks of the Bridgewater Canal at Patricroft, and there make a beginning, at first in wooden sheds, of the now famous Bridgewater foundry. There, he says, I toiled right heartily until December 31st, 1856, when I retired to enjoy in active leisure the result of many an anxious and interesting day. I had there, with the blessing of God, devoted the best years of my life to the pursuit of a business of which I was proud. And I trust that, without undue vanity, I may be allowed to say that I have left my mark upon several useful inventions, which probably have had no small share in the mechanical works of the age. There is scarcely a steamship or locomotive that is not indebted to my steam hammer, and without it Armstrong and Whitworth guns and iron-plated men of war could scarcely have existed. But though Naismith retired from business at the age of 48, he did not seek repose in idleness. He continues to be as busy as the busiest, but in an altogether different direction. Instead of being tied to the earth, he enjoys himself amongst the stars. By means of telescopes of his own making, he has investigated the sun and discovered its willow leaves. He has examined and photographed the moon, and in the monograph of it which he has published, he has made us fully acquainted with its geography. He is also a thorough artist, and spends a considerable portion of his time in painting, though he is too modest to exhibit. The last time we visited his beautiful home at Hammerfield, He was busy polishing glasses for one of his new telescopes, the motive power being a windmill erected on one of his outhouses. Another word before we have done. If, said Naismith, I were to try to compress into one sentence the whole of the experience I have had during an active and successful life, and offer it to young men as a rule and certain receipt for success in any station, it would be composed in these words: duty first, pleasure second. From what I have seen of young men and their after progress, I am satisfied that what is generally termed bad fortune, ill luck, and misfortune is in 9 cases out of 10 simply the result of inverting the above simple maxim. Such experience as I have had convinces me that absence of success arises in the great majority of cases from want of self-denial and want of common sense. The worst of all maxims is pleasure first, work and duty second. End of section 7. Read by Lawrence Trask.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Methods of Economy, Part 1. It was with profound wisdom that the Romans called by the same name courage and virtue. There is, in fact, no virtue properly so called without victory over ourselves, and what cost us nothing is worth nothing. De Maistre. Almost all the advantages which man possesses above the inferior animals arise from his power of acting in combination with his fellows, and of accomplishing, by the united efforts of numbers, what could not be accomplished by the detached efforts of individuals. J.S. Mill. For the future, our main security will be in the wider diffusion of property, and in all such measures will facilitate this result. With the possession of property will come conservative instincts, and disinclination for rash and reckless schemes. We trust much, therefore, to the rural population becoming proprietors, and to the urban population becoming capitalists. W. R. Gregg. The methods of practicing economy are very simple. Spend less than you earn. That is the first rule. A portion should always be set apart for the future. The person who spends more than he earns is a fool. The civil law regards the spendthrift as akin to the lunatic, and frequently takes from him the management of his own affairs. The next rule is to pay ready money, and never, on any account, to run into debt. The person who runs into debt is apt to get cheated, and if he runs into debt to any extent, he will himself be apt to get dishonest. Who pays what he owes enriches himself. The next is never to anticipate uncertain profits by expending them before they are secured. The profits may never come, and in that case you will have taken upon yourself a load of debt which you may never get rid of. It will sit upon your shoulders like the old man in Sinbad. Another method of economy is to keep a regular account of all that you earn, and of all that you expend. An orderly man will know beforehand what he requires, and will be provided with the necessary means for obtaining it. Thus his domestic budget will be balanced, and his expenditure kept within his income. John Wesley regularly adopted this course. Although he possessed a small income, he always kept his eyes upon the state of his affairs. A year before his death, he wrote with a trembling hand in his journal of expenses, "For more than 86 years I have kept my accounts exactly. I do not care to continue to do so any longer, having the conviction that I economized all that I obtain and give all that I can. That is to say, all that I have." Besides these methods of economy, the eye of the master or the mistress is always necessary to see that nothing is lost, that everything is put to its proper use and kept in its proper place, and that all things are done decently and in order. It does no dishonor to even the highest individuals to take a personal interest in their own affairs, and with persons of moderate means, the necessity for the eye of the master overlooking everything is absolutely necessary for the proper conduct of business. It is difficult to fix the precise limits of economy. Bacon says that if a man would live well within his income, he ought not to expend more than 1/2 and save the rest. This is perhaps too exacting, and Bacon himself did not follow his own advice. What proportion of one's income should be expended on rent? That depends upon circumstances. In the country, about 1/10. In London, about 1/6. It is, at all events, better to save too much than spend too much. One may remedy the first defect, but not so easily the latter. Wherever there is a large family, the more money that is put to one side and saved, the better. Economy is necessary to the moderately rich as well as to the comparatively poor man. Without economy, a man cannot be generous. He cannot take part in the charitable work of the world. If he spends all that he earns, he can help nobody. He cannot properly educate his children, nor put them in the way of starting fairly in the business of life. Even the example of Bacon shows that the loftiest intelligence cannot neglect thrift without peril. But thousands of witnesses daily testify that men, even of the most moderate intelligence, can practice the virtue with success. Although Englishmen are a diligent, hard-working, and generally self-reliant race, trusting to themselves and their own efforts for their sustenance and advancement in the world, they are yet liable to overlook and neglect some of the best practical methods of improving their position and securing their social well-being. They are not yet sufficiently educated to be temperate, provident, and foreseeing. They live for the present, and are too regardless of the coming time. Men who are husbands and parents generally think they do their duty if they provide for the hour that is, neglectful of the hour that is to come. Though industrious, they are improvident. Though money-making, they are spendthrift. They do not exercise forethought enough, and are defective in the virtue of prudent economy. Men of all classes are, as yet, too little influenced by these considerations. They are apt to live beyond their incomes, at all events, to live up to them. The upper classes live too much for display. They must keep their position in society. They must have fine houses, horses, and carriages, give good dinners, and drink rich wines. Their ladies must wear costly and gay dresses. Thus, the march of improvidence goes on over broken hearts, ruined hopes, and wasted ambitions. The vice descends in society. The middle classes strive to ape the patrician orders. They flourish crests, liveries, and hammercloths. Their daughters must learn accomplishments, see society, ride and drive frequent operas and theaters. Display is the rage, ambition rivaling ambition, and thus the vicious folly rolls on like a tide. The vice again descends. The working classes, too, live up to their means. Much smaller means, it is true, but even when they are able, they are not sufficiently careful to provide against the evil day. And then only the poorhouse offers its scanty aid to protect them against want. To save money for avaricious purposes is altogether different from saving it for economical purposes. The saving may be accomplished in the same manner, by wasting nothing and saving everything. But here the comparison ends. The miser's only pleasure is in saving. The prudent economist spends what he can afford for comfort and enjoyment, and saves a surplus for some future time. The avaricious person makes gold his idol. It is his molten calf before which he constantly bows down, whereas the thrifty person regards it as a useful instrument, and as a means of promoting his own happiness and the happiness of those who are dependent upon him. The miser is never satisfied. He amasses wealth he can never consume, but leaves it to be squandered by others, probably by spendthrifts, whereas the economist aims at securing a fair share of the world's wealth and comfort, without any thought of amassing a fortune. It is the duty of all persons to economize their means, of the young as well as of the old. The Duke of Sully mentions in his memoirs that nothing contributed more to his fortune than the prudent economy which he practiced, even in his youth, of always preserving some ready money in hand for the purpose of meeting circumstances of emergency. Is a man married? Then the duty of economy is still more binding. His wife and children plead to him most eloquently. Are they, in the event of his early death, to be left to buffet with the world unaided? The hand of charity is cold, the gifts of charity are valueless, compared with the gains of industry and the honest savings of frugal labor, which carry with them blessings and comforts, without inflicting any wound upon the feelings of the helpless and bereaved. Let every man, therefore, who can endeavor to economize and to save, not to hoard, but to nurse his little savings, for the sake of promoting the welfare and happiness of himself while here, and of others when he has departed. There is a dignity in the very effort to save a worthy purpose, even though the attempt should not be crowned with eventual success. It produces a well-regulated mind. It gives prudence a triumph over extravagance. It gives virtue the mastery over vice. It puts the passions under control. It drives away care. It secures comfort. Saved money, however little, will serve to dry up many a tear, will ward off many sorrows and heart-burnings, which otherwise might prey upon us. Possessed of a little store of capital, a man walks with a lighter step. His heart beats more cheerily. When interruption of work or adversity happens, he can meet them. He can recline on his capital, which will either break his fall or prevent it altogether. By prudent economy we can realize the dignity of man. Life will be a blessing, and old age an honor. We can ultimately, under a kind providence, surrender life, conscious that we have been no burden upon society, but rather, perhaps, an acquisition and ornament to it, conscious also that as we have been independent, our children after us, by following our example and availing themselves of the means we have left behind us, will walk in a like manner through the world in happiness and independence. Every man's first duty is to improve, to educate, and elevate himself, helping forward his brethren at the same time by all reasonable methods. Each has within himself the capacity of free will and free action to a large extent, and the fact is proved by the multitude of men who have successfully battled with and overcome the adverse circumstances of life in which they have been placed, and who have risen from the lowest depths of poverty and social debasement, as if to prove what energetic man, resolute of purpose, can do for his own elevation, progress, and advancement in the world. Is it not a fact that the greatness of humanity, the glory of communities, the power of nations, are the result of trials and difficulties encountered and overcome? Let a man resolve and determine that he will advance, and the first step of advancement is already made. The first step is half the battle. In the very fact of advancing himself, he is in the most effectual possible way advancing others. He is giving them the most eloquent of all lessons, that of example, which teaches far more empathetically than words can teach. He is doing what others are by imitation incited to do. Beginning with himself, he is in the most emphatic manner teaching the duty of self-reform and of self-improvement. And if the majority of men acted as he did, how much wiser, how much happier, how much more prosperous as a whole would society become? For society, being made up of units, will be happy and prosperous, or the reverse, exactly at the same degree as the respective individuals who compose it. Complaints about the inequality of conditions are as old as the world. In The Economy by Xenophon, Socrates asks, "How is it that some men live in abundance and have something to spare, whilst others can scarcely obtain the necessities of life? and at the same time run into debt. The reason is, replied Isomachus, because the former occupy themselves with their business, whilst the latter neglect it. The difference between men consists for the most part in intelligence, conduct, and energy. The best character never works by chance, but is under the influence of virtue, prudence, and forethought. There are, of course, many failures in the world. The man who looks to others for help, instead of relying on himself, will fail. The man who is undergoing the process of perpetual waste will fail. The miser, the scrub, the extravagant, the thriftless, will necessarily fail. Indeed, most people fail because they do not deserve to succeed. They set about their work in the wrong way, and no amount of experience seems to improve them. There is not so much luck as some people profess to believe. Luck is only another word for good management in practical affairs. Richelieu used to say that he would not continue to employ an unlucky man. In other words, a man wanting in practical quantities, and unable to profit by experience. For failures in the past are very often the auguries of failures in the future. Some of the best and ablest of men are wanting in tact. They will neither make allowance for circumstance nor adapt themselves to circumstances. They will insist on trying to drive their wedge the broad end foremost. They raise walls only to run their own heads against. They make such great preparations and use such great precautions that they defeat their own object. Like the Dutchman mentioned by Washington Irving, who, having to leap a ditch, went so far back to have a good run at it that when he came up he was completely winded and had to sit down on the wrong side to recover his breath. In actual life, we want things done, not preparations for doing them, and we naturally prefer the man who has definite aims and purposes and proceeds in the straightest and shortest way to accomplish his object, the one who describes the thing to be done and spins fine phrases about doing it. Without action, words are mere maundering. The desire for success in the world, and even for the accumulation of money, is not without its uses. It has doubtless been implanted in the human heart for good rather than for evil purposes. Indeed, the desire to accumulate forms one of the most powerful instruments for the regeneration of society. It provides the basis for individual energy and activity. It is the beginning of maritime and commercial enterprise. It is the foundation of industry, as well as of independence. It impels men to labor, to invent, and to excel. No idle or thriftless man ever became great. It is amongst those who never lost a moment that we find the men who have moved and advanced in the world, by their learning, their science, or their inventions. Labor of some sort is one of the conditions of existence. The thought has come down to us from pagan times that labor is the price which the gods have set upon all that is excellent. The thought is also worthy of Christian times. Everything depends, as we shall afterwards find, upon the uses to which accumulations of wealth are applied. On the tombstone of John Deneau, of New Orleans, the following maxims are engraved as the merchant's guide to young men on their way through life. Remember, always, that labor is one of the conditions of our existence. Time is gold. Throw not 1 minute away, but place each one to account. Do unto all men as you would be done by. Never put off till tomorrow what can be done today. Never bid another do what you can do yourself. Never covet what is not your own. Never think any matter so trifling as not to deserve notice. Never give out what does not come in. Do not spend, but produce. Let the greatest order regulate the actions of your life. Study in your course of life to do the greatest amount of good. Deprive yourself of nothing that is necessary to your comfort, but live in honorable simplicity and frugality. Labor, then, to the last moment of your existence. Most men have it in their power, by prudent arrangements, to defend themselves against adversity, and to throw up a barrier against destitution. They can do this by their own individual efforts, or by acting on the principle of cooperation, which is capable of an almost indefinite extension. People of the most humble condition, by combining their means and associating together, are enabled in many ways to defend themselves against the pressure of poverty, to promote their physical well-being, and even to advance the progress of the nation. A solitary individual may be able to do very little to advance and improve society, but when he combines with his fellows for the purpose, he can do a very great deal. Civilization itself is but the effect of combining. Mr. Mill has said that almost all the advantages which man possesses over the inferior animals arise from his power of acting in combination with his fellows, and of accomplishing, by the united efforts of numbers, what could not be accomplished by the detached efforts of individuals. The secret of social development is to be found in cooperation, and the great question of improved economical and social life can only receive a satisfactory solution through its means. To effect good on a large scale, men must combine their efforts, and the best social system in that which the organization for the common good is rendered the most complete in all respects. The middle classes have largely employed the principle of association. No class has risen so rapidly or done more by their energy and industry to advance the power and progress of England. And why? Because the most active have always been the most ready to associate, to cooperate, and to combine. They have combined when they were attacked, combined when they had an abuse to destroy, or a great object to accomplish. They have associated together to manufacture articles of commerce, to make canals, to construct railways, to form gas companies, to institute insurance and banking companies, and to do an immense amount of industrial work. By combining their small capitals together, they have been able to accumulate an enormous aggregate capital, and to execute the most gigantic undertakings. The middle classes have accomplished more by the principle of cooperation than the classes who have so much greater need of it. All the joint stock companies are the result of association. The railways, the telegraphs, the banks, the mines, the manufactories have, for the most part, been established and are carried on by means of the savings of the middle class. The working classes have only begun to employ the same principle. Yet, how much might they accomplish by its means? They might cooperate in saving as well as in producing. They might, by putting their saved earnings together, become, by combination, their own masters. Within a few years past, many millions sterling have been expended in strikes for wages. 100 millions a year are thrown away upon drink and other unnecessary articles. Here is an enormous capital. Men who expend or waste such an amount can easily become capitalists. It requires only will, energy, and self-denial. So much money spent on buildings, plant, and steam engines would enable them to manufacture for themselves instead of for the benefit of individual capitalists. The steam engine is impartial in its services. It is no respecter of persons. It will work for the benefit of the laborer, as well as for the benefit of the millionaire. It will work for those who make the best use of it, and who have the greatest knowledge of its powers. End of section 8.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Methods of Economy, Part 2. The greater number of workmen possess little capital save their labor, and, as we have already seen, Many of them uselessly and wastefully spend most of their earnings instead of saving them and becoming capitalists. By combining in large numbers for the purposes of economical working, they might easily become capitalists and operate upon a large scale. As society is now constituted, every man is not only justified but bound in duty as a citizen to accumulate his earnings by all fair and honorable methods, with the view of securing a position of ultimate competence and independence. We do not say that men should save and hoard their gains for the mere sake of saving and hoarding. This would be parsimony and avarice. But we do say that all men ought to aim at accumulating a sufficiency, enough to maintain them in comfort during the helpless years that are to come, to maintain them in times of sickness and of sorrow and in old age, which, if it does come, ought to find them with a little store of capital in hand, sufficient to secure them from dependence upon the charity of others. Workmen are, for the most part, disposed to associate, but the association is not always of a healthy kind. It sometimes takes the form of unions against masters, and displays itself in the strikes that are so common and usually so unfortunate. Workmen also strike against men of their own class for the purpose of excluding them from their special calling. One of the principal objects of trade unions is to keep up wages at the expense of the lower paid and unassociated working people. They endeavor to prevent poorer men learning their trade, and thus keep the supply of labor below the demand. This system may last for a time, but it becomes ruinous in the end. It is not the want of money that prevents skilled workmen from becoming capitalists, and opening the door for the employment of laboring men who are poorer and less skilled than themselves. The work people threw away £500,000 sterling during the Preston strike, after which they went back to work at the old terms. The London building trades threw away over £300,000 during their strike, and even had they obtained the terms for which they struck, it would have taken 6 years to recoup them for their loss. The colliers in the Forest of Dean went back to work at the old terms after 11 weeks' play, at the loss of £50,000. The ironworkers of Northumberland and Durham, after spending a third of the year in idleness, and losing £200,000 in wages, went back to work at a reduction of 10%. The colliers and ironworkers of South Wales, during the recent strike or lockout, were idle for 4 months, and, according to Lord Aberdare, lost in wages alone not less than £3 millions sterling. Here, then, is abundance of money within the power of working men, money which they might utilize but do not. Think only of a solitary million, out of the 3 millions sterling which they threw away during the coal strike, being devoted to the starting of collieries or iron mills or manufactories, to be worked by cooperative production for the benefit of the operatives themselves. With frugal habits, says Mr. Gregg, the well-conditioned workman might in 10 years easily have £500 in the bank. And combining his savings with 20 other men similarly disposed, they might have £10,000 for the purpose of starting any manufacture in which they are adepts. That this is not an impracticable scheme is capable of being easily proved. The practice of cooperation has long been adopted by work people throughout England. A large proportion of the fishery industry has been conducted on that principle for hundreds of years. Fishermen join in building, rigging, and manning a boat. The proceeds of the fish they catch at sea is divided amongst them. So much to the boat, so much to the fishermen. The company of oyster dredgers of Whitstable, has existed time out of mind, though it was only in 1793 that they were incorporated by Act of Parliament. The tin miners of Cornwall have also acted on the same principle. They have mined, washed, and sold the tin, dividing the proceeds among themselves in certain proportions, most probably from the time that the Phoenicians carried away the produce to their ports in the Mediterranean. In our own time, cooperation has been practiced to a considerable extent. In 1795, the whole Anti-Mill Industrial Society was founded. The reasons for its association are explained in the petition addressed to the mayor and aldermen of Hull by the first members of the society. The petition begins thus, "We, the poor inhabitants of the said town, have lately experienced much trouble and sorrow in ourselves and families, on the occasion of the exorbitant price of flour. And though the price is much reduced at present, yet we judge it needful to take every precaution to preserve ourselves from the invasions of covetous and merciless men in future." They accordingly entered into a subscription to build a mill in order to supply themselves with flour. The corporation granted their petition and supported them by liberal donations. The mill was built and exists to this day. It now consists of more than 4,000 members, each holding a share of 25 shillings. The members belong principally to the laboring classes. The millers endeavored by action at law to put down the society, but the attempt was successfully resisted. The society manufactures flour and sells it to the members at market price, dividing the profits annually amongst the shareholders, according to the quantity consumed in each member's family. The society has proved eminently remunerative. Many years passed before the example of the "poor inhabitants" of Hull was followed. It was only in 1847 that the cooperators of Leeds purchased a flour mill, and in 1850 that those of Rochdale did the same, since which time they have manufactured flour for the benefit of their members. The corn millers of Leeds attempted to undersell the Leeds Industrial Society. They soon failed, and the price of flour was permanently reduced. The Leeds mill does business amounting to more than £100,000 yearly. Its capital amounts to £22,000, and it paid more than £8,000 of profits and bonuses to its 3,600 members in 1866, besides supplying them with flour of the best quality. The Rochdale District Cooperative Corn Mill Society has also been eminently successful. It supplies flours to consumers residing within a radius of about 15 miles round Rochdale. It also supplies flour to 62 cooperative societies, numbering over 12,000 members. Its business in 1866 amounted to £224,000, and its profits to over £18,000. The Rochdale Corn Mill grew out of the Rochdale Equitable Pioneer Society, which formed an epoch in the history of industrial cooperative institutions. The Equitable Pioneers Society was established in the year 1844, at a time when trade was in a very bad condition, and working people generally were heartless and hopeless as to their future state. Some 28 or 30 men, mostly flannel weavers, met and formed themselves into a society for the purpose of economizing their hard-won earnings. It is pretty well known that working men generally pay at least 10% more for the articles they consume than they need to do under a sounder system. Professor Fawcett estimates their loss at nearer 20% than 10%. At all events, these working men wished to save this amount of profit, which before went into the pockets of the distributors of the necessaries, in other words, into the pockets of the shopkeepers. The weekly subscription was 2 pence each, and when about 52 calls of 2 pence each had been made, they found that they were able to buy a sack of oatmeal, which they distributed at cost price amongst the members of the society. The number of members grew, and the subscriptions so increased that the society was enabled to buy tea, sugar, and other articles, and distribute them amongst the members at cost price. They superseded the shopkeepers and became their own tradesmen. They insisted from the first on payments in cash. No credit was given. The society grew. It established a store for the sale of food, firing, clothes, and other necessaries. In a few years the members set on foot the cooperative corn mill. They increased the capital by the issue of £1 shares, and began to make and sell clothes and shoes. They also sold drapery, but the principal trade consisted in the purchase and sale of provisions, butcher's meat, groceries, flours, and such like. Notwithstanding the great distress during the period of the cotton famine, the society continued to prosper. From the first it set apart a portion of its funds for educational purposes, and established a newsroom and a library, which now contains over 6,000 volumes. The society continued to increase until it possessed 11 branches for the sale of goods in stores in or near Rochdale, besides the original office in Toad Lane. At the end of 1866 it had 6,246 members, and a capital of £99,908. Its income for goods sold and cash received during the year was £249,122, and the gross profit £31,931. But this was not all. 2.5% was appropriated from the net profit to support the newsrooms and library, and there are now 11 news and reading rooms at different places in or near the town where the society carries on its business. The sum devoted to this object amounting to over £700 per annum. The members play at chess and draughts and use the stereoscopic views, microscopes, and telescopes placed in the libraries. No special arrangements have been made to promote temperance, but the newsrooms and library exercise a powerful and beneficial influence in promoting sobriety. It has been said that the Society has done more to remove drunkenness from Rockdale than all that the advocates of temperance have been able to effect. The example of the Rockdale pioneers has exercised a powerful influence on workingmen throughout the northern counties of England. There is scarcely a town or village but has a cooperative institution of one kind or another. These societies have promoted habits of saving, of thrift, and of temperance. They have given the people an interest in money matters and enabled them to lay out their earnings to the best advantage. They have also given the working people some knowledge of business, for the whole of their concerns are managed by committees selected at the general meetings of the members. One of the most flourishing cooperative societies is that established at Over Darwin. The society has erected a row of handsome buildings in the center of the town. The shops for the sale of provisions, groceries, clothing, and other necessaries occupy the lower story. Over the shops are the library, reading rooms, and classrooms which are open to the members and their families. The third story consists of a large public hall which is used for lectures, concerts, and dances. There are 6 branches of the society established in different parts of the town. A large amount of business is done, and the profits are very considerable. These are divided amongst the members in proportion to the purchases made by them. The profits are, for the most part, reinvested in joint stock paper mills, cotton mills, and collieries in the neighborhood of Darwin. One of the most praiseworthy features of the society is the provision made for the free education of the members and their families. 2.5% of the profits are appropriated for the purpose. While inspecting the institution a few months ago, we were informed that the science classes were so efficiently conducted that one of the pupils had just obtained a government scholarship of £50 a year for 3 years, including free instruction at the School of Mines, Jermyn Street, London, with a free use of the laboratories during that period. There are also 2 other cooperative institutions in the same place, and we were informed that the working people of Darwin are, for the most part, hard-working, sober, and thrifty. The example has also spread into Scotland and the south of England. At Northampton, a cooperative society exists for the purpose of buying and selling leather, and also for the manufacture of boots and shoes. At Padiham and other places in Lancashire, cooperative cotton mills have been established. The Manchester and Salford Equitable Cooperative Society, quote, combine the securities and facilities of a bank with the profits of a trade, end quote. But the business by which they mostly thrive is by the purchase and sale of food, provisions, groceries, draperies, and other articles, with the exception of intoxicating liquors. The sole secret of their success consists in ready money. They give no credit. Everything is done for cash, the profit of the trade being divided amongst the members. Every businessman knows that cash payment is the soundest method of conducting business. The Rockdale pioneers, having discovered the secret, have spread it amongst their class. In their, quote, advice to members of this and other societies, end quote, they say, quote, look well after money matters. Buy your goods as much as possible in the first markets. Or if you have the produce of your industry to sell, contrive, if possible, to sell it in the last. Never depart from the principle of buying and selling for ready money. Beware of long reckonings, end quote. In short, the cooperative societies became tradesmen on a large scale, and besides the pureness of the food sold, their profit consisted in the discount for cash payments, which was divided amongst the members. Land and building societies constitute another form of cooperation. These are chiefly supported by the minor middle-class men, but also to a considerable extent by the skilled and thrifty working-class men. By their means, portions of land are bought and dwelling houses are built. By means of a building society, a person who desires to possess a house enters the society as a member, and instead of paying his rent to the landlord, pays his subscriptions and interest to a committee of his friends, and in course of time, when his subscriptions are paid up, the house is purchased and conveyed to him by the society. The building society is thus a savings bank where money accumulates for a certain purpose. But even those who do not purchase a house receive a dividend and bonus on their shares, which sometimes amounts to a considerable sum. The accumulation of property has the effect which it always has upon thrifty men. It makes them steady, sober, and diligent. It weans them from revolutionary notions and makes them conservative. When workmen, by their industry and frugality, have secured their own independence, they will cease to regard the sight of others' well-being as a wrong inflicted on themselves, and it will no longer be possible to make political capital out of their imaginary woes. It has been said that freehold land societies, which were established for political objects, had the effect of weaning men from political reform. They were first started in Birmingham for the purpose of enabling men to buy land, and divide it into 40-shilling freeholds so that the owners might become electors and vote against the Corn Laws. The Corn Laws have been done away with, but the holders of freehold lands still exist, though many of them have ceased to be politicians. "Mr. Arthur Ryland informs me," said Mr. Holyoke in a recent paper on building societies, "that in Birmingham numbers of persons under the influence of these societies have forsaken patriotism for profits, and I know both cooperators and Chartists who were loud-mouthed for social and political reform, who now care no more for it than a Whig government, and decline to attend a public meeting on a fine night, while they would crawl like the serpent in Eden through a gutter in a storm after a good security. They have tasted land, and the gravel has got into their souls. Yet to many others," he adds, "these societies have taught a healthy frugality they never else would have known, and enabled many an industrious son to take to his home his poor old father, who expected and dreaded to die in the workhouse, and set him down to smoke his pipe in the sunshine in the garden, of which the land and the house belong to his child." The Leeds Permanent Building Society, which has furnished healthy tenements for about 200 families, sets forth the following recommendations of the influence which it has exercised amongst the working classes of that town. "It is truly cheering to hear the members themselves, at occasional meetings, tell how, from small savings hitherto deemed too little for active application, they began to invest in the society, then to build or buy, then to advance in life, and come to competence from extending their savings in this manner. The provident habits and knowledge thus induced are most beneficial to the members, and the result is that the careless become thoughtful, and on saving become orderly, respectable, propertied, and in every way better citizens, neighbors, and more worthy and comfortable. The employment of money in this useful direction encourages trade, advances prices and wages, comforts the working classes, and at the same time provides the means of home enjoyments without which such advances would be comparatively useless and certainly uncertain." There are also exceptional towns and villages in Lancashire where large sums of money have been saved by the operatives for buying or building comfortable cottage dwellings. Last year Padiham saved about £15,000 for this purpose, although its population is only about 8,000. Burnley has also been very successful. The building society there has 6,600 investors who saved last year £160,000, or an average of £24 for each investor. The members consist principally of mill operatives, miners, mechanics, engineers, carpenters, stonemasons, and laborers. They also include women, both married and unmarried. Our informant states that, "great numbers of the working classes have purchased houses in which to live. They have likewise bought houses as a means of investment. The Building Society has assisted in hundreds of these cases by advancing money on mortgage, such mortgages being repaid by easy installments." Building societies are, on the whole, among the most excellent methods of illustrating the advantages of thrift. They induce men to save money for the purpose of buying their own homes, in which, so long as they live, they possess the best of all securities. End of section 9.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 7. Economy in Life Assurance. Do not for one repulse forego the purpose that you resolved to effect. Shakespeare. We are helpers, fellow creatures of the right against the wrong. E. Barrett. Life was not given us to be all used up in the pursuit of what we must leave behind us when we die. Joseph May. Les bonheurs ou les malheurs de la voyageuse n'est souvent que l'extrait de notre vie passée. The blessedness or misery of old age is often but the extract of our past life. De Maistre. Two other methods of cooperative saving remain to be mentioned. The first is by life assurance, which enables widows and children to be provided for at the death of the assured, and the second is by friendly societies, which enable working men to provide themselves with relief in sickness and their widows and orphans with a small sum at their death. The first method is practiced by the middle and upper classes, and the second by the working classes. It might possibly take a long time to save enough money to provide for those who are dependent upon us, and there is always the temptation to encroach upon the funds set apart for death, which, as most people suppose, may be a far distant event, so that saving bit by bit from week to week cannot always be relied upon. The person who joins an assurance society is in a different position. His annual or quarterly saving becomes at once a portion of a general fund sufficient to realize the intention of the assured. At the moment that he makes his first payment, his object is attained. Though he die on the day after his premium has been paid, his widow and children will receive the entire amount of his assurance. This system, while it secures a provision to his survivors, at the same time incites a man to the moral obligation of exercising foresight and prudence, since through its means these virtues may be practiced, and their ultimate reward secured. Not the least of the advantages attending life assurance is the serenity of mind which attends the provident man when lying on a bed of sickness, or when he is in prospect of death. So unlike that painful anxiety for the future welfare of a family, which adds poignancy to bodily suffering and retards or defeats the power of medicine. The poet Burns, in writing to a friend a few days before his death, said that he was still the victim of affliction. Alas, Clark, I begin to fear the worst. Burns's poor widow and half a dozen of his dear little ones, helpless orphans. There, I am weak as a woman's tear. Enough of this, 'tis half my disease. Life assurance may be described as a joint stock plan for securing widows and children from want. It is an arrangement by means of which a large number of persons agree to lay by certain small sums, called premiums, yearly, to accumulate at interest, as in a savings bank, against the contingency of the assurer's death, when the amount of the sum subscribed for is forthwith handed over to his survivors. By this means persons possessed of but little capital, though enjoying regular wages or salaries, however small, may at once form a fund for the benefit of their family at death. We often hear of men who have been diligent and useful members of society dying and leaving their wives and families in absolute poverty. They have lived in respectable style, paid high rents for their houses, dressed well, kept up good visiting acquaintance, were seen at most places of amusement, and brought up their children with certain ideas of social position and respectability. But death has stricken them down, and what is the situation of their families? Has the father provided for their future? From 20 to 25 pounds a year paid into an assurance society would have secured their widows and orphans against absolute want. Have they performed this duty? No, they have done nothing of the kind. It turns out that the family have been living up to their means, if not beyond them, and the issue is that they are thrown suddenly bankrupt upon the world. Conduct such as this is not only thoughtless and improvident, but heartless and cruel in the last degree. To bring a family into the world, give them refined tastes, and accustom them to comforts, the loss of which is misery, and then to leave the family to the workhouse, the prison, or the street, to the alms of relatives, or to the charity of the public, is nothing short of a crime done against society as well as against the unfortunate individuals who are the immediate survivors. It will be admitted that the number of men who can lay by a sufficient store of capital for the benefit of their families is, in these times of intense competition, comparatively small. Perhaps the claims of an increasing family absorb nearly all their gains, and they find that the sum which they can put away in the bank is so small that it is not put away at all. They become reckless of ever attaining so apparently hopeless an object as that of an accumulation of earnings for the benefit of their families at death. Take the case of a married man with a family. He has begun business and thinks that if his life were spared, he might in course of years be able to lay by sufficient savings to provide for his wife and family at his death. But life is most uncertain, and he knows that at any moment he may be taken away, leaving those he holds most dear comparatively destitute. At 30, he determines to join a Sound Life office. He insures for £500 payable to his survivors at his death, and pays from £12 to £13 yearly. From the moment on which he pays that amount, the £500 are secured for his family, although he died the very next day. Now, if he had deposited this £12 or £13 yearly in a bank, or employed it at interest, it would have taken about 20 years before his savings would have amounted to £500. But by the simple and beautiful expedient of life assurance, these 26 years of the best part of his life are, on this account at least, secured against anxiety and care. The anticipation of future evil no longer robs him of present enjoyment. By means of his annual fixed payment, which decreases according to the profits of the society, he is secure of leaving a fixed sum at his death for the benefit of his family. In this way, life assurance may be regarded in the light of a contract, by which the inequalities of life are to a certain extent averaged and compensated, so that those who die soon, or rather their families, become sharers in the good fortune of those who live beyond the average term of life. And even should the assured himself live beyond the period at which his savings would have accumulated to more than the sum insured, he will not be disposed to repine if he takes into account his exemption from corroding solicitude during so many years of his life. The reasons which induce a man to insure his house and stock of goods against the accident of fire ought to be still more imperative in inducing him to insure his life against the accident of disease and the contingency of sudden death. What is worldly prudence in the one case is something more in the other. It has superadded to it the duty of providing for the future maintenance of a possibly widowed wife and orphaned children, and no man can justly stand excused who neglects so great and binding an obligation. Is it an obligation on the part of a husband and father to provide daily bread for his wife and children during his life? Then it is equally an obligation on his part to provide means for their adequate support in event of his death. The duty is so obvious, the means of performing it are so simple, and are now so easily placed within the reach of all men. The arrangement is so eminently practical, rational, benevolent, and just. It is, moreover, so calculated to increase every wise and prudent man's sense of self-respect, and to encourage him in the performance of all proper social duties, that we cannot conceive of any possible objection that can be urged against it. And it is only to be regretted that the practice is not far more general and customary than it is amongst all classes of the community. Footnote: It may be mentioned that the total amount assured in existing British offices, mostly by the middle classes, is about 350 millions sterling. and that the annual premiums payable amount to not less than 11 millions sterling, and yet no more than 1 person in 20 of the persons belonging to the classes to whom life assurance is especially applicable have yet availed themselves of its benefits. End footnote. The friendly or benefit societies of the working classes are also cooperative societies under another form. They cultivate the habit of prudent self-reliance amongst the people, and are consequently worthy of every encouragement. It is certainly a striking fact that some 4 millions of working men should have organized themselves into voluntary assurance for the purpose of mutual support in times of sickness and disease. These societies are the outgrowth, in a great measure, to the English love of self-government and social independence. In illustration of which it may be stated that whereas in France only 1 person in 76 is found belonging to a benefit society, and in Belgium 1 in 64, the proportion in England is found to be 1 in 9. The English societies are said to have in hand funds amounting to more than 11 millions sterling, and they distribute relief amongst their members, provided by voluntary contributions out of their weekly earnings, amounting to above 2 millions yearly. Although the working classes of France and Belgium do not belong to benefit societies to anything like the same extent, it must be stated in their justification that they are amongst the most thrifty and prudent people in the world. They invest their savings principally in land and in the public funds. The French and Belgians have a positive hunger for land. They save everything that they can for the purpose of acquiring more. And with respect to their investments in the public funds, it may be mentioned as a well-known fact that it was the French peasantry who, by investing their savings in the National Defense Loan, liberated French soil from the tread of their German conquerors. Footnote: at the present time, 1 individual out of every 8 in the population of France has a share in the national debt, the average amount held being 170 francs. The participants in the debt approach closely to the number of freeholders, or rather distinct freeholders, which amount to 5,550,000 according to the last return. France certainly furnishes a singular exception to those countries of Central and Western Europe where the rich are getting more rich and the poor ever more poor. In France, wealth becomes more and more distributed among the bulk of the population. End footnote. English benefit societies, notwithstanding their great uses and benefits, have numerous defects. There are faults in the details of their organization and management, whilst many of them are financially unsound. Like other institutions in their early stages, they have been tentative and, in a great measure, empirical, more especially as regard their rates of contribution and allowances for sick relief. The rates have in many cases been fixed too low in proportion to the benefits allowed, and hence the box is often declared to be closed after the money subscribed has been expended. The society then comes to an end, and the older members have to go without relief for the rest of their lives. But life assurance societies themselves have had to undergo the same discipline of failure, and the operation of winding up has not unfrequently thrown discredit upon these middle-class associations. To quote the words of the Registrar of Friendly Societies in a recent report, "Though the information thus far obtained is not very encouraging as to the general system of management, on the whole, perhaps, the results of the investments of the poor are not worse than those which noblemen, members of Parliament, merchants, professed financiers, and speculators have contrived to obtain in their management of railways, joint stock banks, and enterprises of all kinds." The workmen's societies originated for the most part in a common want felt by persons of small means, unable to accumulate any considerable store of savings to provide against destitution in the event of disablement by disease or accident. At the beginning of life, persons earning their bread by daily labor are able to save money with difficulty. Unavoidable expenses absorb their limited means and press heavily on their income. When unable to work, any little store they may have accumulated is soon spent, and if they have a family to maintain, there is then no choice before them but destitution, begging, or recourse to the poor rates. In their desire to avoid either of these alternatives, they have contrived to the expedient of the benefit society. By combining and putting a large number of small contributions together, they have found it practicable thus to provide a fund sufficiently large to meet their ordinary requirements during sickness. The means by which this is accomplished are very simple. Each member contributes to a common fund at the rate of from 4d. to 6d. a week, and out of this fund the stipulated allowance is paid. Most benefit societies have also a widows' and orphans' fund, raised in like manner, out of which a sum is paid to the survivors of members at their death. It will be obvious that such organizations, however faulty they may be in detail, cannot fail to exercise a beneficial influence upon society at large. The fact that one such association, the Manchester Unity of Oddfellows, numbers about 500,000 of members, possesses a funded capital amounting to £3,706,366, and distributes in sick relief and payments of sums at death above £300,000 a year, illustrates in a striking light their beneficial action upon the classes for whom and by whom they have been established. By their means, working men are enabled to secure the results of economy at a comparatively small cost. For mutual assurance is economy in its most economical form, and merely presents another illustration of that power of cooperation which is working out such extraordinary results in all departments of society, and is in fact but another name for civilization. Many persons object to friendly societies because they are conducted at public houses, because many of them are got up by the keepers of public houses in order to obtain custom from the members, and because in their fortnightly meetings to pay their subscriptions they acquire the pernicious habit of drinking, and thus waste quite as much as they save. The friendly societies doubtless rely very much on the social element. The public house is everybody's house. The members can there meet together, talk together, and drink together. It is extremely probable that had they trusted solely to the sense of duty, the duty of insuring against sickness, and merely required the members to pay their weekly contributions to a collector, very few societies of the kind would have remained in existence. In a large number of cases, there is practically no choice between the society that meets at a public house and none at all. It so happens that the world cannot be conducted on superfine principles. To most men, and especially to the men we are speaking of, it is a rough, working world, conducted on common principles, such as will wear. To some it may seem vulgar to associate beer, tobacco, or feasting with the pure and simple duty of effecting an insurance against disablement by sickness. But the world we live in is vulgar, and we must take it as we find it, and try to make the best of it. It must be admitted that the tendencies to pure good in man are very weak, and need much helping. But the expedient, vulgar though it be, of attracting him through his appetite for meat and drink to perform a duty for himself and neighbors is by no means confined to societies of working men. There is scarcely a London charity or institution but has its annual dinner for the purpose of attracting subscribers. Are we to condemn the 18-penny annual dinner of the poor man, but excuse the guinea one of the rich? A vigorous effort was made by Mr. Ackroyd of Halifax in 1856 to establish a Provident Sick Society and Penny Savings Bank for the working men in the West Riding of Yorkshire. An organization was set on foot with these objectives, and though the Penny Bank proved a complete success, the Provident Society proved a complete failure. Mr. Ackroyd thus explains the causes of the failure. "We found the ground preoccupied," he says, "by friendly societies, especially by the Oddfellows, Druids, Foresters, etc., and against their principles of self-government, mutual check against fraud, and brotherhood, no new and independent society can compete. Our rates were also of necessity much higher than theirs, and this was perhaps one of the chief causes of our failure." Low rates of contribution have been the principal cause of the failure of friendly societies. It was, of course, natural that the members, being persons of limited means, should endeavor to secure the objects of their organization at the lowest cost. They therefore fixed their rates as low as possible, and, as the result proved, they in most cases fixed them too low. So long as the societies consisted for the most part of young, healthy men, and the average amount of sickness remained low, the payments made seemed ample. The funds accumulated, and many flattered themselves that their societies were in a prosperous state, when they contained the sure elements of decay. For as the members grew older, their average liability to sickness was regularly increasing. The effects of increased age upon the solvency of benefit clubs soon became known. Young men avoided the older societies and preferred setting up organizations of their own. The consequence was that the old men began to draw upon their reserves at the same time that the regular contributions fell off, and when, as was frequently the case, a few constantly ailing members kept pressing upon the society, the funds were at length exhausted. The box was declared to be closed, and the society was broken up. The real injustice was done to the younger men who remained in the society. After paying their contributions for many years, they found, when sickness at length fell upon them, that the funds had been exhausted by expenditures for superannuation and other allowances which were not provided for by the rules of the society. Footnote: the Registrar of Friendly Societies, in his report for 1859, states that from 1793 to 1858, the number of societies enrolled and certified had been 28,550, of which 6,850 had ceased to exist. The causes of failure in most cases were reported to be inadequacy of the rates of contribution, the granting of pensions as well as sick pay, and no increase of young members. The dissolution of a society, however, is frequently effected with a view of remolding it and starting afresh under better regulations, and with rates of premium such as increased knowledge has shown to be necessary for the risks which they have to incur. End footnote. Even the best of the benefit societies have been slow to learn the essential importance of adequate rates of contribution to enable them to fulfill their obligations and ensure their continued usefulness as well as solvency. The defect of most of them consists in their trying to do too much with too little means. The benefits paid out are too high for the rates of contribution paid in. Those who come first are served, but those who come late too often find an empty box. Not only have the rates of payment been generally fixed too low, but there have been little or no discrimination in the selection of members. Men advanced in years and of fragile health are often admitted on the same terms as the young and the healthy, the only difference being in the rate of entry money. Even young lodges, which start with inadequate rates, instead of growing stronger, gradually grow weaker, and in the event of a few constantly ailing members falling upon the funds, they soon become exhausted, and the lodge becomes bankrupt and is broken up. Such has been the history of thousands of friendly societies, doing good and serving a useful purpose in their time, but short-lived, ephemeral, and to many of their members disappointing and even deceptive. Attempts have been recently made, more especially by the officers of the Manchester Unity of Oddfellows, to improve the financial condition of their society. Perhaps the best proof of the desire that exists on the part of the leading minds of the Unity to bring the organization into a state of financial soundness is to be found in the fact that the Board of Management have authorized the publication of the best of all data for future guidance, namely, the actual sickness experience of the order. An elaborate series of tables has accordingly been prepared and published for their information by Mr. Radcliffe, the corresponding secretary, at an expense of about £3,500. In the preface to the last edition it is stated that this sum has not been abstracted from the funds set apart for relief during sickness, for assurances at death, or for providing for necessitous widows and orphans, but from the management funds of the lodges, funds which, being generally raised by direct levy on the members, are not therefore readily expended without careful consideration on the part of those most interested in the character and welfare of their cherished institution. We believe that time and experience will enable the leaders of friendly societies generally to improve them and introduce new ameliorations. The best institutions are things of slow growth and are shaped by experience which includes failures as well as successes. And finally, they require age to strengthen them and root them in habit. The rudest society established by working men for mutual help in sickness, independent of help from private charity or the poor rates, is grounded on a right spirit and is deserving of every encouragement. It furnishes a foundation on which to build up something better. It teaches self-reliance and thus cultivates amongst the humblest classes habits of provident economy. Friendly societies began their operations before there was any science of vital statistics to guide them, and if they have made mistakes in mutual assurance, they have not stood alone. Looking at the difficulties they have had to encounter, they are entitled to be judged charitably. Good advice given them in a kindly spirit will not fail to produce good results. The defects which are mixed up with them are to be regarded as but the transient integument which will most probably fall away as the flower ripens and the fruit matures. End of section 10.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 8. Savings Banks. I wish I could write all across the sky in letters of gold the one word, Savings Bank. Reverend Wynne Marsh. The only true secret of assisting the poor is to make them agents in bettering their own condition. Archbishop Sumner. Qui avait ne sait, à 30 ne peut, à 40 ne, jamais ne sera, ne pourra, n'aura. French proverb. Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways, and be wise, which have no guide, no overseer or ruler, provideth her meat in the summer, and gathereth her food in the harvest. Proverbs vi. 6. It is said that there is a skeleton in every household. The skeleton is locked up, put away in a cupboard, and rarely seen. Only the people inside the house know of its existence, but the skeleton nevertheless cannot be long concealed. It comes to light in some way or another. The most common skeleton is poverty. Poverty, says Douglas Jerrold, is the great secret kept at any pains by one half of the world from the other half. When there is nothing laid by, nothing saved to relieve sickness when it comes, nothing to alleviate the wants of old age, this is the skeleton hid away in many a cupboard. In a country such as this, where business is often brought to a standstill by overtrading and overspeculation, many masters, clerks, and workpeople are thrown out of employment. They must wait until better times come round. But in the meantime, how are they to live? If they have accumulated no savings, and have nothing laid by, they are comparatively destitute. Even the cooperative cotton mills or cooperative banks, which are nothing more than joint stock companies limited, may become bankrupt. They may not be able, as was the case during the cotton famine, to compete with the large capitalists in the purchase of cotton, or in the production of cotton twist. Cooperative companies established for the purpose of manufacturing are probably of too speculative a character to afford much lasting benefit to the working classes, and it seems that by far the safer course for them to pursue in times such as the present is by means of simple direct saving. There may be less chance of gain, but there is less risk of loss. What is laid by is not locked up and contingent for its productiveness upon times and trade, but is steadily accumulating and is always ready at hand for use when the pinch of adversity occurs. Footnote 1. The new cotton factories, which have been called cooperative, and which under that name have brought together large numbers of shareholders of the wage classes, are all now in reality common joint stock companies with limited liability. The so-called cooperative shareholders in the leading establishments decided, as I am informed, by large majorities, that the workers should only be paid wages in the ordinary manner, and should not divide profits. The wages being for piecework, it was held that the payment was in accordance with communistic principle, each according to his capacity, each according to his work. The common spinner had no share in the work of the general direction, nor had he evinced any of the capacity of thrift or foresight of the capitalist, and why should he share profits as if he had? The wage class, in their capacity of shareholders, decided that it was an unjust claim upon their profits, and kept them undivided to themselves. Edwin Chadwick, C.B. End of footnote 1. Mr. Bright stated in the House of Commons in 1860 that the income of the working classes was understated at 312 millions a year. Looking at the increase of wages which has taken place during the last 15 years, their income must now amount to at least 400 millions. Footnote 2. Speech on the Representation of the People Bill. End of footnote 2. Surely out of this large fund of earnings, the working classes might easily save from 30 to 40 millions yearly. At all events, they might save such an amount as, if properly used and duly economized, could not fail to establish large numbers of them in current circumstances of comfort, and even of comparative wealth. The instances which we have already cited of persons in the humbler ranks of life having by prudential forethought accumulated a considerable store of savings for the benefit of their families, and as a stay for their old age, need not by any means be the comparatively exceptional cases that they are now. What one well-regulated person is able to do, others, influenced by similar self-reliant motives, and practicing like sobriety and frugality, might with equal ease and, in one way or another, accomplish. A man who has more money about him than he requires for current purposes is tempted to spend it. To use the common phrase, it is apt to burn a hole in his pocket. He may be easily entrapped into company, and where his home provides but small comfort, the public house, with its bright fire, is always ready to welcome him. It often happens that workmen lose their employment in bad times. Mercantile concerns become bankrupt, clerks are paid off, and servants are dismissed when their masters can no longer employ them. If the disemployed people have been in the habit of regularly consuming all their salaries and wages without laying anything by, their case is about the most pitiable that can be imagined. But if they have saved something, at home or in the savings bank, they will be enabled to break their fall. They will obtain some breathing time before they again fall into employment. Suppose they have as much as £10 saved. It may seem a very little sum, yet in distress it amounts to much. It may even prove a man's passport to future independence. With £10, a workman might remove from one district to another where employment is more abundant. With £10, he might emigrate to Canada or the United States, where his labor might be in request. Without this little store of savings, he might be rooted to his native spot, like a limpet to the rock. If a married man with a family, his £10 would save his home from wreckage, and his household from destitution. His £10 would keep the wolf from the door until better times came round. £10 would keep many a servant girl from ruin, give her time to recruit her health, perhaps wasted by hard work, and enable her to look about for a suitable place instead of rushing into the first that offered. We do not value money for its own sake, and we should be the last to encourage a miserly desire to hoard amongst any class. But we cannot help recognizing in money the means of life, the means of comfort, and the means of maintaining an honest independence. We would therefore recommend every young man and every young woman to begin life by learning to save, to lay up for the future a certain portion of every week's earnings, be it little or much, to avoid consuming every week or every year the earnings of that week or year, and we counsel them to do this as they would avoid the horrors of dependence and destitution or beggary. We would have men and women of every class able to help themselves, relying upon their own resources, upon their own savings. For it is a true saying that a penny in the purse is better than a friend at court. The first penny saved is a step in the world. The fact of its being saved and laid by indicates self-denial, forethought, prudence, wisdom. It may be the germ of future happiness. It may be the beginning of independence. Cobbett was accustomed to scoff at the bubble of savings banks, alleging that it was an insult to the people to tell them they had anything to save. Yet to the extent to which savings banks have been used, even by the humblest classes, proves that he was as much mistaken in this as he was in many of the views which he maintained. There are thousands of persons who would probably never have thought of laying by a penny but for the facility of the savings bank. It would have seemed so useless to try. The small hoard in the cupboard was too ready at hand, and would have become dissipated before it accumulated to any amount. But no sooner was a place of deposit provided, where sums as small as a shilling could be put away, than people hastened to take advantage of it. The first savings bank was started by Miss Priscilla Wakefield, in the parish of Tottenham, Middlesex, towards the close of the last century, her object being mainly to stimulate the frugality of poor children. The experiment proved so successful that in 1799 the Reverend Joseph Smith of Wendon commenced a plan of receiving small sums from his parishioners during summer and returning them at Christmas, with the addition of 1/3 as a stimulus to prudence and forethought. Miss Wakefield in her turn followed Mr. Smith's example, and in 1804 extended the plan of her charitable bank so as to include adult laborers, female servants, and others. A similar institution was formed at Bath in 1808 by several ladies of that city, and about the same time Mr. Whitbread proposed to Parliament the formation of a national institution in the nature of a bank for the use and advantage of the laboring classes alone. But nothing came of his proposal. It was not until the Reverend Henry Duncan, the minister of Ruthwell, a poor parish in Dumfriesshire, took up the subject, that the savings bank system may be said to have become fairly inaugurated. The inhabitants of that parish were mostly poor cottagers, whose average wages did not amount to more than 8 shillings a week. There were no manufactures in the district, nor any means of subsistence for the population, except what was derived from the land under cultivation, and the landowners were for the most part non-resident. It seemed a very unlikely place in which to establish a bank for savings, where the poor people were already obliged to strain every nerve to earn a bare living, to provide the means of educating their children, for, however small his income, the Scottish peasant almost invariably contrives to save something wherewith to send his children to school, and to pay their little contributions to the friendly society of the parish. Nevertheless, the minister resolved, as a help to his spiritual instructions, to try the experiment. Not many laboring men may apprehend the deep arguments of the religious teacher. The least intelligent can appreciate a bit of practical advice that tells on the well-being of his household as well as on the laborer's own daily comfort and self-respect. Dr. Duncan knew that even in the poorest family there were odds and ends of income apt to be frittered away in unnecessary expenditure. He saw some thrifty cottagers using the expedient of a cow or a pig or a bit of garden ground as a savings bank, finding their return of interest in the shape of butter and milk, winter's bacon, or garden produce, and it occurred to him that there were other villagers, single men and young women, for whom some analogous mode of storing away their summer's savings might be provided, and a fair rate of interest returned upon their little investments. Hence originated the Parish Savings Bank of Ruthwell, the first self-supporting institution of the kind established in this country. That the minister was not wrong in his anticipations was proved by the fact that in the course of 4 years the funds of his saving bank amounted to nearly £1,000. And if poor villagers out of 8 shillings a week, and female labourers and servants out of much less, could lay aside this sum, what might not mechanics, artisans, miners, and ironworkers accomplish who earn from 30 to 50 shillings a week all year round? The example set by Mr. Duncan was followed in many towns and districts in England and Scotland. In every instance the model of the Ruthwell parish was followed, and the self-sustaining principle was adopted. The savings banks thus instituted were not eleemosynary institutions, nor dependent upon anybody's charity or patronage, but their success rested entirely with the depositors themselves. They encouraged the industrious classes to rely upon their own resources, to exercise forthright and economy in the conduct of life, to cherish self-respect and self-dependence, and to provide for their comfort and maintenance in old age by the careful use of the products of their industry, instead of having to rely for aid upon the thankless dole of a begrudged poor rate. The establishment of savings banks with these objects at length began to be recognized as a matter of national concern, and in 1817 an act was passed which served to increase their number and extend their usefulness. Various measures have since been adopted with the object of increasing their efficiency and security, but notwithstanding the great good which these institutions have accomplished, it is still obvious that the better paid classes of workpeople avail themselves of them to only a very limited extent. A very small portion of the 400 millions estimated to be annually earned by the working classes finds its way to the savings bank, while at least 20 times the amount is spent annually at the beer shop and the public house. It is not the highly paid class of working men and women who invest money in the savings banks, but those who earn comparatively moderate incomes. Thus, the most numerous class of depositors in the Manchester and Salford Savings Bank is that of domestic servants. After them rank clerks, shopmen, porters, and miners. Only about a third part of the deposits belong to the operatives, artisans, and mechanics. It is the same in manufacturing districts generally. A few years since it was found that of the numerous female depositors at Dundee, only one was a factory worker. The rest were for the most part servants. There is another fact that is remarkable. The habit of saving does not so much prevail in those counties where wages are the highest, as in those counties where wages are the lowest. Previous to the era of post office savings banks, the inhabitants of Wilts and Dorset, where wages are about the lowest in England, deposited more money in the savings banks per head of the population than they did in Lancashire and Yorkshire, where the wages are about the highest in England. Taking Yorkshire itself and dividing it into manufacturing and agricultural, the manufacturing inhabitants of West Riding of York invested about 25 shillings per head of the population in the savings banks, whilst the agricultural populations of East Riding invested about 3 times that amount. Private soldiers are paid much less wages per week than the lowest paid workmen, and yet they put more money in the savings banks than workmen who are paid from 30 to 40 shillings a week. Soldiers are generally supposed to be a particularly thoughtless class. Indeed, they are sometimes held up to odium as reckless and dissolute. But the military savings bank returns refute the vilification, and prove that the British soldier is as sober, well-disciplined, and frugal as we already know him to be brave. Most people forget that the soldier must be obedient, sober, and honest. If he is a drunkard, he is punished. If he is dishonest, he is drummed out of the regiment. Wonderful is the magic of drill. Drill means discipline, training, education. The first drill of every people is military. It has been the first education of nations. The duty of obedience is thus taught on a large scale. Submission to authority, united action under a common head. These soldiers, who are ready to march steadily against volleyed fire, against belching cannon, up fortress heights, or to beat their heads against bristling bayonets, as they did at Badajoz, were once tailors, shoemakers, mechanics, delvers, weavers, and ploughmen, with mouths gaping, shoulders stooping, feet straggling, arms and hands like great fins hanging by their sides. But now their gait is firm and martial, their figures are erect, and they march along to the sound of music, with a tread that makes the earth shake. Such is the wonderful power of drill. Nations, as they become civilized, adopt other methods of discipline. The drill becomes industrial. Conquest and destruction give place to production in many forms. And what trophies industry has won, what skill has it exercised, and what labors has it performed? Every industrial process is performed by drilled bands of artisans. Go into Yorkshire and Lancashire, and you will find armies of drilled laborers at work, where their discipline is perfect, and the results as regards the amount of manufactured productions turned out of hand are prodigious. On efficient drilling and discipline, men's success as individuals and as societies entirely depends. The most self-independent man is under discipline, and the more perfect the discipline, the more complete his condition. A man must drill his desires and keep them under subjection. He must obey the word of command, otherwise he is the sport of passion and impulse. The religion's man's life is full of discipline and self-restraint. The man of business is entirely subject to system and rule. The happiest home is that where the discipline is the most perfect, and yet where it is the least felt. We at length become subject to it as to the law of nature, and while it binds us firmly, yet we feel it not. The force of habit is but the force of drill. One dare scarcely hint in these days at the necessity for compulsory conscription, and yet were the people at large compelled to pass through the discipline of the army, the country would be stronger, the people would be soberer, and thrift would become much more habitual than it is at present. Military savings banks were first suggested by Paymaster Fairfowl in 1816, and about 10 years later the question was again raised by Colonel Oglander of the 26th Foot Cameronians. The subject was brought under the notice of the late Duke of Wellington and negatived, the Duke making the following memorandum on the subject: "There is nothing that I know of to prevent a soldier, equally with others of His Majesty's subjects, from investing his money in savings banks. If there be any impediment, it should be taken away, but I doubt the expediency of going further." The idea, however, seems to have occurred to the Duke that the proposal to facilitate the saving of money by private soldiers might be turned to account in the way of a reduction in the army expenditure, and he characteristically added, "Has a soldier more pay than he requires? If he has, it should be lowered, not to those now in the service, but to those enlisted hereafter." No one, however, could allege that the pay of the private soldier was excessive, and it was not likely that any proposal to lower it would be entertained. The subject of savings banks for the army was allowed to rest for a time, but by the assistance of Sir James Macgregor and Lord Howick, a scheme was at length approved and finally established in 1842. The result has proved satisfactory in an eminent degree, and speaks well for the character of the British soldier. It appears from a paper presented to the House of Commons some years ago, giving the details of the savings effected by the respective corps, that the men of the Royal Artillery had saved over £23,000, or an average of £16 to each depositor. These savings were made out of a daily pay of 1 3d and a penny for beer money, or equal to about 9 6d a week, subject to sundry deductions for extra clothing. Again, the men of the Royal Engineers, mostly drawn from the skilled mechanical class, had saved nearly £12,000, or an average of about £20 for each depositor. The 26th Regiment of the Line, Cameronians, whose pay was a shilling a day and a penny for beer, saved over £4,000. 250 men of the 1st Battalion, or 1/3 of the corps, were depositors in the savings bank, and their savings amounted to about £17 per man. But this is not all. Private soldiers, out of their small earnings, are accustomed to remit considerable sums through the post office to their poor relations at home. In 1 year, £22,000 were thus sent from Aldershot, the average amount of each money order being 21 shillings and 4d. And if men with 7 shillings and 7d a week can do so much, what might not skilled workmen do, whose earnings amount to from £2 to £3 per week? Soldiers serving abroad during arduous campaigns have proved themselves to be equally thoughtful and provident. During the war in the Crimea, the soldiers and seamen sent home through the money order office £71,000, and the Army Works Corps £35,000. More than a year before the money order system was introduced at Scutari, Miss Nightingale took charge of the soldiers' savings. She found them most willing to abridge their own comforts or indulgences for the sake of others dear to them, as well as for their own future well-being, and she devoted an afternoon in every week to receiving and forwarding their savings to England. She remitted many thousands of pounds in this manner, and it was distributed by a friend in London, much of it to the remotest corners of Scotland and Ireland. And it afforded some evidence that the seed fell in good places, as well as of the punctuality of the post office, that the whole number of remittances, all but one, were duly acknowledged. Again, there is not a regiment returning from India but brings home with it a store of savings. In the year 1860, after the Indian Mutiny, More than £20,000 were remitted on account of invalided men sent back to England, besides which there were 8 regiments which brought home balances to their credits in the regimental banks amounting to £40.499. The highest was the 84th, whose savings amounted to £9,718. The 78th Rossshire Buffs, the heroes who followed Havelock on his march on Lucknow, saved £6,480, and the gallant 32nd, who held Lucknow under the Ingles, saved £5,263. The 86th, the 1st Battalion of the 10th, and the 9th Dragoons all brought home an amount of savings indicative of providence and forethought, which reflected the highest honor upon them as men as well as soldiers. Footnote 1. The sums sent home by soldiers serving in India for the benefit of friends and relatives are not included in these amounts, the remittances being made direct by the paymasters of the regiments, and not through the savings banks. End of footnote 1. Footnote 2. The amount of the Fund for Military Savings Banks on the 5th of January, 1876 was £338,350. End of footnote 2. And yet the private soldiers do not deposit all their savings in the military savings bank, especially when they can obtain access to an ordinary savings bank. We are informed that many of the household troops stationed in London deposit their spare money in the savings banks rather than in the regimental banks, and when the question was on a recent occasion asked as to the cause, the answer given was, "I would not have my sergeant know that I was saving money." But in addition to this, the private soldier would rather that his comrades did not know that he was saving money. For the thriftless soldier, like the thriftless workman, when he has spent everything of his own, is very apt to set up a kind of right to borrow from the fund of his more thrifty comrade. End of section 11.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 8. Savings Banks, continued. The same feeling of suspicion frequently prevents workmen depositing money in the ordinary savings bank. They do not like it to be known to their employers that they are saving money, being under the impression that it might lead to attempts to lower their wages. A working man in a town in Yorkshire, who had determined to make a deposit in the savings bank, of which his master was a director, went repeatedly to watch at the door of the bank before he could ascertain that his master was absent, and he only paid in his money after several weeks' waiting, when he had assured himself of this fact. The miners at Bilston, at least such of them as put money in the savings bank, were accustomed to deposit it in other names than their own, nor were they without reason, for some of their employers were actually opposed to the institution of savings banks, fearing lest the workmen might apply their savings to their maintenance during a turnout, not reflecting that they have the best guarantee of the steadiness of this class of men in their deposits at the savings bank. Mr. Baker, inspector of factories, has said that the supreme folly of a strike is shown by the fact that there is seldom or never a rich workman at the head of it. A magistrate at Bilston, not connected with the employment of workmen, has mentioned the following case. "I prevailed," he says, "upon a workman to begin a deposit in the savings bank. He came most unwillingly. His deposits were small, although I knew his gains to be great. I encouraged him by expressing satisfaction at the course he was taking. His deposits became greater, and at the end of 5 years he drew out the fund he had accumulated, bought a piece of land, and has built a house upon it. I think if I had not spoken to him, the whole amount would have been spent in feasting or clubs or contributions to the trades unions. That man's eyes are now open. His social position is raised. He sees and feels as we do and will influence others to follow his example. From what we have said, it will be obvious that there can be no doubt as to the ability of a large proportion of the better paid classes of workingmen to lay by a store of savings. When they set their minds upon any object, they have no difficulty in finding the requisite money. A single town in Lancashire contributed £30,000 to support their fellow workmen when on strike in an adjoining town. At a time when there are no strikes, why should they not save as much money on their own account for their own personal comfort? Many workmen already save with this object, and what they do, all might do. We know of one large mechanical establishment, situated in an agricultural district, where the temptations to useless expenditure are few, in which nearly all the men are habitual economists, and have saved sums varying from £200 to £500 each. Many factory operatives with their families might easily lay by from 5 to 10 shillings a week, which in a few years would amount to considerable sums. At Darwin, only a short time ago, an operative drew his savings out of the bank to purchase a row of cottages now become his property. Many others in the same place and in neighbouring towns are engaged in building cottages for themselves, some by means of their contributions to building societies, and others by means of their savings accumulated in the bank. A respectably dressed working man, when making a payment one day at the Bradford Savings Bank, which brought his account up to nearly £80, informed the manager how it was that he had been induced to become a depositor. He had been a drinker, but one day accidentally finding his wife's savings bank deposit book, from which he learnt that she had laid by about £20, he said to himself, "Well now, if this can be done while I am spending, what might we do if both were saving?" The man gave up his drinking, and became one of the most respectable persons of his class. "I owe it all," he said, "to my wife and the savings bank." When well-paid workmen such as these are able to accumulate a sufficient store of savings, they ought gradually to give up hard work, and remove from the field of competition as old age comes upon them. They ought also to give place to younger men, and prevent themselves from being beaten down into the lower paid ranks of labour. After 60, a man's physical powers fail him, and by that time he ought to have made provision for his independent maintenance. Nor are the instances by any means uncommon of workmen laying by money with this object, and thereby proving what the whole class might, to a greater or lesser extent, accomplish in the same direction. The extent to which penny banks have been used by the poorest classes, wherever started, affords a striking illustration on how much may be done by merely providing increased opportunities for the practice of thrift. The first penny bank was started in Greenock, about 30 years since, as an auxiliary to the savings bank. The object of the projector, Mr. J. M. Scott, was to enable poor persons, whose savings amounted to less than a shilling, the savings bank minimum, to deposit them in a safe place. In 1 year, about 5,000 depositors placed £1,580 with the Greenock institution. The estimable Mr. Queckett, a curate in the East End of London, next opened a penny bank, and the results were very remarkable. In 1 year as many as 14,513 deposits were made in the bank. The number of depositors was limited to 2,000, and the demand for admission was so great that there were usually many waiting until vacancies occurred. "Some save for their rent," said Mr. Queckett, "others for clothes and apprenticing their children, and various are the little objects to which the savings are to be applied. Every repayment passes through my own hands, which gives an opportunity to learn of sickness or sorrow, or any other cause which compels the withdrawal of the little fund. It is, besides, a feeder to the larger savings banks, to which many are turned over when the weekly payments tendered exceed the usual sum. Many of those who could at first scarcely advance beyond a penny a week can now deposit a silver coin of some kind. Never was the moral influence of the parish clergyman more wisely employed than in this case. Not many of those whom Mr. Quicket thus laboured to serve were amongst the church-going class, but, by helping them to be frugal and improving their physical condition, he was enabled gradually to elevate their social tastes, and to awaken in them a religious life to which the greater number of them had before been strangers. A powerful influence was next given to the movement by Mr. Charles W. Sykes, cashier of the Huddersfield Banking Company, who advocated their establishment in connection with the extensive organization of mechanics' institutes. It appeared to him that to train working people when young in habits of economy was of more practical value to themselves and of greater importance to society than to fill their minds with the contents of many books. He pointed to the perverted use of money by the working class as one of the greatest practical evils of the time. In many cases, he said, the higher the workmen's wages, the poorer are their families, and these are they who really form the discontented and dangerous classes. How can such persons take any interest in pure and elevating knowledge? To show the thriftlessness of the people, Mr. Sykes mentioned the following instance. An eminent employer in West Riding, he said, whose mills for a quarter of a century have scarcely run short time for a single week, has within a few days examined the rate of wages now paid to his men, and compared it with that of a few years ago. He had the pleasure of finding that improvements in the machinery had led to improvements in wages. His spinners and weavers are making about 27 shillings a week. In many instances some of their children work at the same mill, and in a few instances their wives, and often the family income reaches from £100 to £150 per annum. Visiting the homes of some of these men, he has seen with feelings of disappointment the air of utter discomfort and squalor with which many are pervaded. Increase of income has led only to increase of improvidence. The savings bank and the building society are equally neglected, although at the same mill there are some with no higher wages whose homes have every comfort, and who have quite a little competency laid by. In Bradford, I believe, a munificent employer on one occasion opened 700 accounts with the savings bank for his operatives, paying in a small deposit for each. The result was not encouraging. Rapidly was a small portion of the sums drawn out, and very few remained as the nucleus of further deposits. Footnote 1. From Sykes's excellent little handbook entitled Good Times, or The Savings Bank and the Fireside. Mr. Sykes suggested that each mechanics' institute should appoint a preliminary savings bank committee to attend once a week for the purpose of receiving deposits from the members and others. If a committee at each institution, he said, were to adopt this course, taking an interest in their humble circumstances, and in a sympathizing and kindly spirit, to suggest, invite, nay, win them over, not only by reading the lesson, but forming the habit of true economy and self-reliance, the noblest lessons for which classes could be formed. How cheering would be the results! Once established in better habits, their feet firmly set in the path of self-reliance, how generally would young men grow up with the practical conviction that to their own advancing intelligence and virtues must they mainly look to work out their own social welfare. This admirable advice was not lost. One institution after another embraced the plan, and preliminary savings banks were shortly established in connection with the principal mechanics' institutes throughout Yorkshire. Those established at Huddersfield, Halifax, Bradford, Leeds, and York were exceedingly successful. The penny banks established at Halifax consisted of a central bank and 7 subordinate branches. The number of members and the average amount of the sums deposited with them continued to increase from year to year. 14 penny banks were established at Bradford, and after the depositors had formed the habit of saving in the smaller banks, they transferred them in bulk to the ordinary savings bank. 36 penny banks were established in and around Glasgow. The committee, in their report, stated that they were calculated to check that reckless expenditure of little sums which so often leads to a confirmed habit of wastefulness and improvidence, and they urged the support of the penny banks as the best means of extending the usefulness of the savings banks. The penny bank, established at the small country town of Farnham, is estimated to have contributed within a few years 150 regular depositors to the savings bank of the same place. The fact that as large a proportion as 2/3 of the whole amount deposited is drawn out within the year shows that penny banks are principally used as places of safe deposit for very small sums of money, until they are wanted for some special object, such as rent, clothes, furniture, the doctor's bill, and such like purposes. Thus the penny bank is emphatically the poor man's purse. The great mass of the deposits are paid in sums not exceeding 6d., and the average of the whole does not exceed a shilling. The depositors consist of the very humblest members of the working class, and by far the greatest number of them have never before been accustomed to lay by any portion of their earnings. The Reverend Mr. Clark, of Derby, who took an active interest in the extension of these useful institutions, has stated that 1/10 of the whole amount received by the Derby penny bank was deposited in copper money, and a large portion of the remainder in 3-penny and 4-penny pieces. It is clear, therefore, that the penny bank reaches a class of persons of very small means, whose ability to save is much less than that of the highly paid workmen, and who, if the money were left in their pockets, would in most cases spend it in the nearest public-house. Hence, when a penny bank was established at Putney, and the deposits were added up at the end of the first year, a brewer who was on the committee made the remark, "Well, that represents 30,000 pints of beer not drunk." At one of the penny banks in Yorkshire, an old man in receipt of parish outdoor relief was found using the penny bank as a place of deposit for his pennies until he had accumulated enough to buy a coat. Others saved to buy an 8-day clock, or a musical instrument, or for a railway trip. But the principal supporters of the penny banks are boys, and this is their most hopeful feature, for it is out of boys that men are made. At Huddersfield many of the lads go in bands from the mills to the penny banks, emulation as well as example urging them on. They save for various purposes, one to buy a chest of tools, another a watch, a third a grammar or a dictionary. One evening a boy presented himself to draw £10. According to the rules of the penny bank, a week's notice must be given before any sum exceeding 20 shillings can be withdrawn, and the cashier demurred to making the payment. "Well," said the boy, "the reason's this: mother can't pay her rent. I'm going to pay it, for as long as I have aught, she shall have it." Another case, a youth drew £20 to buy off his brother who had enlisted. "Mother frets so," said the lad, "that she'll break her heart if he isn't bought off, and I cannot bear that." Thus these institutions give help and strength in many ways, and besides enabling young people to keep out of debt and honestly to pay their way, furnish them with the means of performing kindly and generous acts in times of family trial and emergency. It is an admirable feature of the ragged schools that almost every one of them has a penny bank connected with it for the purpose of training the scholars in good habits which they most need. And it is a remarkable fact that in 1 year not less than £8,800 were deposited in 25,637 sums by the scholars connected with the Ragged School Union. And when this can be done by the poor boys of the ragged schools, what might not be accomplished by the highly paid operatives and mechanics of England? But another capital feature in the working of penny banks as regards to the cultivation of prudent habits among the people is the circumstance that the example of boys and girls depositing their spare weekly pennies has often the effect of drawing their parents after them. A boy goes on for weeks paying his pence and taking home his passbook. The book shows that he has a ledger folio at the bank expressly devoted to him, that his pennies are all duly entered, together with the respective dates of their deposits, that these savings are not lying idle, but bear interest at 2½ per annum, and that he can have them restored to him any time under 20 shillings without notice, and it above 20 shillings, and then after a week's notice has been given. The book is a little history in itself, and it cannot fail to be interesting to the boy's brothers and sisters as well as to his parents. They call him good lad, and they see he is a well-conducted lad. The father, if he be a sensible man, naturally bethinks him that, if his boy can do so creditable a thing, worthy of praise, so might he himself. Accordingly, on the next Saturday night, when the boy goes to deposit his 3d at the penny bank, the father often sends his shilling. Thus a good beginning is often made, and a habit initiated, which, if persevered in, very shortly exercises the most salutary influence on the entire domestic condition of the family. The observant mother is quick to observe the effects of this new practice upon the happiness of the home, and in course of time, as the younger children grow up and earn money, she encourages them to follow the elder boy's example. She takes them by the hand, leads them to the penny bank, and accustoms them to invest their savings there. Women have even more influence in such matters than men, and where they do exercise it, the beneficial effects are much more lasting. One evening a strong muscular mechanic appeared at the Bradford Savings Bank in his working dress, bringing with him 3 children, one of them in his arms. He placed on the counter their deposit books, which his wife had previously been accustomed to present, together with 10 shillings, to be equally apportioned amongst the 3. Pressing to his bosom the child in his arms, the man said, "Poor things! They have lost their mother since they were here last, but I must do the best I can for them." And he continued the good lesson to his children which his wife had begun, bringing them with him each time to see their little deposits made. There is an old English proverb which says that he that would thrive must first ask his wife. But the wife must not only let her husband thrive, but help him, otherwise she is not the helpmeet which is as needful for the domestic comfort and satisfaction of the working man as of every other man who undertakes the responsibility of a family. Women form the moral atmosphere in which we grow when children, and they have a great deal to do with the life we lead when we become men. It is true that the men may hold the reins, but it is generally the women who tell them which way to drive. What Rousseau said is very near the truth. Men will always be what women make them. Not long ago Mr. Sikes encountered, in a second-class carriage, A well-dressed workman travelling from Sheffield to Glasgow during the holiday times to see his mother. "I am glad," said Mr. Sikes, "to find a workman travelling so great a distance for a purpose like that." "Yes," said the man, "and I am glad to say that I can afford to do it." "And do many of the workmen employed in your workshop save money?" asked Mr. Sikes. "No," said the other, "not more than about 2 in the 100. The spare earnings of the others go, not to the savings bank, but to the drink shops." "And when did you begin to save?" "When I was no bigger than that," indicating the height of a little boy. "The first money I saved was in a penny bank, and I have gone on saving ever since." Such being the influence of early practice and example, we are glad to find that the economy is now being taught at public schools. The Reverend Mr. Crallen of Sussex County Asylum has long taught lessons of thrift to poor boys and girls. He urges the establishment of penny banks in connection with savings banks in all elementary schools. He wisely contends that simple lessons on money, its nature, its value, and its uses, together with the various duties of giving, spending, and saving, would have a vast influence on the rising generation. The practice of teaching children provident habits has been adopted for about 8 years in the national schools of Belgium. The School Board of Ghent is convinced of the favorable influence that saving has upon the moral and material well-being of the working classes, and believes that the best means of causing the spirit of economy to penetrate their habits is to teach it to the children under tuition and to make them practice it. It is always very difficult to teach anything new to adults, and especially lessons of thrift to men who are thriftless. Their method of living is fixed. Traditional and inveterate habits of expenditure exist among them. With men it is the drinking shop, with women it is the dress. They spend what they earn and think nothing of tomorrow. When reduced to a state of distress, they feel no shame in begging, for the feeling of human dignity has not yet been sufficiently developed in them. With children it is very different. They have no inveterate habits to get rid of. They will, for the most part, do as they are taught, and they can be taught economy, just as they can be taught arithmetic. They can, at all events, be inspired by a clever teacher with habits of economy and thrift. Every child has a few pence at times. The master may induce them to save these for some worthy purpose. At Ghent, a savings bank has been introduced in every school, and the children deposit their pennies there. It is introduced into the paying schools as well as the free schools, for habits of thrift are as useful to men and women of the richer as of the poorer classes. The results of the lessons on economy have been highly satisfactory. The children belonging to the schools of Ghent have accumulated £18,000, which is deposited in the State Savings Bank at 3% interest. This system is spreading into Holland, France, and Italy. It has also, to a certain extent, been adopted in this country. Thus Glasgow, Liverpool, Birmingham, Great Ilford, and the London Orphan Asylum all show specimens of school banks, and we trust that before long they will be established in every school throughout the kingdom. Footnote 1. A pamphlet published at Ghent says of the paying schools, "The spirit of economy is introduced there under the form of charity. The young girls buy with their pocket money, firstly materials, say cotton or linen, of which they afterwards make articles of dress during the hours set aside for manual work. Afterwards the shirts, stockings, dresses, handkerchiefs, or aprons are distributed to the poorer children of the free schools. The distribution becomes the object of a little holiday. We know of nothing that can be more touching. The poor children are assembled in the collier school.
Our young ladies go also. One of them says a few words feelingly to her sisters in the poorer classes. One of the girls of the free schools replies. Then the pretty and useful things which have been made during the last year are distributed. It is the donors themselves who present the fruits of their labor to the poorest among the poor. The distribution is intermingled with singing. Need we reiterate the blessings of this blessed economy?
End of section 12.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 8. Savings Banks Continued. It will be obvious from what has been said that the practice of economy depends very much upon the facilities provided for the laying by of small sums of money. Let a convenient savings bank be provided, and deposits gradually flow into it. Let a military bank be established, and private soldiers contrive to save something out of their small pay. Let penny banks be opened, and crowds of depositors immediately present themselves, even the boys of the ragged schools being able to put into them considerable sums of money. It is the same with the school banks, as we have seen from the examples of the school children of Ghent. Now, 15 years ago, this country was very insufficiently provided with savings banks for the people. There were then many large towns and villages altogether unprovided with them. Lancashire had only 30 savings banks for upward of 2 millions of people. The East Riding of Yorkshire had only 4 savings banks. There were 15 counties in the United Kingdom which had not a single savings bank. There were only about 600 savings banks for about 30 millions of people. These were open only for 2 or 3 hours in the week. Some were open for only 4 hours in the month. The workman who had money to save had to carry his spare shillings in his pocket for some time before he could lay them by, and in the meantime he might be exposed to constant temptations to spend them. To keep his shillings safe, he must have acquired the habit of saving, which it was the object of savings banks to train and establish. Dr. Guthrie, in his book on ragged schools, published in 1860, said, "How are our manufacturing and handicraft youth situated? By public houses and spirit shops they are surrounded with innumerable temptations, while to many of them savings banks are hardly known by name. Dissipation has her nets drawn across every street. In many of our towns sobriety has to run the gauntlet of half a dozen spirit shops in the space of a bow-shot. These are near at hand, open by day and blazing by night, both on Sabbath and Saturday. Drunkenness finds immediate gratification, while economy has to travel a mile, it may be, for her savings bank, and that opens its door to thrift but once or twice a week. Many suggestions have been made by friends of the poorer classes whether it might not be possible to establish a more extended system of savings banks throughout the country. As long ago as 1807, Mr. Whitbread introduced a bill into Parliament for the purpose of enabling small deposits to be made at an office to be established in London, the money to be remitted by the postmasters of the districts in which the deposits were made. The bill further contemplated the establishment of a National Assurance Society, by means of which working people were to be enabled to effect assurances to an extent not exceeding £200, and to secure annuities to an amount not exceeding £20. Mr. Whitbread's bill was rejected, and nothing came of his suggestions. The exertions of Sir Rowland Hill having given great vitality to the post office system, and extended its usefulness as a public institution in all directions, it was next suggested that the money order offices, which were established in 1838, might be applied for the purpose of depositing as well as for transmitting money. Professor Hancock published a pamphlet on the subject in 1852. In November, 1856, Mr. John Bullar, the eminent counsel, whose attention had been directed to the subject by the working of the Putney Penny Bank, suggested to the post office authorities the employment of money order offices as a means of extending the savings bank system. But his suggestion did not meet with approval at the time, and nothing came of it. Similar suggestions were made by other gentlemen, by Mr. Hume, by Mr. McCorquodale, by Captain Strong, by Mr. Ray Smee, and others. But it was not until Mr. Sykes of Huddersfield took up the question that these various suggestions became embodied into facts. Suggestions are always useful. They arouse thinking. The most valuable are never lost, but at length work themselves into facts. Most inventions are the result of original suggestions. Someone attempts to apply the idea. Failures occur at first, but with greater knowledge, greater experience, and greater determination, the suggestion at last succeeds. The post office savings banks owe their success in the first place to the numerous suggestions made by Mr. Whitbread and others, next to Sir Rowland Hill, who by establishing the branch post offices for the transmission of money made the suggestions practicable, next to Mr. Sykes, who took up the question in 1850, pushed it, persevered with it, and brought it under the notice of successive Chancellors of the Exchequer, and lastly to Mr. Gladstone, who, having clearly foreseen the immense benefits of post office savings banks, brought in a bill and carried it through Parliament in 1861. The money order department of the post office had suggested to Mr. Sykes, as it had already done to other observers, that the organization already existed for making post office savings banks practicable throughout the kingdom. Wherever the local inspector found that as many as 5 money orders were required in a week, the practice was to make that branch of the post office a money order office. It was estimated that such an office was established on an average within 3 miles of every working man's door in the kingdom. The offices were open daily. They received money from all corners and gave vouchers for the amounts transmitted through them. They held the money until it was drawn and paid it out on a proper voucher being presented. The post office was, in fact, a bank for the transmission of money, holding it for periods from 24 hours to weeks and months. By enabling it to receive more money from more depositors, and by increasing the time of holding it, allowing the usual interest, it became to all intents and purposes a national bank of deposit. The results of the Post Office Savings Banks Act have proved entirely satisfactory. The money order offices have been largely extended. They are now about 4,000 in number. Consequently, the facilities for saving have been nearly doubled since the banks were established. The number in the London district is now about 460, so that from any point in the thickly populated parts of the metropolis, a savings bank may be found within a distance of a few hundred yards. The number of the depositors at the end of 1873 amounted to more than 1.5 million, while the amount of deposits reached over 21 millions sterling. At the same time, the amount deposited with the original savings banks remained about the same. The amount reached 23,157,469 at the end of 1874. Post office savings banks possess several great advantages which ought to be generally known. The banks are very widely diffused, and are open from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening, and on Saturdays until 9 at night. Persons may make a deposit of £1 or of any number of shillings, provided more than £30 is not deposited in any one year. The post office officers furnish the book in which the several deposits are entered. The book also contains the regulations of the post office savings banks. Interest is allowed at the rate of £2 10 per cent per annum. Another most important point is the security. Government is responsible for the full amount paid in, so that the money deposited with the Post Office Savings Bank is as safe as if it were in the Bank of England. The money saved may also be transferred from place to place without expense, and may be easily paid to the depositor when required, no matter where it was originally deposited. All that is done in perfect secrecy between the depositor and the postmaster, who is forbidden to disclose the names of the depositors. We have frequently alluded to Mr. Charles William Sykes in connection with the penny banks and post office savings banks. His name must always hold a distinguished place in connection with those valuable institutions. He is the son of a private banker in Huddersfield. When at school he was presented as a prize with a copy of Dr. Franklin's Essays and Letters. He perused the book with avidity. It implanted in his mind the germs of many useful thoughts, and exercised a powerful influence in giving a practical character to his life. Huddersfield is a busy manufacturing town. Although workmen were well paid for their labor, there were many ups and downs in their business. When trade became slack, and they had spent all they had earned, numbers of them were accustomed to apply for charity in the streets or by the wayside. Young Sykes often wondered whether these people had ever heard of Dr. Franklin, and of his method of avoiding beggary or bad times by saving their money when trade was brisk and they were well off. Early in 1833, Mr. Sykes entered the service of the Huddersfield Banking Company. It was the second joint stock bank that had been established in England. The prudence and success with which the Scotch banking companies had been conducted induced the directors to select a Scotch manager. One of the first resolutions the directors adopted was to give deposit receipts for sums of £10 and upwards, for the purpose of encouraging the working classes in habits of providence and thrift. Mr. Sykes, being somewhat a favourite with the manager, often heard from his lips most interesting accounts of the provident habits of the Scotch peasantry, and was informed by him of the fact that one of the banks at Perth paid not less than £20,000 a year as interest on deposits varying from £10 to £200 each. In 1837, Mr. Sykes became one of the cashiers of the company. This brought him into direct contact and intercourse with the very class from which the direction his mind was taking he so much wished to understand, namely, the thrifty portion of the industrious classes. A considerable number of them had sums lying at interest. As the years rolled on, Mr. Sykes often witnessed the depositor commencing with £10 or £20, then make permanent additions to his little store, until at length the amount would reach £100, £200, or even in a few instances even £300. Mr. Sykes would often imagine the marvellous improvement that would be effected on the condition of the working classes, if every one of them became influenced by the same frugality and forethought which induced these exceptional operatives to deposit their savings at his bank. About that time trade was in a wretched condition. The hand-loom weavers were almost entirely without employment. Privation and suffering prevailed on every side, and these were often borne with silent and noble heroism. Various remedies were proposed for the existing evils. Socialism, Chartism, and free trade were the favourites. Theories of the wildest and most impracticable character abounded, and yet even in those dark days there were instances of men who had to some degree made the future predominate over the present, who could fall back on their reserve in the joint stock or savings bank to tide them over into better times. Believing in the beneficent results of free trade, Mr. Sykes was equally convinced that national prosperity, as well as national adversity,
might be attended with great evils, unless the masses were endowed with habits of providence and thrift, and prepared by previous education for the good time coming, so eloquently predicted by the orators of the League. Many discussions with working men in his homeward evening walks convinced Mr. Sykes that there were social problems with which legislation would be almost powerless to grapple, and of these the thriftlessness of the masses of the people was one. An employer of 500 hand-loom weavers had told Mr. Sykes that in a previous period of prosperity, when work was abundant and wages were very high, he could not, had he begged on bended knee, have induced his men to save a single penny, or to lay by anything for a rainy day. The fancy waistcoating trade had uniformly had its cycles of alternate briskness and depression, but experience, however stern its teachings, could not teach unwilling learners. It was at this period that Mr. Sykes was reading the late Archbishop Sumner's Records of Creation, and met with the following passage: "The only truest secret of assisting the poor is to make them agents in bettering their own condition." Simple as are the words, they shed light into Mr. Sykes' mind, and became the keynote and the test to which he brought the various views and theories which he had previously met with. Doles and charities, though founded frequently on the most benevolent motives, were too often deteriorating to their recipients. On the other hand, if self-reliance and self-help, the columns of true majesty in man, could only be made characteristics of the working classes generally, nothing could retard their onward and upward progress. Mr. Sykes observed that until the working classes had more of the money power in their hands, they would still be periodically in poverty and distress. He saw that if provident habits could only be generally pursued by them, the face of society would immediately be transformed, and he resolved, in so far as lay in his power, to give every aid to this good work. In 1850 savings banks were only open a few hours in each week. In Huddersfield, where more than £400,000 a year were paid in wages, the savings bank, after having been established over 30 years, had only accumulated £74,332. In 1850 Mr. Sykes addressed an anonymous letter to the editors of the Leeds Mercury, to which, by their request, he afterwards attached his name. In that letter he recommended the formation of penny savings banks in connection with mechanics and similar institutes. In simple words, but with many telling facts, he showed how the young men and the young women of the working classes were growing up deprived of almost every opportunity of forming habits of thrift, and of becoming depositors in savings banks. The letter was received with general approbation. The committee of the Yorkshire Union of Mechanics' Institutes gave their cordial sanction to it, and penny banks were established in connection with nearly every mechanics' institute in Yorkshire. Mr. Sykes personally conducted one at Huddersfield, and down to the present time it has received and repaid about £30,000. In fact, the working people of Huddersfield, doubtless owing in great measure to the practical example of Mr. Sykes, have become most provident and thrifty. The deposits in their savings bank have increased from £74,000 in 1850 to £330,000 in 1874. In 1854 Mr. Sykes published his excellent pamphlet on Good Times, or the Savings Bank and the Fireside, to which we have already referred. The success which it met with induced him to give his attention to the subject of savings banks generally. He was surprised to find that they were so utterly inadequate to meet the requirements of the country. He sought an interview with Sir Cornwall Lewis, then Chancellor of the Exchequer, and brought the subject under his consideration.
The Chancellor requested Mr. Sykes to embody his views in a letter, and in the course of a few months there appeared a pamphlet addressed to Sir Cornwall Lewis entitled Savings Banks Reforms. Mr. Sykes insisted on the government guarantee being given for deposits made in savings banks, but this was refused. Mr. Sykes next proceeded to ventilate the question of post office savings banks. He was disappointed that no measure for the improvement of savings banks had been adopted by Parliament. The day appeared very distant when his cherished wish would be realized, that the savings bank should really become the bank of the people. But the darkest hour precedes the dawn. When he had almost given up the notion of improving the existing savings banks, the idea suddenly struck him that in the Money Order Office there was the very organization which might be made the basis of a popular savings bank. He communicated his plan in a letter to his friend Mr. Baines, then member for Leeds. The plan was submitted to Mr. Rowland Hill, who approved of the suggestions and considered the scheme practicable so far as the post office was concerned. The plan was then brought under the notice of Mr. Gladstone, who afterwards carried the bill through Parliament for the establishment of post office savings banks throughout the country. To use the words of Mr. Sykes himself when predicting at the Social Science Association the success of the post office savings banks, should the plan be carried out, it will soon be doing a glorious work. Wherever a bank is opened and deposits received, self-reliance will to some extent be aroused, and with many a nobler life will be begun. They will gradually discern how ruthless an enemy is improvidence to working men, and how truly his friends are economy and forethought. Under their guidance, household purchases could be made on the most favorable terms, for cash, any wished-for house taken at the lowest rent for punctual payment, and the home enriched with comforts until it is enjoyed and prized by all. From such firesides go forth those inheriting the right spirit, loving industry, loving thrift, and loving home. Emulous of a good example, they in their day and generation would nobly endeavor to lay by a portion of their income. Many a hard winter and many a slack time would be comfortably got over by drawing on the little fund, to be again replenished in better days. And if the plan were adopted, remembering that it would virtually bring the savings bank within less than an hour's walk of the fireside of every working man in the United Kingdom, I trust that it is not taking too sanguine a view to anticipate that it would render aid in ultimately winning over the rank and file of the industrial classes of the kingdom to those habits of forethought and self-denial which bring enduring reward to the individual, and materially add to the safety of the state. The working classes have not yet, however, taken full advantage of the facilities for saving afforded them by the post office savings banks. Take Birmingham, for instance, where the artisans are among the best paid workmen in the town. In the list of depositors in the post office savings banks, we find that the artisans rank after the domestic servants, after the married and unmarried women, and after the miners. They only constitute about 1/10 of the entire depositors, though it is possible that they may deposit their savings in some other investments. Then take the returns for the entire United Kingdom. Out of every 10,000 depositors in the post office savings banks, we find that the domestic servants are again the first, next the women, married and single, next persons of no occupation and occupations not given, next the artisans, and after them the laborers, miners, tradesmen, soldiers and sailors, clerks, milliners and dressmakers, professional men, and public officials in the order stated. We must, however, regard the institution as still too young to have fully taken root. We believe that the living generation must pass away before the full fruits of the post office savings banks can be gathered in. The inhabitants of Preston have exhibited a strong disposition to save their earnings during the last few years, more especially since the conclusion of the last great strike. There's no town in England, except perhaps Huddersfield, where the people have proved themselves so provident and so thrifty. 50 years ago, only 1 person in 30 of the population of Preston deposited their money in the savings bank. 20 years ago, the depositors increased to 1 in 11, and last year they had increased to 1 in 5. In 1834, the sum of £165,000 had been accumulated in the savings bank by 5,942 depositors, and in 1874, £472,000 had been accumulated by 14,792 depositors, out of a total population of 85,428. Is there any other town or city that can show a more satisfactory result of the teaching, the experience, and the prosperity of the last 20 years? End of section 13.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Little Things, Part 1. The sober comfort, all the peace which springs from the large aggregate of little things. On these small cares of daughter, wife, or friend, the almost sacred joys of home depend. Hannah More. Know when to spend and when to spare, and when to buy, and thou shalt ne'er be bare. He that despiseth little things shall perish by little and little. Ecclesiasticus. Neglect of small things is the rock on which the great majority of the human race have split. Human life consists of a succession of small events, each of which is comparatively unimportant, and yet the happiness and success of every man depends upon the manner in which these small events are dealt with. Character is built up on little things well and honorably transacted. The success of a man in business depends on his attention to little things. The comfort of a household is the result of small things well arranged and duly provided for. Good government can only be accomplished in the same way, by well-regulated provisions for the doing of little things. Accumulations of knowledge and experience of the most valuable kind are the result of little bits of knowledge and experience carefully treasured up. Those who learn nothing or accumulate nothing in life are set down as failures because they have neglected little things. They may themselves consider that the world has gone against them, but in fact they have been their own enemies. There has long been a popular belief in good luck, but like many other popular notions, it is gradually giving way. The conviction is extending that diligence is the mother of good luck. In other words, that a man's success in life will be proportionate to his efforts, to his industry, to his attention to small things. Your negligent, shiftless, loose fellows never meet with luck, because the results of industry are denied to those who will not use the proper efforts to secure them. It is not luck, but labor that makes men. Luck, says an American writer, is ever waiting for something to turn up. Labor, with keen eye and strong will, always turns up something. Luck lies in bed and wishes the postman would bring him news of a legacy. Labor turns out at 6, and with busy pen or ringing hammer lays the foundation of competence. Luck whines. Labor whistles. Luck relies on chance. Labor on character. Luck slips downward to self-indulgence. Labor strides upward and aspires to independence. There are many little things in the household, attention to which is indispensable to health and happiness. Cleanliness consists in attention to a number of apparent trifles, the scrubbing of a floor, the dusting of a chair, the cleansing of a teacup. But the general result of the whole is an atmosphere of moral and physical well-being, a condition favorable to the highest growth of human character. The kind of air which circulates in a house may seem a small matter, for we cannot see the air, and few people know anything about it. Yet, if we do not provide a regular supply of pure air within our houses, we shall inevitably suffer for our neglect. A few specks of dirt may seem neither here nor there, and a closed door or window would appear to make little difference, but it may make the difference of a life destroyed by fever, and therefore the little dirt and the little bad air are really very serious matters. The whole of the household regulations are, taken by themselves, trifles, but trifles tending to an important result. A pin is a very little thing in an article of dress, but the way in which it is put into the dress often reveals to you the character of the wearer. A shrewd fellow was once looking out for a wife, and was on a visit to a family of daughters with this object. The fair one, of whom he was partially enamored, one day entered the room in which he was seated with her dress partially unpinned and her hair untidy. He never went back. You may say such a fellow was not worth a pin, but he was really a shrewd fellow, and afterwards made a good husband. He judged of women as of men, by little things, and he was right. A druggist advertised for an assistant, and he had applications from a score of young men. He invited them all to come to his shop at the same time, and set them each to make up a pennyworth of salts into a packet. He selected the one that did this little thing in the neatest and most expert manner. He inferred their general practical ability from their performance of this smallest bit of business. Neglect of little things has ruined many fortunes and marred the best of enterprises. The ship which bore home the merchant's treasure was lost because it was allowed to leave the port from which it sailed with a very little hole in the bottom. For want of a nail, the shoe of the aide-de-camp's horse was lost. For want of the shoe, the horse was lost. For want of the horse, the aide-de-camp himself was lost, for the enemy took him and killed him. And for want of the aide-de-camp's intelligence, the army of his general was lost, and all because a little nail had not been properly fixed in a horse's shoe. "It will do," is the common phrase of those who neglect little things. "It will do" has blighted many a character, blasted many a fortune, sunk many a ship, burnt down many a house, and irretrievably ruined thousands of hopeful projects of human good. It always means stopping short of the right thing. It is a makeshift. It is a failure and defeat. Not what will do, but what is the best possible thing to do, is the point to be aimed at. Let a man once adopt the maxim of, "It will do," and he is given over to the enemy. He is on the side of incompetency and defeat, and we will give him up as a hopeless subject. Monsieur Say, the French political economist, has related the following illustration of the neglect of little things. Once at a farm in the country there was a gate enclosing the cattle and poultry which was constantly swinging open for want of a proper latch. The expenditure of a penny or two in a few minutes' time would have made all right. It was on the swing every time a person went out, and not being in a state to shut readily, many of the poultry were from time to time lost. One day a fine young porker made his escape, and the whole family, with the gardener, cook, and milkmaid, turned out in the quest of the fugitive. The gardener was the first to discover the pig, and in leaping a ditch to cut off his escape, got a sprain that kept him to his bed for a fortnight. The cook, on her return to the farmhouse, found the linen burnt that she had hung up before the fire to dry, and the milkmaid, having forgotten in her haste to tie up the cattle in the cow-house, one of the loose cows had broken the leg of a colt that happened to be kept in the same shed. The linen burnt and the gardener's work lost were worth full £5, and the colt worth nearly double that money, so that here was a loss in a few minutes of a large sum, purely for want of a little latch which might have been supplied for a few halfpence. Life is full of illustrations of a similar kind. When small things are habitually neglected, ruin is not far off. It is the hand of the diligent that maketh rich, and the diligent man or woman is attentive to small things as well as great. The things may appear very little and insignificant, yet attention to them is as necessary as to matters of greater moment. Take, for instance, the humblest of coins, a penny. What is the use of that little piece of copper, a solitary penny? What can it buy? Of what use is it? It is half the price of a glass of beer. It is the price of a box of matches. It is only fit for giving to a beggar. And yet, how much of human happiness depends upon the spending of the penny well? A man may work hard and earn high wages, but if he allows the pennies, which are the result of the hard work, to slip out of his fingers, some going to the beer shop, some this way and some that, he will find that his life of hard work is little raised above a life of animal drudgery. On the other hand, if he take care of the pennies, putting some weekly into a benefit society or an insurance fund, others into a savings bank, and confides the rest to his wife to be carefully laid out, with a view to the comfortable maintenance and culture of his family, he will soon find that his attention to small matters will abundantly repay him, in increasing means, in comfort at home, and in a mind comparatively free from fears as to the future. All savings are made up of little things. Many a little makes a mickle. Many a penny makes a pound. A penny saved is the seed of pounds saved. And pounds saved means comfort, plenty, wealth, and independence. But the penny must be earned honestly. It is said that a penny earned honestly is better than a shilling given. A Scotch proverb says, "The gear that is gifted is never so sweet as the gear that is won." What though the penny be black? The smith and his penny are both black, but the penny earned by the smith is an honest one. If a man does not know how to save his pennies or his pounds, his nose will always be kept to the grindstone. Want may come upon him any day like an armed man. Careful saving acts like magic. Once begun, it grows into habit. It gives a man a feeling of satisfaction, of strength, of security. The pennies he has put aside in his savings box or in the savings bank give him an assurance of comfort in sickness or of rest in old age. The man who saves has something to weather fend him against want, while the man who saves not has nothing between him and bitter, biting poverty. A man may be disposed to save money and lay it by for sickness or for other purposes, but he cannot do this unless his wife lets him or helps him. A prudent, frugal, thrifty woman is a crown of glory to her husband. She helps him in all his good resolutions. She may, by quiet and gentle encouragement, bring out his better qualities, and by her example she may implant in him noble principles which are the seeds of the highest practical virtues. The Reverend Mr. Owen, formerly of Bilston, a good friend and adviser of working people, used to tell a story of a man who was not an economist, but was enabled to become so by the example of his wife. The man was a calico printer at Manchester, and he was persuaded by his wife on their wedding day to allow her 2 half-pints of ale a day as her share. He rather winced at the bargain, for, though a drinker himself, he would have preferred a perfectly sober wife. They both worked hard, and he, poor man, was seldom out of the public house as soon as the factory was closed. She had her daily pint, and he, perhaps, had his 2 or 3 quarts, and neither interfered with the other, except that at odd times she succeeded by dint of one little gentle artifice or another to win him home an hour or 2 earlier at night, and now and then to spend an entire evening in his own house. They had been married a year, and on the morning of their wedding anniversary the husband looked askance at her neat and comely person with some shade of remorse, as he said, Mary, we've had no holiday since we were wed, and only that I not a penny in the world, we'd take a jaunt down to the village to see thee mother." "What's like to go, John?" said she softly, between a smile and a tear, so glad to hear him speak so kindly, so like old times. "If thee'd like to go, John, I'll stand treat." "Thou stand treat," said he with half a sneer. "Hast got a fortune, wench?" "Nay," said she, "but I've gotten the pint o' ale." "Gotten what?" said he. "The pint o' ale," said she. John still didn't understand her, till the faithful creature reached down an old stocking from under a loose brick up the chimney, and counted out her daily pint of ale in the shape of 365 threepences, and put them in his hand, exclaiming, "Thou shalt have thee holiday, John." John was ashamed, astonished, conscience-stricken, charmed, and wouldn't touch it. "Hasn't thee had thy share? Then I'll ha' no more," he said. He kept his word. They kept their wedding day with mother, and the wife's little capital was the nucleus of a series of frugal investments that ultimately swelled out into a shop, a factory, warehouses, a country seat, carriage, and perhaps a Liverpool mare. In the same way, a workman of even the humblest sort, whose prosperity and regularity of conduct show to his fellow workmen what industry, temperance, manly tenderness, and superiority to low and sensual temptation can effect in endearing a home which is bright even in amidst the gloom of poverty, such a man does good as well as the most eloquent writer that ever wrote. If there were a few patriarchs of the people such as this, their beneficial influence would soon be sensibly felt by society at large. A life well spent is worth any number of speeches. For example is a language far more eloquent than words. It is instruction in action, wisdom at work. A man's daily life is the best test of his moral and social state. Take two men, for instance, both working at the same trade and earning the same money. Yet how different they may be as respects their actual condition. The one looks like a free man, the other a slave. The one lives in a snug cottage, the other in a mud hovel. The one has always a decent coat to his back, the other is in rags. The children of the one are clean, well-dressed, and at school. The children of the other are dirty, filthy, and often in the gutter. The one possesses the ordinary comforts of life, as well as many of its pleasures and conveniences, perhaps a well-chosen library. The other has few of the comforts of life, certainly no pleasures, enjoyments, nor books. And yet these two men earn the same wages. What is the cause of the difference between them? It is in this. The one man is intelligent and prudent. The other is the reverse. The one denies himself for the benefit of his wife, his family, and his home. The other denies himself nothing, but lives under the tyranny of evil habits. The one is a sober man, and takes pleasure in making his home attractive and his family comfortable. The other cares nothing for his home and family, but spends the greater part of his earnings in the gin shop or the public house. The one man looks up, the other looks down. The standard of enjoyment of the one is high, and of the other low. The one man likes books, which instruct and elevate his mind. The other likes drink, which tends to lower and brutalize him. The one saves his money, the other wastes it. "I say, mate," says one workman to another as they went home one evening from their work, "will you tell me how it is that you contrive to get on? How is it that you manage to feed and clothe your family as you do, and put money in the penny bank besides, whilst I, who have as good wages as you and fewer children, can barely make the ends meet?" "Well, I will tell you. It only consists in this, in taking care of the pennies." "What? Is that all ransom?" "Yes, and a good all, too. Not 1 in 50 knows the secret. For instance, Jack, you don't." How? I? Let's see how you make that one out. Now, you have asked my secret. I'll tell you all about it, but you must not be offended if I speak plain. First, I pay nothing for my drink. Nothing? Then you don't pay your shot, but sponge upon your neighbors. Never. I drink water, which costs nothing. Drunken days have all their tomorrows, as the old proverb says. I spare myself sore heads and shaky hands and save my pennies. Drinking water neither makes a man sick, nor in debt, nor his wife a widow. And that, let me tell you, makes a considerable difference in our outgo. It may amount to half a crown a week or 7 pounds a year. That 7 pounds will clothe myself and children, while you are out at elbows and your children go barefoot. Come, come, that's going too far. I don't drink at that rate. I may take an odd half-pint now and then, but half-crown a week? Pooh, pooh. Well then, how much did you spend on drink last Saturday night? Out with it. Oh, let me see. I had a pipe with Jones. I think I had another with Davis, who is just going to Australia. And then I went to the lodge. Well, how many glasses had you there? Well, how can I tell? I forget. But it's all stuff and nonsense, Bill. Oh, you can't tell. You don't know what you spent? I believe you, but that's the way your pennies go, my lad. And that's all your secret? Yes, take care of the penny, that's all, because I save, I have, when you want. It's very simple, isn't it? Simple? Oh, yes, but there's nothing in it. Yes, there's this in it, that it has made you ask me the question how I managed to keep my family so comfortably and put my money in the penny bank, while you, with the same wages, can barely make the ends meet. Money is independence, and money is made by putting pennies together. Besides, I work so hard for mine, and so do you, that I can't find it in my heart to waste a penny on drink when I can put it beside a few other hard-earned pennies in the bank. It's something for a sore foot or a rainy day. There's that in it, Jack, and there's comfort also in the thought that, whatever may happen to me, I needn't beg nor go to the workhouse. The saving of the penny makes me feel a free man. The man always in debt or without a penny beforehand is little better than a slave. But if we had our rights, the poor would not be so hardly dealt with as they are now. Why, Jack, if you had your rights tomorrow, would they put your money back into your pocket after you spent it? Would your rights give your children shoes and stockings when you had chosen to waste on beer what would have bought them? Would your rights make you or your wife thriftier or your hearthstone cleaner? Would rights wash your children's faces and mend the holes in your clothes? No, no, friend. Give us our rights by all means, but rights are not habits, and it's habits we want, good habits. With these we can be free men and independent men now, but if we determine to be so. Good night, Jack, and mind my secret, it's nothing but taking care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves. Good night. And Jack turned off at the lane end towards his humble and dirty cottage in Mains Court. I might introduce you to his home, but home it could scarcely be called. It was full of squalor and untidiness, confusion and dirty children, where a slattern-looking woman was scolding. Ransom's cottage, on the contrary, was a home. It was snug, trig, and neat. The hearthstone was fresh sanded. The wife, though her hands were full of work, was clean and tidy, and her husband, his day's work over, could sit down with his children about him in peace and comfort. The chief secret was now revealed. Ransom's secret about the penny was a very good one, so far as it went, but he had not really told the whole truth. He could not venture to tell his less fortunate comrade that the root of all domestic prosperity, the mainstay of all domestic comfort, is the wife, and Ransom's wife was all that a working man could desire. There can be no thrift, nor economy, nor comfort at home unless the wife helps, and a working man's wife more than any other man's, for she is wife, housekeeper, nurse, and servant, all in one. If she be thriftless, putting money into her hands is like pouring water through a sieve. Let her be frugal, and she will make her home a place of comfort, and she will also make her husband's life happy, if she do not lay the foundation of his prosperity and fortune. End of section 14. Read by Tanya Bessler, Stuttgart, Germany, June 8th, 2021.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Section 15. The Little Things, Part 2. One would scarcely expect that for a penny a day it would be possible to obtain anything valuable, and yet it may be easily shown how much a penny a day, carefully expended, might do toward securing a man's independence and providing his wife and family against the future pressure of poverty and want. Take up a prospectus and tables of a provident society intended for the use of those classes who have a penny a day to spend, that is, nearly all the working classes of the country. It is not necessary to specify any particular society, because the best all proceed upon the same data, the results of extensive observations and experience of health and sickness, and their tables of rates, certified by public actuaries, are very nearly the same. Now, looking at the tables of these life and sickness assurance societies, let us see what a penny a day can do. 1. For a penny a day, a man or woman of 26 years of age may secure the sum of 10 shillings a week, payable during the time of sickness, for the whole of life. 2. For a penny a day, payments ceasing at 60 years of age, a man or woman of 31 years of age may secure the sum of £50 payable at death, whenever the event may happen, even though it should be during the week or the month after the assurance has been effected. 3. For a penny a day, a young man or woman of 15 may secure a sum of £100, the payment of the penny a day continuing during the whole of life, but the £100 being payable whenever death may occur. 4. For a penny a day, a young man or woman of 20 may secure an annuity of £26 per annum, or of 10 shillings per week, for the whole of life after reaching the age of 65. 5. For a penny a day, the payment commencing from the birth of any child, a parent may secure the sum of £20 payable on such child reaching the age of 14 years. 6. For a penny a day, continued until the child reaches the age of 21 years, the sum of £45 may be secured to enable him or her to begin business or start housekeeping. 7. For a penny a day, a young man or woman of 24 may secure the sum of £100 payable on reaching the age of 60, with the right of withdrawing 4/5 of the amount paid in at any time, the whole of the payments being paid back in the event of death occurring before the age of 60. Such is the power of a penny a day. Who would have thought it? Yet it is true, as anyone can prove by looking at the tables of the best assurance offices. Put the penny a day in the bank, and it accumulates slowly. Even there, however, it is very useful. But with the assurance office it immediately assumes a vast power. A penny a day paid in by the man of 31 is worth £60 to his wife and family in the event of his dying next month or next year. It is the combining of small savings for purposes of mutual assurance by a large number of persons that gives to the penny its enormous power. The effecting of a life assurance by a working man for the benefit of his wife and children is an eminently unselfish act. It is a moral as well as a religious transaction. It is providing for those of his own household. It is taking the right step towards securing the independence of his family after he, the breadwinner, has been called away. This right investment of the pennies is the best proof of practical virtue and of the honest forethought and integrity of a true man. The late Joseph Baxendale was a constant friend of the working people who cooperated with him in the labors of his life. He was a man of strong common sense, and might have been styled the Franklin of business. He was full of proverbial wisdom, and also full of practical help. He was constantly urging his servants to lay by something for a rainy day, or for their support in old age. He also used to pension off his old servants after they had ceased to be able to work. He posted up texts along his warehouses so that those who ran might read, "Never despair, nothing without labor. He who spends all he gets is on the way to beggary. Time lost cannot be regained. Let industry, temperance, and economy be the habits of your lives." These texts were printed in large type so that every passer-by might read them, while many were able to lay them to heart and to practice the advices which they enjoined. On other occasions, Mr. Baxendale would distribute amongst his work-people, or desire to be set up in his warehouses and places of business, longer and more general maxims. He would desire these printed documents to be put up in the offices of the clerks, or in places where men are disposed to linger, or to take their meals, or to assemble preparatory to work. They were always full of valuable advice. We copy one of them on the importance of punctuality. "Method is the hinge of business, and there is no method without punctuality. Punctuality is important because it subserves the peace and good temper of a family. The want of it not only infringes on necessary duty, but sometimes excludes this duty. The calmness of mind which it produces is another advantage of punctuality. A disorderly man is always in a hurry. He has no time to speak to you, because he is going elsewhere, and when he gets there, he is too late for his business, or he must hurry away to another before he can finish it. Punctuality gives weight to character. Such a man has made an appointment, then I know he will keep it. And this generates punctuality in you, for, like other virtues, it propagates itself. Servants and children must be punctual when their leader is so. Appointments, indeed, become debts. I owe you punctuality if I have made an appointment with you, and have no right to throw away your time if I do my own. Some may inquire, who was Joseph Baxendale? He was, in fact, Pickford and Company, the name of a firm known all over England, as well as throughout the Continent. Mr. Baxendale was the son of a physician at Lancaster. He received a good education, went into the cotton trade, and came up to London to represent the firm with which he was connected. A period of commercial pressure having occurred, he desired to leave the cotton trade and to enter upon some other business. Mr. Pickford had already begun the business of a carrier, but he was hampered by want of money. Mr. Baxendale helped him with capital, and for a time remained a sleeping partner, but finding that the business made no progress, principally for want of management, he eventually determined to take the active part in working and managing the concern. He threw his whole energies into the firm of Pickford and Company. He reorganized the agencies and extended them throughout the kingdom. He put flying vans upon the road, equal to our express trains, and slow vans equal to our goods trains. He utilized the canals to a large extent, putting on flying boats between all the larger towns. Indeed, the roads of the country were then so bad that in certain seasons it was almost impossible to convey merchandise from one part of the country to another. The carrying on of such an important and extensive business required much capital, great energy, and first-rate business management. The horses necessary to carry on the traffic were increased from about 50, which they were in the time of Pickford, to more than 1,000, for relays of horses were necessary at all the stopping places on the line of traffic, between London and Manchester, between London and Exeter, and between London and Edinburgh. A shipbuilding yard was established, where all the boats, flying and slow, required to carry on the business, were constructed at Mr. Baxendale's expense. The carrying business required a great deal of personal supervision. Only a man of determined spirit and indomitable energy could have done it. He had a flying boat in which he rapidly passed along the canals, seeing that the men were at their posts, that the agents were at work, and the traffic duly provided for. He did this by night as well as by day. At other times he would fly along the roads in his special travelling carriage, always paying the highest prices to the innkeepers, in order that he might secure the best horses, and avoid delay and loss of time. He would overtake his vans and see that his men were sober, and that they were well forward at the stations along the road, that their blunderbusses were loaded, for highway robbery was then one of the risks of travelling by road, that the agents were doing their duty, and that everything was in proper order. Besides overtaking the vans, he would sometimes travel by a by-road, for he knew nearly every road in the country, push on, and then double back upon his drivers, who never knew whether he was before or behind them, and thus general vigilance became the rule of all. By these and various other means the business of the concern was admirably done, and the carrying trade of the country was brought to as high a state of perfection as was compatible with the then state of the roads and canals. When all this had been accomplished, the disturbing influence of railways began. "I see mischief in these confounded iron roads," said the Duke of Bridgewater. But the time for railways had arrived, and they could not be postponed. The first railroads were used for the conveyance of coals from the pits to the seaside, where they were shipped for London. Then it was proposed that they should be laid for the conveyance of goods from town to town, and the largest traffic being in Lancashire, one of the first railways was constructed between Liverpool and Manchester, from which towns they were afterwards constructed in all directions throughout the country. Had Mr. Baxendale resisted the new means of conveyance, he would, before long, have been driven off the road. But he clearly foresaw the ultimate triumph of the railway system, and he went with it instead of against it. He relieved the Liverpool and Manchester Company of a great deal of trouble by undertaking to manage their goods traffic, and by collecting and delivering it at both towns. Then, when the railways from Warrington to Birmingham and from Birmingham to London were projected, he gave evidence before the committees of Parliament in proof of the estimated traffic. And when the lines were made, he transferred the goods from his carrying vans to the railway. He thus became a great railway carrier, collecting and delivering goods in all the cities and towns served by the railways which had by that time become established. He also became a large shareholder in the railways. His status in the southeastern line was so great that he was invited to become chairman of the company. He was instrumental, in conjunction with the late Sir William Cubitt, in pushing on the line to Dover. But the Dover Harbour Board, being found too stingy in giving accommodation to the traffic, and too grasping in their charges for harbour dues, Mr. Baxendale at once proceeded, on his own responsibility, to purchase Folkestone Harbour as the port of the South-Eastern Company. He next proceeded to get up the Bologna and Amiens Railway, which was for the most part constructed with English capital, and the direct line from London to Paris was thus completed. His arduous labors in connection with his own business, as well as with railway extension, having thrown him into ill health, he went abroad for repose. While absent, a faction was got up in Liverpool for the purpose of appointing another chairman in his stead, and though he was unseated by a trick, he himself accepted his dismissal with pleasure. His sons were now able to help him in the conduct of his business, though he continued to the close of his life to take an interest in everything that was going on. He was never weary of well-doing. He never rested in giving his good advice, the results of his large experience, to the assistants, clerks, and working-men employed in his various offices. We conclude our brief notice of his life by giving another of his run-and-read sermons, which he distributed plentifully among his employees, and had affixed in various portions of his warehouse. It was entitled, Good Maxims and Advice. An old servant of the concern observed, a short time ago, that he began life in the employ of Pickford, upon low wages, and that by frugality and industry he had gained a competency. His maxim was, never to spend more than 9 pence out of every shilling. Although this may appear a trifle, recollect that it is 5 shillings in 20, 10 pounds in 40. Suppose a young man to pursue this system. Let him obtain the first 20 pounds, add each year 10 pounds. He will at the end of 6 years be possessed of upwards of 100 pounds. If in early life the opportunity is suffered to pass, it rarely happens that one can save money when more advanced in years. The concern in which we are engaged has been defrauded by those who have for 30 years received salaries, the savings from which, had they followed the plan that is recommended, would have placed them in situations of comparative affluence, and we should now have seen them respectable members of society. Upon industry and frugality our well-doing depends. It is not great talents, but steady application that is required. There are none of us that may not obtain stations of respectability. God helps them that help themselves. He that follows pleasure instead of business will shortly have no business to follow. I frequently complain of what may be called trifles, but from these arising frequently we are at length lost. Let each attend to his respective duties, keep the appointed hours, and never defer till tomorrow what may be done today. If business is more pressing than usual, give additional time, that your own accounts may not fall into confusion, and that you may not be the means of causing delay and trouble to others. It often happens that the negligence of individuals throws additional labor upon those who are anxious for regularity. Hiding or screening the faults or errors of others is a system that has prevailed and caused much loss and injury, frequently to the offending party, always to the employer. Late occurrences lead me to draw your attention to this subject. It is important in every sense, both as regards your public and private stations. There is nothing more worthy of a man than truth. Nothing makes him feel himself so despicable as a lie. Recollect that men act lies without speaking them, and that all false appearances are lies. He, therefore, who, seeing his employer injured, neglects to make it known, is equally guilty, with this addition that he is practicing a lie. Want of punctuality is a lie. Speak and act openly on all occasions. Errors will be fewer and labor will be decreased. It seldom happens that we can do any important services, but small services are always in use. Take, therefore, every opportunity of assisting each other. You are then most effectually serving your employers, as well as keeping up a spirit of cordiality and goodwill amongst yourselves. A good Christian must be a good servant. Whatever your lot in life may be, above all things remember that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. End of section 15.
Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Section 16, Masters and Men, Part 1. This section begins with 4 quotations. The sweat of industry would dry and die, but for the end it worked to. Shakespeare. Man is a shop of rules, a well-trussed pack, whose every parcel underwrites a law. George Hebert. Care preserves what industry gains. He who attends to his business diligently, but not carefully, throws away with one hand what he gathers with the other. Colton. The acquisition of property, the accumulation of capital, is already in the power of the better-paid working class. The legislation has but few further facilities to give, or obstacles to remove. Their savings are now so large that only soberer habits and rounder sense are needed to make them independent capitalists in less than half a lifetime. W. R. Gregg. Employers can do a great deal towards promoting habits of thrift, prudence, and sobriety amongst their workpeople. Though the working man does not like to be patronized, he has no objections to being helped. We have already seen that individuals can do much. They can cultivate habits of economy and lay by a certain portion of their earnings for help in time of need. But they want encouragement and assistance. They want sympathy. They want help. If masters fully understood the immense amount of influence which they possess, they would extend their sympathy and confidence to their workmen, which would cost them so very little and profit them so very much. We know of no instance where an employer has displayed a concern for the social well-being and improvement of his workmen in which he has not been repaid by their increased respect and zeal on his behalf. He may, for instance, arrange that wages shall not be paid so as to drive them into the market late on Saturday nights, when they are often under the necessity of making their weekly purchases at a great disadvantage. Of course, workmen who possess a little store of savings might make their purchases at greater advantage at any other time. The employer might also avoid paying wages in public houses, and thus keep his workmen out of the way of incurring an expenditure upon drink that might prove so hurtful. But masters can do more than this. They can actively aid their workmen in the formation of prudent habits by establishing savings banks for men and women and penny banks for boys and girls, by encouraging the formation of provident clubs and building societies, of provision and clothing clubs, and in many other ways. They might also distribute among them, without any officious interference, good counsel as to the manner in which they might make the best use of their wages. Many large employers have already accomplished much practical good by encouraging the formation of provident institutions, in which they have never failed to secure the respect and generally the cooperation of their workmen. At the same time, there is much want of sympathy between masters and men. In fact, want of sympathy pervades all classes, the poorer, the working, the middle, and the upper classes. There are many social gaps between them which cannot yet be crossed, which cannot yet be united. If I were to be asked, said Judge Talford, on whom death was at the moment laying his hand, what is the great want of English society, to mingle class with class? I would say in one word, the want is the want of sympathy. A great truth, but not yet appreciated. It is the old truth on which Christianity is based, of love one another. Simple saying, but containing within it a gospel sufficient to renovate the world. But where men are so split and divided into classes, and are so far removed that they can scarcely be said to know one another, they cannot have a due social regard and consideration, much less a genuine sympathy and affection for each other. Charity cannot remedy the evil. giving money, blankets, coal, and such like to the poor where the spirit of sympathy is wanting does not amount to much. The charity of most of the Lord and Lady Bountiful begins with money and ends there. The fellow feeling is absent. The poor are not dealt with as if they belonged to the same common family of man, or as if the same human heart beats in their breasts. Masters and servants live in the same unsympathetic state. Each for himself is their motto. I don't care who sinks, so that I swim. A man at an inn was roused from his slumber. There is a fire at the bottom of the street, said the waiter. Don't disturb me, said the traveler, until the next house is burning. An employer said to his hands, You try to get all you can out of me, and I try to get all I can out of you. But this will never do. The man who has any sympathy in him cannot allow such considerations to overrule his better nature. He must see the brighter side of humanity ever turned towards him. Always to think the worst, said Lord Bolingbroke, I have ever found the mark of a mean spirit and a base soul. On the other hand, the operative class consider their interests to be quite distinct from those of the master class. They want to get as much for their labor as possible. They want labor to be dear, that they may secure high wages. Thus, there being no mutual sympathy nor friendly feeling between the two classes, but only money considerations, collisions are frequent, and strikes occur. Both classes, backed by their fellows, determined to fight it out, and hence we have such destructive strikes as those of Preston, Newcastle, London, and South Wales. The great end of both is gain, worldly gain, which sometimes involves a terrible financial loss. A general suspicion of each other spreads, and society becomes cankered to the core. The remedy is only to be found in the cherishment of a larger Christian sympathy and more genuine benevolence. Thus only can the breath of society be sweetened and purified. Money gifts avail nothing, as between rich and poor, unless there is a soul of goodness and a real human fellowship between them. The mischief and the curse which the excellent Judge Talfourd lamented with his dying breath will never be overcome. Some allege that this want of sympathy arises, for the most part, from the evils of competition. It is heartless, selfish, mischievous, ruinous, and so on. It is said to produce misery and poverty to the million. It is charged with lowering prices, or almost in the same breath with raising them. Competition has a broad back and can bear any amount of burdens. And yet there is something to be said for competition as well as against it. It is a struggle, that must be admitted. All life is a struggle. Amongst workmen, competition is a struggle to advance towards higher wages. Amongst masters, to make the highest profits. Amongst writers, preachers, and politicians, it is the struggle to succeed, to gain glory, reputation, or income. Like everything human, it has a mixture of evil in it. If one man prospers more than others, or if some classes of men prosper more than others, they leave other classes of men behind them. Not that they leave those others worse, but that they themselves advance. Put a stop to competition, and you merely check the progress of individuals and of classes. You preserve a dead uniform level. You stereotype society and its several orders and conditions. The motive for emulation is taken away, and caste, with all its mischiefs, is perpetuated. Stop competition, and you stop the struggle of individualism. You also stop the advancement of individualism, and through that of society at large. Under competition, the lazy man is put under the necessity of exerting himself, and if he will not exert himself, he must fall behind. If he do not work, neither shall he eat. My lazy friend, you must not look to me to do my share of the world's work, and yours too. You must do your own fair share of work, save your own money, and not look to me and to others to keep you out of the poor house. There is enough for all, but do your own share of work you must. Success grows out of struggle to overcome difficulties. If there were no difficulties, there would be no success. If there were nothing to struggle or compete for, there would be nothing achieved. It is well, therefore, that men should be under the necessity of exerting themselves. In this necessity for exertion we find the chief source of human advancement, the advancement of individuals as of nations. It has led to most of the splendid mechanical inventions and improvements of the age. It has stimulated the shipbuilder, the merchant, the manufacturer, the machinist, the tradesman, the skilled workman. In all departments of productive industry it has been the moving power. It has developed the resources of this and of other countries, the resources of the soil and the character and qualities of the men who dwell upon it. It seems to be absolutely necessary for the purpose of stimulating the growth and culture of every individual. It is deeply rooted in man, leading him ever to seek after and endeavor to realize something better and higher than he has yet attained. Of course, man is much more than a competing being. That is only one of his characteristics, and not the highest or noblest. He has sensibilities, sympathies, and aspirations which should induce him to unite and cooperate with others in works for the common good. With unfettered individualism there may and there ought to be beneficent cooperation for the general happiness. Men may unite to labor, to produce, and to share with each other the fruits of their corporate industry. But under any circumstance there will be the instinct of competition, the opportunities for competition, and though mixed with necessary evil, there will be the ultimate advantages of competition. One of the results of industry and thrift is the accumulation of capital. Capital represents the self-denial, the providence, and the enterprise of the past. The most successful accumulators of capital have in all times risen from the ranks of labor itself. They are working men who have shot ahead of their fellows and who now give employment instead of receiving it. These persons, who are not the less working men because they have ceased to be manual laborers, by creating and extending the sphere of productive industry, must be regarded as amongst the most effective benefactors of the people, as they unquestionably are among the principal sources of the power and wealth of any nation. Without the capital accumulated by their thrift during many generations, the lot of the artisan would be most precarious. There is not a mechanic but has the use of the money of the master who employs him. When the unskilled laborer lays down his spade, he leaves idle a capital worth 18 pence. But when a skilled artisan or mechanic leaves his mill or his workshop, he leaves idle a capital of from 100 to 200 pounds per man. Nor does the skilled workman run any risk whatever as regards the sums invested, though he virtually shares the profits in the shape of the wages paid for his labor. The profit which remains is the master's return for his management and his risks. It is well known, however, that the risks are not always covered, as the Gazette in bad times abundantly demonstrates. The workman in good employment is not liable to losses by bad debts. He has no obsolete machinery from time to time left useless on his hands, and he has no anxiety about finding a market for his goods, nor fears respecting fluctuations in the price of the raw material. These are important advantages in his favor, which he does not usually take into account. It is true he suffers if trade is bad, but he earns high wages if it be good. He can then save money if he chooses to do so. He may be said to participate in the adversity or prosperity of his firm, but without incurring any of the liabilities of partnership. Mr. Carlyle has given a curious account of the great English manufacturer. Quote, Plugson of St. Dolly Undershot, buccaneer-like, says to his men, Noble spinners, this is the 100,000 we have gained, wherein I mean to dwell and plant my vineyards. 100,000 is mine, and 3 and 6 daily was yours. Adieu, noble spinners, drink my health with this groat, each, which I give you over and above. End quote. This account of the manufacturing buccaneer is a picture drawn by a man of genius from his imagination. There are probably many readers who believe the picture to be drawn from fact. There may, of course, be masters who are buccaneers, but there are also masters who are not buccaneers. There are dishonest manufacturers, as there are dishonest literary men, dishonest publicans, dishonest tradesmen. But we must believe that in all occupations honesty is the rule and dishonesty the exception. At all events, it is better that we should know what the manufacturers really are from fact rather than from fiction. Let us first take a large manufacturing firm, or rather series of firms, well known in South Lancashire. We mean the cotton spinning mills of the Messrs. Ashworth at Egerton and New Eagly. They have been in existence for more than 70 years. They have been repeatedly enlarged, and increasing numbers of work people have been employed at the uniform wages paid throughout the district. Workmen earn from 17 shillings to £2 a week. Women weavers can earn as much as 21 shillings a week. Where the parents have children, the united earnings of the families amount to as much as from £150 to £200 a year. Then as to what the Ashworths have done for the benefit of their work people. Schooling, by means of mutual instruction classes, was in operation from the first, but about the year 1825, when the works were greatly enlarged and the population was considerably increased, a day school was opened for children, which was used as an evening school for young men as well as for a Sunday school. The continued extension of the works led to an enlargement of the school accommodation, and while this was being provided, arrangements were made for a newsroom, library, and for the performance of divine worship on Sundays. A cricket ground was also provided for the use of young people. Misgivings were not unfrequently expressed that the zeal and expenditure incurred by the Messrs. Ashworth might one day be turned against them, to their annoyance and pecuniary loss. The prediction was realized in only a single instance. A young man of considerable talent, who when a child had been removed to the factory from a neighboring workhouse, made very rapid progress at school, especially in arithmetic. And when a strike of the work-people occurred in 1830, one of the great strike years, he became very officious as a leader. The strike was defeated by the employment of new hands, and it was attributed to the influence of this young man that the employed were brutally assailed by an infuriated mob, and that the windows of the schoolroom were smashed and other works of destruction committed. The employers, nevertheless, pursued their original design. They repaired the schoolhouse and endeavored to increase the efficacy of the teaching. They believed that nothing was better calculated to remove ignorant infatuation than increased schooling. In a great many instances, the heads of the families had previously been engaged as hand-loom weavers or in some pastoral pursuit, and it became evident that in course of time the exercise of their minds in the details of a new pursuit awakened their intelligence, and their general demeanor indicated marks of a higher cultivation. The New Eagly Mills, being situated in a narrow valley several miles from Bolton, and the property being in the possession of the owners, they forbade the opening of any tavern or beer-house on the estate, so that the district became distinguished for the order and sobriety of the inhabitants. A man of intemperate habits has little chance of remaining in the Ashworth villages. He is expelled not by the employers, but by the men themselves. He must conform to the sober habits of the place, or decamp to some larger town, where his vices may be hidden in the crowd. Many of the parents have expressed how much gratification they have felt that by reason of the isolated situation they enjoyed as a community, they had become so completely separated from the corrupt influences of music salons and drink shops. The masters have added to their other obligations to the work people the erection of comfortable cottages for their accommodation. They are built of stone and are 2-storied. Some have 2 upper bedrooms, and others have 3. On the ground floor there is a sitting room, a living room, and a scullery, with a walled courtyard enclosing the whole premises. The proprietor pays the poor rates and other local charges, and the rentals of the houses vary from 2 shillings 4 to 4 shillings 3 a week. The regularity of their employment, accompanied with the payment of wages on Friday night, doubtless promoted their local attachment to the place. Many of the descendants of the first comers remain on the spot. Their social relations have been promoted, intermarriages have been frequent, and during the whole period there has not been a single prosecution for theft. The working people have also thriven as well as their masters. Great numbers of them are known to possess reserved funds in savings banks and other depositories for savings, and there are others of them who have invested their money in cottage buildings and in various other ways. But have not men risen above their lot of laboring spinners? They have. Such of them as possessed skill, ability, and the faculty of organization have been promoted from the ranks of laborers and have become mill managers. About 30 of these, says Mr. Henry Ashworth, have been reckoned on the spur of the moment, and 10 of them have become business partners or proprietors of mills. Many manufacturers, adds Mr. Ashworth, are to be found who have done a great deal to ameliorate the condition of those they have employed, and no one will doubt that they have been prompted not by hopes of gain, but by emotions of goodwill. Manufacturers such as these do not, like Plugson of St. Dolly, Undershot, gather up their fortunes and run away, leaving a groat each to their workpeople to drink their healths. They remain with them from generation to generation. The best and the noblest among them, the Ashworths of Turton, the Strutts of Derby, the Marshalls of Leeds, the Ackroyds of Halifax, the Brookes of Huddersfield, and many others, have continued to superintend their works for several generations. The Strutts were the partners of Arkwright. In fact, it is only since Arkwright took out his patent for the spinning machine and Watt took out his patent for the steam engine that England has become a manufacturing country. Where would England have been now but for the energy, enterprise, and public spirit of our manufacturers? Could agriculture have supported the continuous increase of population? Is it not more probable that this country would have become overrun by beggars, or that property would have been assailed and the Constitution upset, as was the case in France, but for the extensive and remunerative employment afforded to the laboring classes in the manufacturing districts? The steam engine has indeed proved the safety valve of England. It enabled the kingdom to hold its ground firmly during the Continental Wars, and but for it and the industries which it has established, England would probably by this time have sunk to the condition of a third or fourth-rate power. It is true the great manufacturers have become wealthy, but it would certainly have been singular if with their industry, energy, and powers of organization they had become poor. Men of the stamp of the Strutts, Ashworths, Marshalls, and others do not work for wealth merely, though wealth comes to them. They have not become great because they were rich, but they have become rich because they were great. Accumulations of wealth are the result of exceptional industry, organization, and thrift, rather than of exceptional gain. Adam Smith has said, "It seldom happens that great fortunes are made by any one regularly established and well-known branch of business, but in consequence of a long life of industry, frugality, and attention." But it was not always so. For instance, Mr. Lister of Bradford, after inventing the combing machine, or at least combining the inventions of others into a complete combing machine of his own, proceeded to invent a machine for using up silk waste, then cast away as useless, spinning it into silk of the finest kind, and by means of the power loom to weave it into velvet of the best quality. The attempt had never before been made by any inventor, and it seemed to be of insuperable difficulty. Mr. Lister had already made a fortune by the success of his combing machine, such as to enable him to retire from business and live in comfort for the rest of his life. But urged by the irrepressible spirit of the inventor, he went onward with his silk machine. As he himself said at a recent meeting at Bradford, they might judge how hard he had worked to conquer the difficulties which beset him when he told them that for 20 years he had never been in bed at 5:30 in the morning. In fact, he did not think there was a man in England who had worked harder than he had. The most remarkable thing was that he threw away an immense fortune before there was any probability of his succeeding. He had almost brought himself to ruin, for he was £360,000 out of pocket before he even made a shilling by his machine. Indeed, he wrote off £250,000 as entirely lost before he began to make up his books again. Since then, his patent for the manufacture of silk had turned out one of the most successful of the day. In the park presented by Mr. Lister to the people of Bradford, a statue was recently erected by public subscription. It was unveiled by the Right Honorable W.E. Forster, who, in closing his speech, observed, quote, "I doubt, after all, whether we are come here to do honor to Mr. Lister so much as to do honor to ourselves. We wish to do honor to those working faculties which have made our country of England a practical and therefore a great and prosperous and a powerful country. It is this untiring, unresting industry which Mr. Lister possesses, this practical understanding, this determination to carry out any object which he is convinced ought to be carried out, and his determination to fear no opposition and to care for no obstacle. It is these practical faculties that have made England what she is. What is it especially that we are honoring? It is the pluck which this man has shown. It is the feeling that, having to do with the worsted trade, he said to himself, 'Here is something which ought to be done. I will not rest until I have found out how it can be done, and having found out how it can be done, where is the man who shall stop my doing it?'" End quote. Now, it was upon that principle that he fought his long struggle, and so when we read the story of his struggles ever since 1842 in those two great inventions, we raise this statue to the man who has successfully fought the battle, and hope that our sons and the sons of all, rich and poor together, will come in after days to admire it, not merely because it gives them the form and features of a rich and successful man, but because it gives them the form and features of a man who was endowed with industry, with intellect, with energy, with courage, with perseverance, who spared himself no pains in first ascertaining the conditions of the problems he had to solve, and then whose heart never fainted, whose will never relaxed in determining to carry out those conditions." End quote. End of section 16, Men and Masters, Part 1.